Chapter 1. Rescuing Father Up the Mountain. San Yuan Continent, Mortal Realm, Zhe Yuan Village. The sky was covered with dark clouds, pressed low enough that it felt as if one could reach out and touch them, while Guzhe's calm heart was tightly gripped by a thunderous sound. Bang! The door of the school was pushed open. Guzhe's heart skipped a beat, trembling inexplicably. The visitor was about 6 years old, dressed in rough cloth, with messy hair, and her face almost entirely dirted, yet she could not hide her delicate features. Guzhe immediately recognized her as the little girl named Wang Qiyu, who often followed him around asking questions. "Brother Zhe, something terrible has happened. Your father was hunting and got his leg bitten off by a big leopard," Wang Qiyu exclaimed as she pushed open the schoolyard door, speaking rapidly yet clearly. Guzhe's heart sank to his throat as he quickly stood up, bowed to the teacher, and then rushed home without stopping. What was originally a 15-minute journey felt infinitely prolonged, like the clouds at the horizon, unreachable. Bang! A loud noise. Guzhe tripped over a stone, his forehead hitting the ground, and without realizing it, tears streamed down his cheeks to the ground. His heart felt heavy, as if gripped tightly by a large hand. He was terrified, fearing that when he returned, he would see his father without a heartbeat, without breath, lying motionless on the bed. Guzhe quickly got up, completely unaware of the straw sandal he left behind. Upon arrival, he heard the village doctor's sigh and his mother's sobs. "Gudahu has lost too much blood, he may not survive the night." As soon as his mother saw him, she rushed forward, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. "You disaster-bringing star, why is it not you who died?" The village doctor's voice struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him paralyzed. He could only vaguely hear his mother cursing and the cries of a baby until he was pushed to the ground and snapped back to reality. The baby was being comforted in the arms of Aunt Wang from next door, while his mother, overwhelmed with anger, fell into a faint and was placed on a rickety chair. Guzhe watched this scene, suppressing his sorrow. He knelt respectfully before Aunt Wang and bowed his head. "Thank you, Aunt, for taking care of Yuanbao. I implore you to help care for my father and mother. If Guzhe can survive this trip and return, I will certainly repay you with my life." After saying this, he wiped his tears and, without looking back, grabbed a hoe and a bow and arrow and dashed away. He was going to the misty forest to collect blood gold mushrooms to save his father. Aunt Wang, fearing he would do something foolish, settled the baby before chasing after him. Upon seeing he was heading towards the northwest misty forest, she muttered repeatedly, "Heaven, open your eyes and look at our Zhe Yuan village." Years of poor harvests had forced the villagers to risk climbing the mountains to hunt and gather herbs for money. Initially, they followed a routine to the back mountain. After tasting the rewards, they turned their sights on the misty forest, resulting in tragic casualties. Though they brought back precious medicinal herbs, dozens of young men disappeared without a trace, becoming the prey of wild beasts. As Guzhe stepped into the outskirts of the misty forest, his vision was obscured by mist, only able to see a few meters ahead. The roars of beasts echoed endlessly, instilling fear. Perhaps fueled by determination, he was scared but moved forward with steady steps, carefully ignoring the rare herbs along the way. As dusk approached and the mist thickened, he had yet to see a shadow of the blood gold mushroom. Just then, he heard rustling in the grass. Guzhe's heart leaped to his throat as a gust of wind rushed towards him from behind. Sensing the danger, he rolled away to avoid a fatal strike. When he saw it was a wild boar, his heart sank, and he quickly drew his bow, releasing an arrow that aimed straight at the boar's abdomen. To his surprise, the boar leaped, narrowly avoiding the wooden arrow. Realizing this, Guzhe took off running. In his panic, he stepped into thin air and tumbled down rapidly. When his awareness returned, he felt immense pain throughout his body. Everything around him was pitch dark, but he vaguely saw a sharp beast bone piercing through his calf, blood flowing down his leg. Enduring the excruciating pain, Guzhe resolutely pulled it out. He quickly tore his robe into strips and bound the wound to stop the bleeding. The surroundings were eerily quiet, contrasting sharply with the earlier roars of beasts. Guzhe limped and surveyed the area, spotting a cave that was only as tall as a person. His heart raced as he crouched down to listen carefully. Confirming there were no beast sounds, he cautiously stepped into the cave. The dazzling white light pierced his eyes painfully, contrasting with the darkness outside, causing him to instinctively raise his arm to shield himself. Once he adapted, he was shocked by what he saw inside the cave and quickly stepped back a few paces. There lay a skeleton, draped in a black robe, a gray cloth bag hanging from its waist. Instinctively tightening his grip on the beast bone, he realized there was no threat and knelt. I did not mean to disturb. If I have offended, please forgive me. After saying this, he bowed 3 times, then approached the corpse, his heart filled with hope, but he found nothing but bones and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he sat down on the ground. He looked up at the luminous pearl embedded in the cave wall at his 7-year-old height. It was nearly impossible to reach. He had originally hoped to obtain some wealth, rushed to town to trade for the blood gold mushroom, perhaps giving his father a glimmer of hope. But now, a sense of helplessness engulfed him. His gaze shifted to the gray cloth bag, and he couldn't help but think, what if this person, like his mother, liked to hide wealth in inconspicuous places? Cautiously, he pulled it down, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the bag, a strange sensation flooding his heart. At the same time, 3 books, a short knife, 3 jade bottles, and dozens of crystalline stones appeared in his mind. Guze was shocked, his jaw dropping in disbelief, and when he saw the small characters etched on one of the jade bottles reading blood restoration pills, his heart surged with excitement. Only one thought filled his mind: father will be saved. He quickly stuffed the gray cloth bag into his arms, holding the bow and arrow in his left hand, mumbling to himself, if only I could take out the short knife. To his surprise, just as he finished muttering, a short knife appeared in his hand. Following suit, he also placed the beast bone and bow into the bag. Thinking of the immortal mentioned by the adults, Guze bowed 3 times to the skeleton. O immortal, once I return to save my father, I will surely build a monument for you. With that, he stepped out of the cave, guided by the moonlight, and ventured through the layers of mist. Moving forward, Chapter 2. Channeling Qi into the body. Fortunately, the journey was filled with surprises, but no dangers. When he reached his home, he saw 3 figures peering over his family's wall, occasionally spouting foul language. These 3 were notorious bullies in the village, idling their days away and engaging in petty theft. Now they had set their sights on his mother, and Guze clenched his fists, wishing he could draw a sword and chop them into pieces on the spot. At that moment, a raccoon in the yard jumped up, causing the 3 to fall to the ground, perhaps guilty of something, and they cursed angrily. Guze, enduring the pain in his left leg, shot a cold glance at the 3 before quickly entering the house. He saw his mother, eyes vacant, cleaning his father's wounds, while Aunt Wang sighed repeatedly. Guze looked gratefully at Aunt Wang, wanting to feed the blood-replenishing pill too. His father, however, his mother looked at him with disgust and pushed him to the ground without holding back. Tears streamed down Guze's face involuntarily. A dull pain struck his heart. The roars of beasts did not make him retreat at the brink of life and death. He was still worried about how his mother and Yuanbao would stand in the village if his father, unfortunately, passed away. Now, his mother's gaze made him too afraid to step forward. He wanted to question why, as her child, his mother always looked at him with impatience and disgust. Yet when she looked at Yuanbao, her eyes were filled with love. But he didn't dare. He feared that once he spoke, their relationship would worsen. Aunt Wang sighed. Lin, why do you have to be like this? Guze suppressed the grievances in his heart, pushed himself up from the ground, and stubbornly fed the blood-replenishing pill to his father. His mother wanted to erupt again, but Aunt Wang quickly stopped her. Guze didn't care about anything else and sat down on the ground, hoping for a miracle to happen. He waited and waited, only to receive the outcome of his father's heartbeat stopping and breath ceasing. His mother could no longer contain her sorrow and cried out loudly. He sat there mumbling, "Isn't it a blood-replenishing pill? Isn't it a miracle? Why?" Saying this, he quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and put it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly, leaving only a touch of bitterness on his tongue. Yet his injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. The medicine was still effective. Could it be that he came too late? He regretted deeply, wondering if he had come back a little earlier, would things have turned out differently? Guze held back his sorrow and changed his father's clothes to the dark robe he would only wear during festivals, asking the neighbors for help in making a coffin. After burying his father, as he just returned to the courtyard, he saw his mother turn around and calmly say, "Zur, pack some food and leave." "Mother, I'm not leaving. I still want to take care of Yuanbao and you." Guze replied stubbornly, "Don't call me mother. I'm not your mother. Isn't it enough that you bring misfortune to your father and me? Do you want to kill me and Yuanbao too?" Her voice was filled with exhaustion. After saying this, she held Yuanbao in one arm and pulled out a wooden hairpin from her hair, pointing it at her neck. "If you don't leave, I'll die right in front of you." I'll go. Mother, don't be impulsive. Gyuzer didn't even know what he felt when he said this. He turned around while wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't help but look back, hoping his mother would change her mind and hold him in her arms to comfort him. Until he stepped out of Ziyuan village, he did not wait for his mother's embrace. He didn't know where to go, and somehow found himself heading towards the cave. Upon arriving at the cave, he could no longer hold on and fell asleep until hunger in his abdomen finally woke him. After a moment, he realized his current situation, the grace of raising him was greater than the heavens, yet his mother wanted him to fend for himself, and he could not ignore her. In Yuanbao, he took out fruits he gathered in the woods to barely fill his stomach and pulled out 3 books from his bag. They were Qi Induction Technique, Basic 5 Elements Magic, and Basic Compendium of Cultivation. The more he read, the more shocked he became. It turned out this corpse was not a celestial being, but a practitioner known as a cultivator. From the books, he learned that to cultivate spells and techniques, one needed to have a spiritual root within. Spiritual roots are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with mutated roots being wind, thunder, and ice. If he could cultivate some skills, he could protect his mother from being bullied by the village tyrants. His mother and Yuanbao could live safely in the village, leading a peaceful life. He collected his chaotic thoughts, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and raised his hands to the sky. Following the guidance of the Qi Induction Technique, he channeled external spiritual energy through the 8 extraordinary meridians, passing through the spiritual roots and finally gathering in his dantian. He didn't know how many hours had passed when a bang sounded. His forehead pressed against the ground, and he was startled awake, cursing himself inwardly. After several failed attempts, perhaps because he kept thinking about the tyrant, his mind was restless. Gyuzer stealthily approached his house. Upon discovering his mother had lulled Yuanbao to sleep, she extinguished the oil lamp to rest. With the tyrant not causing chaos, the tension he had been holding eased. Subconsciously, he sat cross-legged, silently reciting the Qi Induction Technique, until he merged with the surrounding environment, and in his mind appeared white, green, black, red, and yellow light spots. These corresponded to the 5 attributes of spiritual power: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Following the incantation's guidance, the red and green light spots entered his body, while the white, black, and yellow scattered away. The Qi Induction Technique continued to operate for 1, 2, 3 cycles. He lost track of how many cycles had passed, when the surrounding spiritual energy surged in, and with a light bang, his consciousness expanded, revealing his dantian and successfully inducing Qi. Gyuzer's consciousness returned, and a wave of foul odor immediately assaulted him, with impurities covering the surface of his skin. Fearing that this pungent smell would be discovered by his mother inside, he quickly crouched down and carefully crawled out from the northwest corner of the yard. He ran to the stream where villagers fetched water to wash up, and when he was cleaned up, he felt refreshed, and his senses became sharper. The sky gradually brightened. He rushed towards the misty forest without hesitation, covering a journey that originally took 15 minutes in just 1. He felt as if he had endless strength, and the injuries from slipping down the slope had healed completely, leaving only a hideous scar on his left leg. For dozens of days, he practiced in the misty forest during the day and returned to the courtyard at night to protect his mother and Yuanbao. He also didn't forget to catch wild rabbits, skin them, clean them, and place them on the stove. At first, his mother threw them out and scolded him. However, due to his persistence, although she did not toss them out, she did not cook them either. Instead, she asked Aunt Wang next door to take them to town in exchange for some rice, flour, and coarse cloth. Gyuzer vented his grievances on the wild leopard, raising his short knife and running towards the back mountain. Chapter 3. Finding the Murderer. After wandering in the mountains for a long time without discovering the wild leopard mentioned by the villagers, something caught his eye: a cloth bag. This cloth bag was handmade by his mother for his father, and he remembered it vividly at that time. He thought the bag was a birthday gift from his mother, making him so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Gyuzer opened the cloth bag, and upon seeing the fragments of blood spirit mushroom, he collapsed to the ground. In no wonder when he went to ask Gu for help with the funeral, the other party's eyes dodged and refused to go. He must have known something. Gyuzer quickly ran to Gu house, and when he saw him, the other party retreated repeatedly, clearly showing signs of guilt. "You reckless kid, how could you act so rashly? Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them?" Wang reprimanded, his expression gradually calming down. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, You won't be afraid of a ghost knocking at your door, right, Ergu? Guzer's tone was deep, and his expression was strikingly similar to his father's when he was alive. Do you know something? Wang Ergu's legs trembled as he forced himself to ask calmly. Ergu, don't you recognize who I am? It's too lonely down there. Come down and keep me company. Due to his pale complexion and the eerie tone in the dim environment, he looked like a ghost possessing someone. Wang Ergu thudded and knelt. There's a head to every grievance, and a debtor to every debt. Big Tiger didn't harm you. Go find Lin Dapio. He's the one who set the dogs on you. Thinking of Lin Dapies, Guze suddenly felt a clarity wash over him, realizing that his father's leg might not have been bitten off by a wild leopard, but could have been severed by a wolf dog instead. Moreover, given Lin Dapies' greed, if he had truly witnessed his father collecting blood spirit mushrooms, he could very likely have acted violently. Blinded by hatred, Guze was determined to go over the mountain to confront Lin Dapies. However, remembering that it was already late at night, he had no choice but to turn back to protect his mother. Little did he know that just as he left, someone emerged from the corner of the wall. Having overheard their entire conversation, Guze had lost all focus on his training. If Lin Dapies was indeed responsible for his father's injury, he would ensure he was thrown into prison to avenge his father. As dawn broke, Guze ran towards Lin Dapies' house, and, upon arrival, was met with chaos. He saw Lin Dapies hanging from a tree, while the family was wailing hysterically in the yard, not even sparing their large wolf dog. Guze's heart sank to the bottom. Although the villain was dead, he felt no satisfaction in avenging his father, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything behind the scenes. Perhaps he could seek a breakthrough with Uncle Wang Er. After all, it was Uncle Wang Er and his group who had brought his father home. Kid Zay, when we arrived, your father was nearly missing half a leg, and the scene was incredibly bloody. It was also Gu Yuanba who claimed your father was bitten by a wild leopard. Could it be that the person behind this was Gu Yuanba? Regardless of whether it was true or not, he wouldn't miss this lead. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wang Er, he ran all the way to Gu Yuanba's house. Haha, little brat, if you have the guts, stab me. Your father was pushed down the slope by me. I just spoke a few careless words. Your father was the one who got beaten up and bruised. Hee hee, now that your father is dead, why don't you let me, Gu Yuanba, be your father? Saying this, he revealed a lewd expression. Guze was filled with rage, realizing that while he may not be the direct killer, he was still an accomplice and had long coveted his mother. With only one thought in his mind, to kill him, not only to avenge his father, but also to ensure his mother's safety. The long knife pierced violently through Gu Yuanba's abdomen, and blood gushed out instantly. The latter showed an expression of disbelief, mumbling about finding village Dr. L. Guze suddenly came to his senses and realized he had killed someone, collapsing onto the ground. Once he regained his composure, he quickly found a sack to clean up the blood. This was his first time killing someone, and he was engulfed in fear, taking a long time to calm down. But he did not regret it after all. The wicked deserved their just punishment. Guze carried the body in the sack and made his way around the cemetery towards Mist Mountain Forest. Just a short distance ahead, he spotted Wang Xiuyu, the little girl. She saw him too, and he felt a wave of panic, two thoughts racing through his mind. Kill her. She witnessed everything. If this matter becomes public, you'll not only go to jail, but your mother will also despise you. Don't kill her. She is Uncle Wang Er's daughter. They have both helped you a lot recently. As Guze hesitated, Wang Xiuyu bit her lip and said, Brother Zayu, you killed someone. Guze lowered his gaze. My father's death is related to him, and he has long coveted my mother. He deserves to die. Wang Xiuyu's eyes widened, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, Brother Zay, please, don't kill me. I will keep your secret. Tears filled her big eyes, and Guze's heart softened. Xiuyu, I won't kill you, but you must promise to keep my secret. After receiving her assurance, Guze felt relieved, gave a simple warning, and headed towards Mist Mountain Forest. He threw Gu Yuanba's body into the wilderness and watched as it was devoured by wild animals. A sense of exhilaration inexplicably rose within him. After doing all this, Guze couldn't help but ponder who had killed Lin Dapies and what their motive was. He mentally replayed the scene. His father had been pushed down the slope by Gu Xiaozhu. Then Lin Dapies had taken the blood spirit mushroom and had his leg bitten off by the large wolf dog. No, his father was skilled. He couldn't have been subdued by Lin Dapies. Moreover, that area was entirely unsuitable for the growth of blood spirit mushrooms. Instead, the swamp was suitable for their growth. leading to the deduction that Lin Dapes must have known in advance that his father had harvested a blood spirit mushroom. He had deliberately waited at the slope, as this was the shortest route back to the village. Who had such capabilities to know in advance? Unknowingly, he returned to the small courtyard, only to see his mother throw a bundle at him. You killed Gu Yuanba, his guards won't let you go. Leave this place, escape this small mountain village, and save yourself. Her cold tone was mixed with a hint of worry. Mother, don't call me mother, I am not your mother. Guze wiped his tears and knelt. I don't know when I will be able to return to see you. I hope you stay safe. After bowing 3 times, he took the bundle and left. Stepping out of the small mountain village once more, he was at a loss as to where to go. By some twist of fate, he ran towards the cemetery, hoping his father's spirit could give him a hint. Chapter 4. Avenging my father. As soon as I arrived, I encountered an old woman at a grave, crying out in despair. My son, just a moment ago you were laughing and talking with Li Wazi. How could you have made such a rash decision? Under the moonlight, I recognized that the woman was Lin Dapes' mother, and the Li Wazi she mentioned was the village's doctor, Li Dafu. Thinking of Li Dafu, my brow furrowed. My father had originally planned to take me to the town study for a couple of days before heading into the mountains. But after Li Dafu visited our home, my father immediately packed up and went into the mountains without a second thought. The timing of their appearances was suspicious. Could it be that Li Dafu was behind it all? The more I thought about it, the worse my expression became. I really couldn't understand what motive Li Dafu could have, especially since he was my mentor who taught me about pharmacology. This person, whom I respected immensely, could very well be the one who caused my father's death, and I didn't know how to face that. The only thought in my mind was that no matter who it was, anyone who harmed my father deserved to be punished. When Li Dafu saw me, he was slightly surprised, but soon went back to fiddling with his herbs. Looks like I underestimated you. You figured out the key so quickly. Why? My father helped you gather herbs in the mountains multiple times. How could you be so ungrateful? I questioned hoarsely. Haha, he deserves it. Lin Yang and I are a match made in heaven. Why should it be that when your father appears, Lin Yang becomes his only choice? You didn't see that coming, did you? Your foolish father didn't even notice that I tampered with his tea. And yes, the blood spirit mushroom incident was also my intentional scheme involving you and Lin Dapes' family. In the end, I personally fed him a packet of heart-eating powder to send your father on his way. Haha, now that I'm going to kill you, little beast. No one will stop Lin Yang and me from being together. My face turned pale. No wonder the blood recovery pill had failed. He had tampered with it. I swung my fists wildly and fought with him. One punch after another, I vented my hatred until he was out of breath. And then I gave him a merciful end. I burned the body along with the house, and with heavy steps, I walked away from the flames. Not far along, I saw the village bully bathing by the creek, spouting filthy words. Hearing my mother's name again, I clenched my fists and rushed toward him. This time, I chose not to endure, but to attack first. I aimed directly at his vital points, throwing punch after punch. His screams echoed until both of us lost consciousness. Only a mass of flesh and blood remained afterward, and I chose to stop. With the bad guy dealt with, I hoped my mother could live peacefully with the help of my uncle and grandfather. I glanced back at the direction of my parents with reluctance before leaving with my bundle. Inside the bundle were the clothes I often wore, books, some silver coins, and flatbreads. This was the first time I felt my mother's care, but it was in such a decisive way that I couldn't express what I felt. All I knew was that my heart felt tight and numb. I recalled the contents of the books. I remembered that comprehensive guide to cultivation stated that immortals recruit disciples every 10 years in the Imperial City. Perhaps I could try my luck. I traveled during the day and practiced at night. Before I even reached the Imperial City, an unexpected event occurred. 3 days prior, I was meditating in a dilapidated Taoist temple when I sensed 2 figures approaching. They were circling the temple, heading for the mountain peak, carrying 3 or 4 toddlers. Around 2 to 3 years old, I was at a critical juncture in breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. But the cries of the toddlers made it hard for me to concentrate. If I stopped now, I didn't know when I'd get another opportunity. If I ignored them, what would happen to the toddlers? After much hesitation, I quickly stood up, gripping a short knife, and cautiously followed them. I heard their conversation, and my blood ran cold. 99 boys and girls have finally gathered today. You and I have saved our heads. I couldn't tell what kind of elixir the national master was concocting, but it seemed to require children as bait. As soon as the words left their mouths, I saw them enter a tunnel, and I followed closely behind. What came into view was 99 toddlers placed in cradles. In the center sat an old man who looked withered. I couldn't determine his age, but I was sure his cultivation was above mine. My heart leaped to my throat, and my legs trembled uncontrollably. I never expected a pleasant surprise. The old man spoke in a voice like a blade cutting through the air, but his tone couldn't hide his excitement. I had been exposed, without thinking. I turned to run, but the old man shouted, "What are you waiting for? Find this little brat." The two guards snapped back to reality and, after securing the infants, charged at me. While dodging their attacks, I contemplated my options. Their cultivation was higher than mine, but they had not attacked. Perhaps there was a reason they couldn't. Thinking I had grasped their weakness, I unleashed my short knife and fought them, all the while observing the old man's reactions. With a swift move, I darted toward the old man, only to see him radiate a bright light that formed a white barrier around him. I was sent flying several meters away, spitting blood, while the two guards held their swords to my neck, making me unable to move. Haha, heaven hasn't abandoned me. Once I drain your cultivation, I'll surely break through the bottleneck of the mid-chi refinement stage. My heart sank. I realized the person before me was the evil cultivator described in the book. The old man raised his hand to cast a spell, and a halo enveloped me. I could visibly feel my cultivation being devoured by him. My once dry skin began to tighten, and my internal organs felt as if they were being sliced by blades, causing unbearable pain. My consciousness started to blur. I thought of my mother and Yuanbao. I couldn't just sit and wait for death. I hadn't proven to my mother that I wasn't a disaster. A powerful will to survive surged within me, breaking free from the confines of my body. The Qi induction technique began to operate on its own, and the spiritual energy around me surged forward. The technique cycled through one rotation, then 10, then 100. I didn't know how long had passed when I heard a light sound, and the barrier of the third level of Qi refinement shattered, with a steady stream of spiritual energy gathering in my dantian, forming a small vortex. As the vortex grew larger, it seemed on the verge of breaking through the fourth acupoint. When I opened my eyes, I saw a withered corpse. Realizing what had happened, my face turned pale. The old man's cultivation had been devoured by me, and how was I any different from the evil cultivator described in the book? I just wanted to live. I didn't want to become the evil cultivator depicted in the text. The cries of the toddlers jolted my thoughts awake. Chapter 5. Light Body Technique. Seeing so many toddlers, my head throbbed. While contemplating my next steps, I took the old man's storage bag and stowed it away. I scanned it with my consciousness and was drawn to a book titled Holy Classic of Alchemy. I initially thought it was an evil text, but it turned out to be a legitimate alchemical inheritance. It would be a lie to say I wasn't excited. After all, I had both fire and wood spiritual roots, and learning alchemy was perfect for me. My excitement was interrupted by the wailing of the toddlers. I tried to comfort one after another, but it was a grueling task. Seeing the two guards lying dead on the ground, I kicked them awake without mercy. You were given a chance to make amends, to safely return these young children. Otherwise, if the two guards were to act out and see the national master turned into a pile of bones, they would hurry to guarantee it. Rest assured, immortal master, we will definitely return these children safely home. Guze squinted his eyes, intending to expose the national master's misdeeds. He did not deserve the people's offerings. Yes. What the immortal master said is absolutely right. We will take care of it right away. While taking care of the children, Guze flipped through the complete guide to 5 elements techniques, realizing that it was best for him to cultivate fire and wood techniques according to his spiritual root attributes. Among the fire techniques were fireball technique, fire arrow technique, and fire rain technique. The wood techniques included binding technique, wood blade technique, and healing technique. The auxiliary techniques were light body technique and dust removal technique. He chose light body technique without hesitation, as there were only half a month left before the Immortal Gate recruited disciples, and his time was running out. He was unsure why the recruitment ceremony was moved up 3 months earlier. Guze silently recited the incantation, combining it with the corresponding hand gestures, injecting spiritual power into his legs. As soon as he took a step, there was a loud bang, and he fell face first into the dirt. Phew. After spitting out the dirt, he heard laughter. Looking up, he saw a boy and a girl, 2 young children, laughing at him, igniting Guze's competitive spirit. He made the hand gestures again, and after taking 2 steps, he had another intimate encounter with the ground. The children's laughter was relentless. His desire to win soared to new heights, and it had already been an hour before he fully grasped the essence of the technique. By then, he had run back and forth in the mountains twice. The spiritual power in his dantian was exhausted. No wonder one had to reach the third layer of qi refining before practicing techniques. By the time the soldiers and the children's relatives reached the mountaintop, Guze knew he had accomplished half of his task. He quietly hid in a large tree until all the children found their families. And then he activated the light body technique, sprinting towards the imperial city. After rushing and slowing down, he finally reached the imperial city the day before the spiritual assessment, where it was already crowded with people attending the recruitment ceremony. According to the records in the book, children with spiritual roots in the mortal realm were 1 in 10,000, and he suddenly felt fortunate to have a connection to the immortals. Stepping onto the path of cultivation early, just as he was feeling grateful, he was suddenly doused with cold water, his expression shifting from joy to worry. Now that he had reached the third layer of qi refining, he could not hide it from the eyes of the immortals. Moreover, he had a treasure in his storage bag. It might lead to his demise on the spot. What should he do? If only there were a treasure that could conceal his cultivation. His consciousness swept back and forth in the 2 storage bags, but it ended in failure. However, he discovered something in the sacred text of alchemy. A herb called absolute spirit grass was born in the mortal realm. After taking it, the spiritual power would be confined, appearing no different from a mortal. The downside was that one could only access the spiritual power in the dantian once the drug's effects wore off. After hesitating for a moment, Guze set off to the largest pharmacy to buy absolute spirit grass. Little kid, to be honest. It's not that the old man won't sell it to you. The absolute spirit grass was sold out yesterday. Guze ran to 3 pharmacies, all ending in failure. But he gleaned one piece of information. The Prime Minister's family had bought it all to treat their young master. After much hesitation, Guze decided to head to the Prime Minister's residence to try his luck. The guards outside, knowing his intentions, did not dare to make decisions on their own and inform the housekeeper. Young master, it's not that I won't sell it to you. It's just that my young master is severely frightened, leading him to not eat or drink, and we need this medicine to nourish his body. At this point, Guze could not force the issue, and just as he was preparing to leave, he heard laughter again. Turning around, he saw it was the same little brat who had laughed at him when he fell into the dirt. The housekeeper was also astonished, saying that since the young master was brought back, he had not eaten or drunk anything, and had been crying at night. Today was the first time he had seen him so happy. Guze intended to salute and take his leave, but the little guy clung to his thigh, refusing to let go. Young master, please wait, we can talk about the herbs. Guze was once again engulfed in the fear of being laughed at, but fortunately, the Prime Minister's young master stopped crying, was willing to eat, and he successfully obtained the absolute spirit grass. Following the dosage recorded in the alchemical manual, he indeed felt an invisible medicinal power confining his meridians, sealing his spiritual power in the dantian. Now, he appeared no different from a mortal, and according to the manual, he could not meditate and cultivate for at least half a month, or at most 3 months. While queuing, Guze practiced the technique's hand gestures, and as he was immersed in it, he was interrupted by a voice. My surname is Bai, and my name is Fat Tiger, from Dingon City. Guze looked up to see someone dressed in a luxurious robe, with a plump figure, rosy skin, and carrying a large bundle. In his left hand, he held a piece of jerky, panting as he introduced himself. Smelling the aroma of food, Guze swallowed. And although he had been deep in thought and didn't feel hungry, his stomach made an untimely growl. Guze's face turned slightly red, and as he pondered how to defuse the awkward situation, the other person extended a chubby hand, revealing an enticing piece of jerky in his palm. My dad made this by hand. I guarantee that after eating this piece, you'll want to eat another. Guze initially wanted to decline, but seeing the other person's expectant gaze, he took it almost instinctively and took a bite. Delicious. My name is Guze, from Tianxuan City. The two exchanged names and enjoyed the jerky until they both burped contentedly. 3 days later, more and more people came to participate in the spiritual assessment, and the soldiers grew busier maintaining order on the scene. At that moment, several figures appeared in the sky, stepping on flying swords, their sleeves fluttering. Surrounded by a faint yellow glow, they leaped down and landed on the high platform, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Fat Tiger muttered to himself, immortals really can fly and teleport. I wonder if I, Fat Tiger, have any connection to the immortals. Then he grinned widely. If I don't have a connection, I'll just learn my dad's craft well and try to make more delicious food. Guze was influenced by his optimistic mood and felt a twinge of envy towards him. Chapter 6. Testing the spiritual roots while he was lost in thought, an old man dressed in a white robe, holding a whisk, cleared his throat and announced, "I declare the spiritual assessment to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man produced a stone tablet with a groove on it. Guze immediately recognized it as the spiritual testing tablet mentioned in the book, which could check whether one had spiritual roots. No spiritual roots. Does not meet the recruitment requirements. No spiritual roots. Does not meet the recruitment requirements. As they neared their turn, Fat Tiger's heart raced, and Guze became nervous too. So far, no one had been found with spiritual roots. When it was Fat Tiger's turn, he trembled, unable to move. Guze dragged him to the spiritual testing tablet. Fat Tiger gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and placed his palm on the groove, his face turning pale. A dazzling black water light flashed instantly, followed by yellow and then green. Water 6, Earth 4, with 3, bone age 7 years, middle-low qualification. The crowd erupted in an uproar. He was the first person to have spiritual roots, and the old man's displeasure gradually eased. Guze placed his palm on the groove, and a dazzling red light blinded him, followed by a faint green light. Fire 9, with 3, bone age 7 years, middle-high qualification. Although he had already known that the purity of his wood spiritual root was somewhat weak, he didn't expect the difference to be so significant. He stood on the other side with Fat Tiger, registering their identities. No spiritual root, does not meet the recruitment requirements. As soon as the words fell, a loud and arrogant voice exclaimed, "Impossible! Even those ants have spiritual roots. How could I, the third prince of the imperial city, not have one? Insolence!" The old man released his pressure and coldly reprimanded. The other party suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. A yellow figure hurriedly said, "Immortal, do not blame. It is all my fault in teaching." The old man waved his hand. "Continue the spiritual root testing." With the repeated announcements of no spiritual root, does not meet the recruitment requirements, and mixed spiritual roots, low qualifications, the old man's expression gradually darkened, because the following few children all had 4 spiritual roots, and their purity was not high. Just then, the male cultivator in charge of the test showed a shocked expression. It turned out to be a full-value golden spiritual root. A dazzling white light filled the entire spirit testing stone, and as everyone was puzzled, the old man laughed heartily. "It is a heavenly spiritual root." Guze was filled with curiosity and looked up at the girl with the heavenly spiritual root. She was dressed in rags, her skin was dark. A blue birthmark covered half of her face, but her eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance. The girl stood on the high platform, neither humble nor arrogant, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Until the test was completed, only about 20 cultivators had spiritual roots. The old man summoned a flying boat, and they boarded it in an orderly manner, setting off immediately. Guze frowned tightly. According to the records in the book Encyclopedia of the Cultivation World, generally, immortals would give 3 days to say goodbye to their parents. However, this time broke the norm, and he felt a subtle unease in his heart, which vanished before he could grasp it. Fat Tiger was immersed in joy, while the people on the spiritual boat stood cautiously to one side, including senior brothers and sisters who had come with the old man. The atmosphere suddenly became strange, and the old man smiled. "Purple Spirit, you will enlighten these disciples. Do not let me down." "Yes, holy envoy." The respectful tone was mixed with endless joy, as if this task was of utmost sanctity. Purple Spirit curled her lips and took out a jade bell. The crisp sound of the bell spread around. The group of them became dazed, their consciousness scattered. "You are the children of the Holy Lord. Completing the tasks assigned by the Holy Lord will grant you the Holy Lord's blessings, cleanse your obsessions, and gain freedom of mind." Guze had only one thought in his mind. He is the child of the Holy Lord, and only by completing the tasks assigned by the Holy Lord can he live up to the others' expectations. Suddenly, his mother's figure appeared in his mind. No, he is his mother's child, not the child of the Holy Lord. His consciousness became clear in an instant, and he discreetly observed his surroundings, only to see the other children revealing fervent expressions. Suddenly, a sharp voice entered everyone's ears. "Whose child are you?" The bell began to move towards the girl with the best spiritual root. Without hesitation, she answered, "I am the child of the Holy Lord." Guze's heart leaped to his throat, as it then moved towards the boy with earth and with dual spiritual roots. The boy's expression gradually became sinister. "No, I am not the child of the Holy Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, Purple Spirit quickly made a hand gesture, and the crisp sound of the bell became even more melodious. The boy's expression gradually calmed. I am the child of the Holy Lord. I will not disappoint the Holy Lord's expectations. When it was his turn, Guze imagined the other as a delicious meat dish, and his gaze became eager. I am the child of the Holy Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he added in his heart, my father is Gudahu, and my mother is Lin Yangzi. I am their child. After the last disciple was successfully brainwashed, Purple Spirit softly said, you are the new disciples of the Holy Luo Hall. Your ultimate task is to relieve the Holy Lord's worries, eliminate the evil forces prodigies, and the treasures you obtain will be uniformly distributed by the Holy Envoy. Then she gritted her teeth and added, the evil forces include the Central Domain's Tianxuan Sect, the Divine Talisman Sect, the Southern Domain's 10,000 Sword Sect, the Joyous Union Sect, the 10,000 Buddha Sect, the Flame Domain's Artifact Array Sect, the Western Domain's Holy Pill Sect, and the Beastmaster Sect. Guze felt bitter in his heart. He hadn't even entered a proper sect and had instead become part of an antisocial group. He needed to find a way to escape. Just then, Purple Spirit handed each of them a bottle of pills. This is a reward from the Holy Lord for you. Taking it will create a closer connection with the Holy Lord. Guze looked at the bottle of pills, unsure whether to eat it or not, struggling internally. As he saw others taking it, Purple Spirit narrowed her eyes at him. After hesitating repeatedly, Guze swallowed it, wanting to roll it onto his tongue and keep it under his jaw. To his surprise, the pill melted as soon as it entered, startling him into quickly concentrating his spirit sense to check himself, only to see a worm egg residing in his heart. His heart sank to the bottom. If he could channel spiritual power, he could destroy the egg before it grew, and later find an opportunity to escape from here. Now with this worm egg as a constraint, he had to act with more caution. Just then, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. To relieve the Holy Lord's worries is his honor. He must cultivate diligently. Guze lowered his eyes. He seemed to know a way to deal with the worm egg. If his observation was correct, it might be the heart-enticing pill. The heart-enticing pill is a third-grade pill, with the main ingredient being the heart-enticing worm, which needs to be nourished with a cultivator's fragment of soul and blood. The larger the egg, the stronger the effect of confusing the mind, until the egg replaces the heart. Thinking of this disgusting thing being in his heart, Guze felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 7. The incident of Qi induction. Guze kept holding on to Fat Tiger's arm, and every time Fat Tiger showed an admiring look, he would pinch the soft flesh hard. By the end of today's brainwashing conference, Fat Tiger's entire arm was swollen. He even threw a tantrum, ruthlessly shaking Guze's hand off. Guze was in pain. He couldn't speak openly and felt suffocated. In their shared compartment, he saw Fat Tiger preparing to live with others. Fat Tiger, didn't you say we were the best partners? This was what Fat Tiger had personally told him before the spiritual root test. Fat Tiger's expression shifted from displeasure to hesitation, but in the end, he still chose to stay in the same compartment with him. While the immortal was meditating and cultivating, Guze gently patted the munching Fat Tiger awake, signaling him to be quiet. Fat Tiger looked unhappy, but Guze couldn't care less. He quickly took out ink and wrote, your father is the owner of Fragrant Full Building. Your mother is the owner of the cosmetics shop. You are their child. Fat Tiger mumbled to himself, my father is the owner of Fragrant Full Building. My mother is the owner of the cosmetics shop. I am their child. His expression shifted from dazed to pained, and Guze quickly covered his mouth to prevent him from making a sound. As Fat Tiger's consciousness gradually returned and his eyes became clear, he quickly wrote down the last sentence. They are not good people. We are on a pirate ship. Next, we need to find a way to escape. Before we escape, we must learn to disguise ourselves. Fat Tiger nodded vigorously, looking fearful. The next day, after everyone gathered, Purple Spirit began her brainwashing efforts again, not stopping until the spirit boat landed in a bamboo forest. The old man made a hand gesture, and an underground passage appeared before everyone. The old man led the way, with 4 people following behind, while they stood in the middle. At the end of the passage were dozens of caves, each housing dozens of cultivators, including some women. A man and a woman were engaged in the most primitive act, their rapid breathing echoing around, with the man uttering filthy words. The others in the cave revealed lewd expressions, occasionally commenting. After the 2 quickly finished, they did not give the woman time to react before welcoming the next man. The woman not only did not resist, but actively catered to the situation, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Guze frowned tightly. This chaotic scene and the degradation of humanity were worse than he had imagined. Fat Tiger almost cried out, but Guze quickly covered his mouth. This move successfully attracted the elder's attention, and Guzei's heart leaped to his throat as he trembled and released his hand. Fat Tiger's legs went weak, unable to move a step. The old man seemed oblivious and continued on until he reached the council hall, where Ziyun would teach the disciples to channel energy into their bodies for 2 months. Ziyun looked at the old man with a face full of reverence, then turned to them, saying, "Rest assured, Ziyun will complete the task." The incantation Ziyun taught was exactly the same as what he remembered, and since he had already channeled energy into his body, he could only pretend to comply and go through the motions. He and Fat Tiger attempted to incite their companions. After all, there was strength in numbers. But the effect was minimal, with only the girl with the heavenly spiritual root gradually regaining her clarity. "I have no father or mother. I am a beggar. And my companions often call me the ugly girl." The girl introduced herself without concern. Guzei felt a mix of emotions. Fortunately, he had parents. And although his mother did not treat him well, she did not withhold food from him and even allowed him to learn to read and write. Fat Tiger, on the other hand, was more emotional, tears welling in his eyes. Guzei wanted to comfort the ugly girl but didn't know where to start. He could only dryly say, "When the time comes to choose a master, you can ask the master for a name." The girl looked surprised and nodded seriously. Day by day, Fat Tiger and the ugly girl had channeled energy into their bodies, but he remained stagnant. Even Ziyun's personal guidance was of no use. As the deadline given by the old man approached, Ziyun became anxious, and Guzei was equally worried, as he still could not summon spiritual power after 3 months. Ziyun looked at him with resentment, and her words were filled with scorn, as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. The ugly girl and Fat Tiger also showed anxious expressions. After all, in this twisted place, lacking power meant a grim fate awaited him. When the old man arrived and saw that the disciples with dual fire and with spiritual roots had failed to channel energy, he became enraged. Ziyun had not completed the task assigned by the Holy Master and entered the punishment phase. As soon as he finished speaking, all the male cultivators in the cave rushed to attack Ziyun, as if she were an evil entity and they were the embodiment of justice. Afterward, they pulled out a large object and sprayed a yellow liquid at Ziyun, creating chaos at the scene. No one showed any pity towards the one on the ground. Their expressions cold, as if such things were perfectly normal. Ziyun protected her head with her hands, showing no desire to resist. Forced to endure the beatings and humiliation from others, Fat Tiger had turned his head away, unable to watch this scene, while the ugly girl did not even blink, whether out of ignorance or character. Guzei could not express the turmoil in his heart. If he had channeled energy like everyone else, Ziyun would not have to suffer this calamity. He wanted to drive away the assailants, but found himself powerless, forced to watch the scene unfold. Guilt, self-blame, and regret filled his heart. If only he had enough strength, he would sweep away all injustices in the world. He wanted to establish a correct moral view for them, to further seek their true selves, rather than become targets for everyone to bully. Bang! With a light sound, the effect of the absolute spirit herb completely dissipated, breaking the barrier of the chi refining 4th layer, and spiritual power surged in, activating the energy channeling technique on its own. His cultivation level rose at a visible speed, reaching the 1st layer of chi refining, then the 2nd layer, and finally completing the 3rd layer of chi refining. The old man laughed heartily. "I didn't expect my holy Luo Hall not only to produce a genius with a heavenly spiritual root, but also someone with exceptional comprehension." The old man defined this as an epiphany, while only Guzei knew it was simply the result of the absolute spirit herb's effect wearing off. Fat Tiger and the ugly girl also showed happy expressions for him. Once the surrounding people left, Guzei wanted to help Ziyun, but she stopped him with a harsh tone. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault that I couldn't complete the Holy Master's will. I have let down the Holy Envoy's expectations for me." Guzei's hand froze in midair, and he couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. He thought she was angry due to the physical and mental humiliation, but when the most real scene unfolded before him, he realized she was beyond saving. Just like him, Fat Tiger and the ugly girl were gradually being assimilated by the distorted moral views here. At that moment, he had only one belief in his heart: to take Fat Tiger and the ugly girl away from this place. Chapter 8. Escape the next morning. The flustered Ziling returned to this place, exclaiming, "Holy Envoy, something's wrong." Guzei was about to listen closely when he noticed the old man had cast a prohibition, making the wall between them feel like a distance of thousands of miles. He didn't know what had happened, only that the old man had gathered everyone in the cave. They split into 10 groups and began to leave this place. Guze and Fat Tiger felt a surge of joy. Clearly, this was their chance to escape from this cage. Their group consisted of more than 20 people, and fortunately, Fat Tiger, the ugly girl, and he were all in this group, along with a young boy named Wang Quan. As they moved forward, during a break, the three tried to awaken Wang Quan's consciousness, planning to escape together. Wang Quan looked incredulous, saying, "You actually chose to betray the Holy Master. You are sinners of the Holy Luo Hall." Fat Tiger quickly covered his mouth, preventing him from making a sound and disturbing the men and women engaged in primal activities. After much persuasion, they managed to convince him. And just as the three felt everything was going smoothly, Wang Quan found the leader. Guze, Fat Tiger, and the ugly girl have betrayed the Holy Master. Please punish them, my lord. Fat Tiger was furious, and the ugly girl also wore an angry expression. Guze quickly bowed deeply, saying, "My lord, please do not listen to his slander. Our loyalty to the Holy Master is as clear as day." Fat Tiger followed suit, unbeknownst to you. Wang Quan is jealous of our talents and wants to use your hands to eliminate us. The ugly girl recounted, 10 days ago. He even questioned Ziling's favoritism towards us, and 5 days ago, he insulted us. The leader then slapped Wang Quan, sending him flying several meters away. If you cause any more trouble, you will be subjected to 1,000 cuts. The three of them finally relaxed their tense hearts and couldn't help but mock Wang Quan a few times, solidifying his guilt. They also welcomed the supervision of a Foundation establishment cultivator, and their escape plan had to be put on hold. Day by day, as they passed through the Flame City, they encountered an opportunity, as the city was about to hold the Fire Element Festival once every 100 years. All the proud children of heaven would come here to join the festivities. And the leader was so excited to see the 99th ranked cultivator on the Holy Luo list that he could hardly move. This cultivator was Zhao Xianyi, the closing disciple of the Spirit Peak Sword Immortal, said to possess a natural sword bone, and had only reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. The leader assigned the four of them the task of taking advantage of the chaos to steal the other's storage bag, and then quickly head to the ambush site. Guze guaranteed confidently, "Rest assured, my lord, we will complete the task. We will complete the task. We will complete the task." Fat Tiger, the ugly girl, and Wang Quan all promised. Guze, the ugly girl, and Fat Tiger exchanged glances and quickly rushed into the crowd. The three of them intuitively headed in different directions, having already left Wang Quan behind. The Foundation establishment cultivator following them initially frowned, but then seemed to have imagined something and allowed them to act independently. He rushed straight to his destination, locking his gaze firmly on Zhao Xuanyi. After waiting for a long time without seeing Guze and the others, his expression suddenly changed. Guze and the others had agreed to gather at the largest tavern. He first saw the figure of the ugly girl, followed closely by the figure of Fat Tiger. Once gathered, the three stepped out from the south gate of Yanhua City and headed north. After several days, just as they were feeling exhausted, they detected the presence of a male Foundation building cultivator within their spiritual awareness. The three's hearts instantly rose to their throats, and they gritted their teeth to split into 3 directions. Unsurprisingly, the opponent was heading towards the ugly girl. Guze hesitated for a moment, but still chose to rush towards the ugly girl, encountering Fat Tiger along the way. Guze revealed a helpless smile. The two moved quickly while communicating about various situations that might occur next and their countermeasures. Guze frowned tightly. The more they advanced, the denser the spiritual energy became, with the endless mountains stretching out of sight. Seeing him stop, Fat Tiger showed a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, Guze? What if we arrive late?" and the ugly girl. He didn't finish his sentence, but Guze understood. He calmed himself and said seriously, "Fat Tiger, listen closely. If my observation is correct, this place is the Qingyuan mountain range, where even the weakest demon beasts could take our lives. Are you still going in?" Fat Tiger's expression grew serious. On one side was a companion he had been with day and night, and on the other was an unknown danger. He was momentarily unsure how to choose. Guze shared the same concerns, but he had already made his decision. He had to find the ugly girl. Fat Tiger gritted his teeth. "I'll go find the ugly girl." The two quickly reached a consensus and advanced according to the guidance of the eggs in their bodies. Thinking of the eggs, Guze couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never expected that something that had subtly destroyed their minds would one day play such a significant role. "Fat Tiger, don't touch those light yellow flowers." Guze, leading the way, reminded the person behind him. Fat Tiger glanced at the flowers tucked at his waist and quickly discarded them, saying, "Don't worry, I won't touch them." The words touch were said in a very low tone. Normally, Guze would have noticed something odd. But now, his entire focus was on forging ahead, so he didn't detect the unnaturalness in Fat Tiger's tone. When they finally stepped out of that area, Guze breathed a sigh of relief. The yellow flowers they had just passed were beast-attracting flowers, the main ingredient for making beast-attracting powder. It had a deadly allure for demon beasts, and he truly feared that some low-tier demon beasts would frolic in the flower grove, turning the two of them into their prey. After just 2 hours of walking, Guze sensed something was wrong. The roars of demon beasts in the forest shook him to his core. Fat Tiger's legs trembled uncontrollably, and Guze urgently shouted, "Run!" However, a massive creature closely followed behind them, accompanied by numerous demon beasts of various sizes. At this moment, Guze also realized, "Fat Tiger, did you touch the beast-attracting flowers?" "What beast-attracting flowers?" "I don't know." Fat Tiger replied with a trembling voice. "The light yellow flowers. Didn't I just remind you?" Guze raised his voice. Fat Tiger realized at this moment, "I'm sorry." His tone was filled with guilt, as if trying to break free from the constraints of his body. Guze took a deep breath and quickly thought of countermeasures, but after a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. Misfortunes never come singly. Just a short distance later, he saw the foundation-building male cultivator teaching the ugly girl a lesson. The ugly girl's small body was sent flying several meters, and not far away was a steep cliff. Guze's heart leaped to his throat. Before he could react, he was met with the male cultivator's assault, while Fat Tiger's cries echoed through the sky. "Daring to betray the Holy Master, killing you 10,000 times wouldn't be too much." The fierce voice and sharp fists made Guze truly fear that the opponent, in a fit of rage, would kill all three of them, and his mind raced to think of a countermeasure. Chapter 9. Contract with the Heavenly Eagle. "Fat Tiger, toss your robe to him." Guze moved his body and whispered in Fat Tiger's ear. Fat Tiger instantly understood the key and hurriedly threw his outer robe and shoes to the opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Guze used the binding technique. Several vines emerged from the ground and quickly bound the opponent's hands and feet. Fat Tiger's shoes just happened to hang near the opponent's mouth, while the robe was draped around his waist. Guze quickly pulled Fat Tiger up and moved towards the ugly girl, the roars of demon beasts echoing in their ears. At that moment, he saw the ugly girl looking terrified, continuously retreating. Guze shouted, "Ugly girl, don't move." But it was still too late. One of her feet had already stepped into the void, about to fall into the cliff. In a critical moment, Guze leaped forward and tightly grasped the ugly girl's wrist. His lower body made contact with the ground, and fortunately, Fat Tiger held onto his feet, preventing them both from falling into the abyss. "Ugly girl, don't let go. I'll use my strength to toss you up." After saying that, he gathered spiritual energy in his right arm, gradually building up power, while the ugly girl's body arched in a parabolic curve. His body involuntarily shifted slightly forward, his upper half completely suspended in the air. Fat Tiger screamed, inadvertently letting go, and his body began to slide down. Guze's spiritual awareness scanned and found several wind rabbits gnawing at Fat Tiger's thigh. Meanwhile, the foundation-building male cultivator was battling a beast that was neither a leopard nor a tiger. The wind blades ruthlessly cut through his skin, causing him to tremble in pain, and he quickly summoned a robe to cover himself. The robe transformed to an appropriate size in an instant, and he took the opportunity to conjure a protective shield of spiritual energy to avoid being cut by the wind blades. Guze smiled bitterly. He feared this time he would be in serious trouble and wondered if Fat Tiger and the ugly girl could escape safely. Just as he was worried about the two, a giant tree appeared in his sea of consciousness, rooting itself in the cliff. Guze quickly cast the binding technique. A vine made of spiritual energy appeared on the cliff. Gripping the vine tightly, Guze swung it to the left, and at its maximum swing, he jumped and firmly grasped the branches of the giant tree. Just then, a pair of round, big eyes suddenly opened, staring at him with hostility, emanating a pressure that made him feel as if blood was seeping from his 5 organs. Before him was a pitch-black black eagle. Guze clenched his mouth tightly to prevent any blood from flowing out. As both sides were at a standstill, the black eagle spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. "Human cultivator, I see your deep feelings and loyalty. If you agree to one condition, I can ensure your safety." Guze contemplated for a moment and replied, "Please state your condition, senior. If I can do it, I will do my utmost." "This is something you can accomplish." After saying that, The black eagle pulled out a young eagle from its abdomen and continued, "Sign a fair contract with my son, the heavenly eagle, and take care of him for 100 years. The young eagle's round eyes were full of curiosity about the outside world. Guzei's heart softened. "I agree to your request, Senior. Please help me out of this predicament." The black eagle was not verbose. It directly picked him up and soared downwards with great speed. When they landed on the ground, the black eagle cast a spell, and a complex pattern surrounded him and the heavenly eagle. A drop of essence blood involuntarily oozed from his brow and entered the young eagle's body. As the power of the contract emerged in his sea of consciousness, both the human and the eagle felt an extraordinary closeness, as if they had known each other for years. Guzei solemnly promised, "Heavenly eagle, from now on, we will venture together in the cultivation world." The young eagle affectionately nudged his palm, and just then, there was a rustling sound, and a half-human high object was pulled out from the black eagle's abdomen. The young eagle grabbed a fruit first and began to chew it. "I hope these items will be of some help to you." As soon as the words fell, it turned its gaze towards the young eagle. The complex gaze made Guzei's heart tremble involuntarily. Before he could speculate, he saw the other person's figure instantly transform into countless points of light and disappear from sight. The young eagle displayed a helpless expression, tears welling up in its eyes. Guzei gently stroked the down on the young eagle's body, saying, "From now on, I will be your family." He couldn't bear to tell the young eagle that its mother had already returned to the earth, nourishing the heavenly way. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Guzei began to examine the items on the ground. Half a person's height in objects, spiritual fruits accounted for the majority. The eagle and the man began to distribute the items. When they finished, Guzei had collected more than 100 talismans, 1 formation disc, 1 map, 1 book, and several hundred fruits that replenished spiritual power. Guzei placed the young eagle's items in a storage bag and hung it around its neck, then started to study the book. The book appeared yellowed overall, looking old and worn from a distance, making one reluctant to look at it a second time. What caught his attention was that this book was impervious to water and fire. Guzei held it in his hands, scrutinizing it, but after half a day of study, he gained nothing. Gritting his teeth, he forced a drop of essence blood from his brow, allowing the blood to seep into the book. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the book transformed into a beam of golden light that entered his sea of consciousness, where the golden light morphed into rows of text, merging with his soul. The pain in his consciousness caused him to fall into a faint, and just before losing consciousness, he heard the young eagle's cries. When he finally absorbed all the information from the book, Guzei's heart raced wildly. The book was titled Heavenly Fire Technique, a fire-based mental method suitable for cultivators with a fire spiritual root purity of over 90%. While absorbing spiritual energy, it could also refine the spiritual root. Unlike techniques, a cultivator can only choose one mental method in their lifetime, apart from the qi-inducing technique. Thus, the choice of a mental method is of utmost importance in cultivation. Although he did not know the rank of the Heavenly Fire Technique, just its ability to refine the spiritual root and enhance its purity hinted at the extraordinary nature of this mental method. Guzei's feelings were extremely complex. He had both fire and wood spiritual roots, and if he wanted to cultivate this mental method, he would need to completely sever his wood spiritual root. Throughout history, apart from the legendary spirit cleansing grass, which can remove spiritual roots through the creation of heaven and earth, he truly did not know of any other method. Withdrawing his consciousness from the sea of consciousness, when he opened his eyes, he saw the young eagle lying on him, shedding tears that soaked his robe. Guzei rubbed the young eagle's head and said, "We will set off shortly." After saying that, he took out the holy canon of alchemy from his storage bag and performed a blood sacrifice on it. Unlike the previous book, the holy canon of alchemy resided within the sea of consciousness and did not dissipate. After completing these tasks, Guzei held the young eagle close and used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Amidst the chaotic vegetation, he spotted several fruit trees. The fruits glowed with a green light, each about the size of a thumb, while a lake was visible 100 meters away from the fruit trees. Several silver fish jumped out of the lake, appearing in his line of sight, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. He quickly summoned his short knife, sprinting forward. But in his eagerness to eat, he overlooked the concealed python skin hidden among the foliage. Chapter 10. Killing the giant python. Guzei rolled up his pant legs and approached the edge of the lake, channeling spiritual energy into his short knife, swiftly catching silver fish. Just as he thought he had enough for both him and the eagle to have a hearty meal, Ripples began to stir on the lake's surface. His body began to sink uncontrollably, and he quickly held his breath. Instinctively, he threw the young eagle into the air. The lake water engulfed his body, and the icy sensation jolted him. What came into view were dark scales and a pair of blood-red eyes. His body was ensnared by a massive tail, and he desperately waved his short knife, but inflicted no substantial damage. His brain raced, and at that moment, he saw the creature open its gaping maw, swallowing him whole. Guze instinctively summoned a defensive talisman, and a golden light shield enveloped him as he moved down the creature's throat to its belly. The foul odor made him nauseous, and the slime in the belly continuously corroded the light shield. As blood flooded around him, Guze frantically threw talismans at the creature's 7-inch mark, causing a thunderous explosion. It was a classic case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while suffering 8,000 in return. He was jostled around, his body swaying uncontrollably. His vision filled with golden light, and dizziness struck him. Fortunately, the foul smell kept reminding him of his predicament, preventing him from losing consciousness and becoming the giant python's nourishment. Guze bit down hard on his tongue, the pain snapping his thoughts back. While summoning talismans, he consumed spiritual fruits to restore his energy. After struggling for a long time without breaking free, he noticed his talismans were nearly exhausted. Guze narrowed his eyes and quickly formulated a strategy. Since he couldn't break through at the 7-inch mark, he chose to swim against the current. Without hesitation, he held his breath and summoned several spiritually rich fruits from his storage bag, crushing them. The juice from the fruits spread across his robe, and the sweet aroma enveloped him, disguising him as if he had been burned by the slime and turned into nourishment. Suddenly, a blood-red vortex appeared, and an intense suction force pulled him in. He gave up struggling, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the giant python's dantian. A fire-red demon core radiated dazzling light, situated right in the center of the dantian. Guze summoned a drop of essence blood, allowing it to seep into the demon core. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the chi-inducing technique, and the demon core zoomed into the dantian, continuously supplying him with spiritual energy that caused him pain. With a soft bang, the barrier of the 4th level of chi refinement shattered. The dantian expanded slightly. In a moment, the dantian was enveloped by rich spiritual energy. Guze utilized his spiritual sense to guide the energy to break through the barrier of the 5th level of chi refinement. Just at a critical moment, he was jolted violently, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Guze's face darkened, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. He thought it was impossible for him to be thrown out of the dantian. He sealed his 5 senses and focused on operating the chi-inducing technique to refine the demon core. The mental method revolved for 1 cycle, 10 cycles, 100 cycles. He lost track of how many cycles had passed, only vaguely hearing 2 soft bangs. When his consciousness returned, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of chi refinement. Seeing this, Guze no longer sat idle. He affixed all his defensive talismans onto himself, detonated the formation disc, and quickly threw out talismans. With a thunderous roar, the giant python's corpse was instantly torn apart, and the shockwave caused him to vomit blood violently. The lake's surface erupted with ripples, and blood spread from the lake's bottom, while his body continued to sink to the lake's depths. Though he lost talismans and the formation disc, he managed to preserve his life. He quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. When his injuries had mostly healed, he headed straight for the giant python's lair. After all, it was a giant python that had condensed into a demon core, evidently at the Foundation establishment stage, and had been guarding this place for a long time. He didn't believe it would be empty of treasures. Following the foul odor, he swam forward and soon saw a white barrier appear ahead. Guze cautiously stepped inside. What came into view was a radiant spiritual herb, surrounded by rich red color. Guze suppressed his excitement and carefully pulled it out, placing it into his storage bag. This herb was called insect bone grass, a tier 3 spiritual herb and one of the main ingredients for refining insect extermination pills, which were the nemesis of insect eggs. Anyone who touched it would surely die. With a significant threat neutralized, Guze felt a sense of relief. After confirming there were no other items, he used magic to salvage the giant python's corpse and placed it in his storage bag. After all, he was currently a poor young man, and with this monster meat, beast bones, and snake gall, he should be able to exchange them for some spirit stones for his use. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Guze quickly swam upstream, and when he broke through the lake's surface, he saw the young eagle flying by the lakeside. occasionally lightly touching the water. The other party was clearly looking for him. Guze quickly stepped onto the shore, and the young eagle swooped down into his arms. He took out the giant python meat from the storage bag, cleaned it, and cut it into small pieces of equal size, skewering them with wooden sticks. He picked up some dry wood in the valley, gathered a flame with a hand gesture, and without hesitation, threw it onto the dry wood. The flame collided with the beast meat, making crackling sounds. The aroma spread throughout the valley, and Guze's stomach began to grumble. The young eagle was salivating uncontrollably. Guze smiled faintly. This skill was something he learned while following his father into the mountains. He remembered telling his father, "Next time, let me be the one to start the fire and roast the meat." Little did he know that the next time would be with the young eagle by his side. He steadied his mind and placed the roasted meat on a large leaf. The young eagle, too anxious to care about the heat, quickly grabbed a piece and put it in its mouth. It hopped around, burning its mouth, yet it refused to let go of the food. Guze, disregarding his master's teachings, took big bites of the roasted meat, which transformed into pure spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian, solidifying his cultivation further. After eating and drinking his fill, he explored the valley but felt his heart sink. The valley was surrounded by mountains, and unless he and the young eagle had extraordinary luck, leaving this place would be impossible. Once he calmed down, he thought there must be a way out. Otherwise, the senior black eagle wouldn't have placed them at the bottom of the valley. There must be something he overlooked. Looking at the calm lake surface, could the way out be here? If so, he could hold his breath to avoid choking on the water. But how could the young eagle safely leave? After thinking for a long time and coming up empty, he communicated with the young eagle in his mind. "Wait for me here, I'll explore the bottom of the lake." The little one nodded vigorously, clearly understanding his words. Seeing this, Guze jumped down, focusing his consciousness to the utmost, and a white halo caught his attention. The halo flickered, and without close observation, he could easily miss it. Guze gathered his strength and moved towards the halo, and as he got closer, he couldn't help but curl his lips in a smile. Chapter 11. River Clam. Before him was a half-human tall river clam. Under its pure white meat was a pearl the size of an eye. The pearl emitted a white halo that flickered in sync with the clam's opening and closing. Guze cautiously approached, wanting to take the pearl by surprise and pocket it. The pearl had the effect of repelling water, allowing the young eagle to move freely at the bottom of the lake. Just as his hand touched the pearl, before he could gather his strength, the river clam shot out several water arrows and began to close its shell. Guze quickly formed a barrier of spiritual energy to evade the water arrow's attack. He withdrew his hand quickly, and just as he reached the edge of the clam shell, he heard a soft thud as the shell closed tightly. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, reaching deep into his soul. Enduring the intense pain, Guze concentrated his spiritual energy in his right palm, skillfully stirring up chaos inside the clam shell, gradually chewing the clam meat to bits. The clam's wails intertwined with the sounds of the stirred water, resembling ghostly cries, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing that the clam still wouldn't let go and the barrier of spiritual energy was fading, Guze's eyes turned cold. He made a hand gesture inside the shell and silently recited the fireball incantation. With his left hand, he summoned a dagger. Flames burned within the clam shell, while the outside met the sound of the dagger scraping against the shell. Unable to bear it any longer, the clam voluntarily opened its shell, and Guze reached forward, grabbing the pearl in his hand. However, his wrist was exposed with deep white bone showing, and blood flowed down his arm. His palm bore marks of being burned by the flames. After securing the pearl, Guze began to gather his strength again, stirring up chaos inside the clam shell until the clam finally perished. Just as he moved the shell to store it in his bag, a whirlpool spread from where the clam resided, and it seemed to be covered by mud. Guze quickly placed the clam shell back, swimming rapidly to the shore. "Little one, I found a way out," he said, handing the pearl to the young eagle and placing it against its tongue. "We need to leave quickly." Guze cradled it in his arms, and the young eagle showed a reluctant expression, staring intently in one direction. Guze turned to look, rubbed the young eagle's head, and said, "When you can spread your wings and fly high, we will come back." The young eagle nodded solemnly, tightly closing its eyes as tears fell uncontrollably. Guze felt a complex mix of emotions, this scene reminding him of when he left the small mountain village. He collected his scattered thoughts, leaped down to the location of the Eye of the Wind. He stored the clam shell in his bag, gathered a barrier of spiritual energy, held the young eagle tightly, and plunged into the eye of the wind. The fierce wind blades cut through the barrier of spiritual energy, and the formations on his robe shattered one after another. The relentless wind tore at his robe, exposing blood-stained marks. Guze bent down, enduring the immense pain to protect the young eagle. The young eagle, sensing his suffering, tried to peek out, but he pressed it back down with a hand. The young eagle had just been born and couldn't withstand the cutting of the wind blades. Agreeing to the senior black eagle was secondary. What mattered most was the young eagle's companionship, making him feel he was not alone in the cultivation world. He continued until his spiritual energy was exhausted, and pain shot through his dantian, the wind blades gradually weakening, before he finally fell into unconsciousness. This was the limit of his endurance. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when his consciousness returned, he sensed a sweet taste in his mouth. Opening his eyes, he saw the young eagle struggling to pry his jaw open, feeding him fruits. He realized he was on a large rock. "Thank you for your hard work, little one," he said, swallowing the spiritual fruit voluntarily and looking around. Before him was a river, long and narrow, with water that alternated between rushing and calm. Guze's mind instantly recalled the Qingyuan River in the central domain, which flowed through the eastern domain. He took out a partial map of the Tianxuan continent from his storage bag to observe, finally confirming that they were undoubtedly at the Qingyuan River. This map was something he found among the senior black eagle's belongings, casually tossed into his storage bag, and he didn't expect it to be useful so soon. He recalled the route they took into the Qingyuan mountain range, and combining it with the map, he determined the nearest city was Qingyuan City. Guze wasted no time. After recovering his spiritual energy, he held the young eagle and quickly swam to the shore. He headed straight for Qingyuan City, and as soon as he arrived, he saw a wall 3 zhang high. There were 4 guards at the city gate. Guze used the spirit observation technique he had learned not long ago to probe. He found that all 4 guards were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Remembering that he was only at the 6th layer of qi refining, he felt a sense of pride, but then he scolded himself for his arrogance. In an instant, his eyes cleared, and all his pride was reined in. He became more restrained, and his demeanor reflected a calm and composed quality. Since he had been lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice that entering the city required a payment of 10 low-grade spirit stones. "You need to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones to obtain an entry token," the guard said sternly. Guze snapped back to reality, and realizing he had no spirit stones, his face flushed red. "Can I exchange beast meat for an entry token?" Guze's voice grew quieter. "No, that doesn't comply with the entry rules. However, you can exchange for spirit stones at the grocery store in the east of the city." The guard's voice remained serious, but he could sense the goodwill behind it. Guze quickly left, heading towards the east of the city. At this time, 2 cultivators, one fat and one thin, swiftly exited the group and discreetly followed him. Guze was completely unaware, thinking that the people behind him were just passing by. When he reached a hilly area, he suddenly felt a sharp wind from behind. His heart leaped to his throat, and he quickly dodged to the side. "Kid, hand over your storage bag, and my brother, and I might spare your life." The fat cultivator's eyes shone with a fierce light, and his words were filled with threats. "Why waste words with him, big brother? This tender little thing is better caught alive for our brothers to enjoy." The thin, monkey-like cultivator's eyes revealed lewd intentions as he scanned Guze from top to bottom. Guze was extremely angry, but one was at the peak of qi refining while the other was at the mid-stage, making them more than capable of dealing with him. He could only rely on his wits. Thinking of this, Guze pretended to be terrified, saying, "Fellow cultivators, let me go, and I will hand over my storage bag right now." As soon as he finished speaking, the two became even more brazen. After all, he was just over 7 years old. Although he had reached the 6th level of qi refining, there were many like him in the cultivation world. The two relaxed their expressions, and seeing this, Guze pretended to throw the storage bag, but actually summoned his binding technique. Several vines shot up from the ground, tightly binding the two, and what surprised him was the young eagle's actions. In Chapter 12, Job Hunting, the eagle flapped its wings, pecking fiercely at the fat cultivator's face. Its sharp beak jabbed directly into the fat cultivator's eyes, and blood flowed down his cheeks. Taking advantage of this, Guze infused spiritual power into his short knife, leaping towards the thin monkey cultivator's dantian. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, a sudden change occurred. The fat cultivator broke free from the vines, covering his eyes with one hand and grabbing the young eagle's neck with the other. Guze's movements paused, and he quickly changed direction, throwing a fireball technique at the opponent. The opponent hurried to dodge, losing balance. Taking this opportunity, Guze bent his knees, infused spiritual power into his legs, and slid forward. When he reached the opponent's groin, he didn't hesitate to strike with his short knife. Ah! A painful wail echoed through the air as the opponent clutched his groin. Seeing that the young eagle was unharmed, Guze slid out from the opponent's groin to his back, raising his short knife to stab at the opponent's dantian. A roar came from behind. Die, you little brat. A fierce wind was about to strike, and Guze sidestepped, sliding in front of the fat cultivator and unleashing a powerful palm strike. The opponent staggered back 2 steps, involuntarily spitting blood from his mouth. Looking down at the long sword in his chest, his eyes widened in disbelief. The thin monkey cultivator was even more shocked and quickly retreated. Big brother, I didn't do it on purpose. With a face full of hatred, he shouted, It's all your fault. I'm going to kill you to avenge my brother. Saying this, he directly transformed his spiritual power into a giant sword and charged at Guze. Guze communicated with the young eagle in his sea of consciousness, telling it to keep its distance to avoid the aftermath. Both were at the 6th level of chi refining, and the opponent's strikes were lethal, with fierce methods and spells, occasionally throwing out several talismans. His attacking methods were singular, continuously retreating. As his brain raced, the young eagle shot out a bolt of lightning. The opponent's hair stood on end, momentarily stunned. Guze wanted to directly choke the opponent to death, but he could only aim for the dantian. Just as he was about to strike, the thin monkey cultivator suddenly jolted, quickly kneeling and begging for mercy. Little friend, it was my brother and I who were blind. Please give me a chance to reform. His short knife only clipped a strand of the opponent's hair, and just then, the opponent suddenly stood up. Guze felt a sense of foreboding and quickly dodged, the long sword slicing through his arm, blood dripping to the ground. The young eagle let out a low cry and released another bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, Guze pierced the opponent's dantian. Rotating the knife handle inside the opponent's cultivation visibly weakened, blood gushing from his mouth. Guze withdrew the short knife, and the opponent breathed his last. He put the storage bag away, raised his hand to seal the spell, and without hesitation, threw out 2 fireballs, instantly turning the 2 into ashes. Inside the 2 storage bags, there were only 30 low-grade spirit stones, and the other items were women's undergarments and cloaks, all mundane. Guze was greatly disappointed, but considering that even a cultivator without any money was robbing others, he figured they couldn't be too wealthy. He quickly performed a cleansing spell and headed to a grocery store in the east of the city while reflecting. Ultimately, it was his nervousness that made him forget the principle of not flaunting wealth. If it weren't for the eagle's help, he might have been killed or skinned. Seeing the already unconscious young eagle made him feel guilty. If he had been more cautious, he could have avoided this calamity. As he walked, he arrived at the east of the city and saw a grocery store in front of him. Guze took a rough look. The items were haphazardly piled up, making it hard to navigate. Clearing his throat, he called out, Is anyone there? Receiving no answer, he called out twice more. Who is calling? I'm here. A voice suddenly responded, and a clattering sound followed, the sound of items falling. The person appeared disheveled, wearing tattered clothes and grass shoes, looking very much like an old beggar. Senior, I would like to sell some items. Guze stated his intention directly. The old man opened his eyes, squinting. Oh, let me take a look. Guze took out python meat, clam shells, and beast bones from his storage bag and placed them on the trading table. 300 low-grade spirit stones, he said, placing the spirit stones on the table. Guze put the spirit stones into his storage bag and quickly left using his light body technique. The line entering the city still resembled a long dragon. When it was Guze's turn, he saw the guard show a surprised expression, quickly taking the spirit stones and handing him the city entry permit. The prosperity inside the city formed a stark contrast to the outside, leaving Guze momentarily at a loss. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to look for a job to solve his basic needs. As he walked, he noticed a spirit herb shop was hiring miscellaneous workers. As soon as he stepped in, a pretty maid warmly said, "Little friend, what spirit herb do you wish to purchase?" "I'm here to apply for the miscellaneous worker position," Guze replied respectfully. Hearing this, the maid's smile widened. "Please follow me to the back." When they arrived, the maid warmly welcomed him and even moved a stool for him to sit down. Just as he sat down, the maid's voice came. "Our miscellaneous workers mainly sort spirit herbs, and the pay is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. However, New workers inevitably make mistakes. So a deposit of 30 low-grade spirit stones is required. Guzhe frowned, hesitant. The pay was indeed not low, and he urgently needed a job to address his basic needs. Seeing him hesitate, the maid continued, "Little friend, don't worry. If you can work for a month, the deposit will be returned along with your pay." Upon hearing this, Guzhe felt relieved and handed over 30 low-grade spirit stones. The maid smiled even brighter. "The manager is not in the shop right now, so please come back in a quarter of an hour. Once the manager confirms, you can start working here." Guzhe was confused but could only bow and leave. After wandering around the city for an hour, when he re-entered the inner hall, an old man was already waiting there. The old man smiled. "Little friend, to become a shop assistant, you need to wear the shop's uniform." Guzeshin's heart gradually sank. Without clothing, what should he do? "Little Taoist, you can pay 580 low-grade spirit stones, and this old man will have someone make you a complete outfit." The old man took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "I don't want to hire a servant anymore. Please return 30 low-grade spirit stones to me." The steward stood up, produced a recording jade, and the content clearly showed him talking with the maid. "The deposit must be fulfilled for a month before it can be returned to you," the old man said earnestly. Chapter 13. Buying tickets. Guzhe wanted to argue, but he saw the old man wave his sleeve, and two burly male cultivators approached him with unfriendly expressions. Guzhe suppressed his anger and stepped out of the spirit herb shop, realizing he had been deceived out of 30 low-grade spirit stones. He turned back and took a deep look at the shop, vowing to seek justice for himself when his cultivation became strong in the future. Wandering aimlessly, he arrived at a tavern and heard a commotion. "Get lost, you poor beggars. I don't have spirit stones to spare for you." Someone waved their sleeve in disdain while driving them away. Guzhe looked up and saw a slightly plump figure, dressed in tattered robes that barely covered them. Their hair was disheveled, and their face was stained with dirt. They were limping and begging for food. Guzhe initially didn't want to get involved until he heard the pitiful voice that felt strangely familiar, increasingly resembling a figure in his mind. "Fat Tiger?" Guzhe hurried forward, asking uncertainly. The person trembled all over, dropping the broken bowl they held, and began to tug at their hair. Upon seeing him, tears welled up in their eyes. "Woo-woo, I thought I was hallucinating, seeing my good buddy." They then sat down on the ground, crying uncontrollably, muttering, "It's all my fault. I didn't catch him," causing him to fall off the cliff. While recounting the story, they kept hitting themselves. Guzhe's heart was tugged. He quickly reassured, "Fat Tiger, it's me, Guzhe. I'm not dead. Take a good look." Hearing this, Fat Tiger stopped crying and carefully examined him. Then he pinched his thigh. "It's not a dream. It's really you, Guzhe." His expression turned to one of joy mixed with tears as he held onto Guzhe's arm tightly, leaving two dark handprints on Guzhe's white robe. Guzhe frowned. This is not a place to talk. He signaled for Fat Tiger to follow him and casually cast a cleaning spell on him. As they moved forward, he didn't hear any footsteps behind him. When he looked back, he saw Fat Tiger's legs were weak, and he could only walk by leaning against the wall. Guzhe quickly turned back, handed Fat Tiger a large piece of roasted meat and some spring water to help him regain strength, and applied some healing herbs on his thigh. Looking around and seeing no one passing by, he simply sat down on the ground. "Delicious. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten," Fat Tiger exclaimed while eating. Reflecting on it, is Ugly Girl still alive? His expression showed no abnormality, but there was a hint of fear in his tone that even he didn't notice. Fat Tiger paused his eating, looking dejected. "I don't know either. When I woke up, I was in a shabby cave, and the steward kicked me out when he saw me awake. Just before I fainted, I saw a few demon beasts running towards Ugly Girl's direction. I fear the worst." As soon as he finished speaking, tears began to fall involuntarily, and a sad atmosphere enveloped the two, until the young eagle in his arms suddenly moved, bringing him back to reality. No, if Fat Tiger was safe, it meant that some cultivator must have passed by and rescued him, placing him here. He almost let Fat Tiger lead him astray. Calming himself, he patted Fat Tiger's shoulder. "Fat Tiger, don't cry. Ugly Girl is likely still alive." "Really?" Fat Tiger raised his arm to wipe his tears. Guzhe nodded seriously, and Fat Tiger's emotions came and went quickly. He picked up the roasted meat again and devoured it like a starving ghost. At that moment, a team dressed in the uniform of the city lord's mansion entered, posting notices around the city gate. This action instantly attracted everyone's attention. The two squeezed into the crowd and saw that the notice stated that various sects would hold a recruitment ceremony in the central region in 1 month. Anyone of suitable age could participate. The crowd erupted in discussion. Fat Tiger asked in fear. It won't be another sacred. Guze quickly covered his mouth. Can't you see that it's the city lord's mansion personally posting the notice? This can't be fake. Upon hearing this, Fat Tiger happily danced around. But due to his excitement, he suddenly let out a wail. He tightly hugged his right leg, and his expression gradually became grotesque. Guze shook his head. This was indeed good news for the two of them, but how they would cross thousands of miles to reach their destination was another problem. At that moment, the crowd suddenly dispersed, all heading in one direction. Guze, puzzled, pulled Fat Tiger to follow closely. Upon arriving, he learned that they were there to buy boat tickets to the central region. For those of suitable age, a boat ticket cost 200 low-grade spirit stones. Guze's heart felt complicated. He currently had 300 low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, enough to buy one ticket. Fat Tiger, who could only beg on the streets, was clearly also penniless. As he contemplated whether to go to the east of the city to exchange spirit fruits for spirit stones, a shout caught his attention. Boat tickets! Boat tickets! Big sale! 2 tickets for 300 low-grade spirit stones. Don't miss out. As soon as the words fell, the stall was surrounded by people clamoring to buy. Guze quickly rushed forward, using his agile body to squeeze to the front, and saw that the boat tickets were exactly the same as those sold in the shop. He said seriously, I want 2 tickets to the central region. All right, little Taoist, if you confirm it's correct, then hand over the spirit stones. The seller replied. Guze carefully examined the tickets, confirming they were identical to those in the shop, and then handed over the spirit stones. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd, saying to Fat Tiger, we can go to the central region now, Fat Tiger. His tone couldn't hide his joy. Fat Tiger was even more excited than if he had found a rare treasure, examining the tickets as if he couldn't bear to let go. Good buddy, thank you. When I, Fat Tiger, become successful in the future, I won't forget this day. He reluctantly handed the boat tickets to Guze. You hold on to them for me. You know I still don't have a storage bag. Mentioning the storage bag reminded Guze of the 2 storage bags he had recently acquired. Fat Tiger, look what this is, he said, handing one to Fat Tiger and indicating for him to refine it. This moved Fat Tiger immensely. He was almost willing to climb a mountain of daggers or walk through a sea of flames for Guze. The two found a secluded spot in the city to sit and cultivate until 3 days later, when they would take the spirit boat to the central region to participate in the recruitment ceremony. 3 days later, when the two went to the ticket stall, they heard something they could hardly accept. 2 little Taoists, your boat tickets are from last month. The seller pointed at a red pattern and said, expired tickets will show this pattern once activated. Guze looked at the latest tickets and indeed saw no markings the size of a fingernail. The two left in despair, looking for the previous stall owner, only to find that the person had already vanished. Having just arrived in this city for less than half a month, they had been completely swindled of their money. And Guze's mind gradually became unstable. Chapter 14. The grocery store owner TSK. They really are 2 unlucky eggs. Guze looked up in surprise, and the instability of his heart was instantly dispelled by the interruption. Fat Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at himself and then at the other person, wondering how they looked even more like a beggar than he did. Guze felt something was off. Just as he was about to apologize on behalf of Fat Tiger, he heard a gritting voice from the newcomer. Little brat, do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? A gust of wind rushed in, and Fat Tiger received a slap on the back of his head, his eyes spinning in his sockets, nearly losing his balance. Guze quickly supported him, and when Fat Tiger regained his senses, he showed a look of fear, lowering his head and instinctively hiding behind Guze. Guze was speechless and clasped his hands together, hoping the elder would not blame them for Fat Tiger's offense. The person was the owner of the grocery store in the east of the city. He used the spirit exploration technique but couldn't discern the other's realm, which only indicated the person's unfathomable strength. I won't hold a grudge against a little brat. After saying this, the elder squinted slightly, revealing a glimmer in his eyes. You too. Tell me, why are you so intent on joining a sect? This question caught them off guard, and they fell into memories, unknowingly replying, I want to enhance my strength and protect the people around me. Fat Tiger, without any hesitation, declared, I want to taste all the delicacies of the world. As soon as Fat Tiger finished speaking, the elder's brows furrowed, his hair standing on end, clearly shocked. It should be known that once one establishes a foundation in the cultivation world, they would stop eating grains to maintain the purity of their body. Even the best spiritual food would have impurities left behind. If the elixirs could eliminate them, it would be fine, but if not, over time it would only accumulate more and more. Humph, not a child anymore. Your ambitions are quite grand. The grocery store owner sneered. You two have clearly missed this grand event. Why not do me a favor instead? Once the task is accomplished, someone will provide you with a place to settle. Gu Zitan hesitated, clearly scared of being deceived, while Fat Tiger instinctively asked, Really? You want to make us work for nothing? Humph, I am a man of my word. The elder replied. Once you two have made your decision, come find me at the grocery store in the east. As soon as he finished speaking, the person vanished, leaving Fat Tiger in awe. He couldn't believe someone could be more powerful than that old skinflint, the messenger. Looking at their situation, they were just struggling to get by. At worst, they would just be wasting their time. So, Gu Zitan and Fat Tiger quickly agreed and rushed to the grocery store in the east. Elder, we have made our decision. The old man revealed a knowing expression. You must deliver this item to the current leader of Tianxuan Sect. Remember, do not open it. He solemnly handed over a wooden box that was half a person tall, covered in intricate patterns, with layers of talismans affixed to it. Gu Zitan accepted it with both hands, intending to store it in his storage bag, only to see the elder show an awkward smile. This item cannot be stored in a storage bag. Use this cloth to wrap it. The cloth appeared plain on one side, but was covered in strange patterns on the other, occasionally flashing with golden light. Gu Zitan instantly felt the gravity of the situation. Whether to accept it or not was a dilemma. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger remained cheerful, his attitude as good as ever. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Zitan took the long cloth and wrapped the wooden box, slanting it on his back. Seeing this, the grocery store owner displayed a satisfied expression. This is a token. Remember, the wooden box must not be handed over to others. He then handed over a token engraved with the words Tianxuan Sect in large characters. Gu Zitan, not being knowledgeable, naturally didn't know who Qi Xiao was. He stored the token in his storage bag, and the two bowed, saying, We will not fail your trust. After saying this, they left without looking back, leaving only their silhouettes behind. Brother, do you think the elder is testing us? Fat Tiger looked at him seriously. Gu Zitan shook his head, unsure of what the elder was thinking, entrusting such an important item to them. After all, one of them was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 1st level. They seemed unreliable. Plus, they were crossing a domain. Who knew when they would reach Tianxuan Sect? They took 6 months to reach Baisha City, enduring hardships along the way. During this time, the young eagle had grown a bit, and its cultivation had reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. Fat Tiger's cultivation had also improved to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, Gu Zitan seemed to have hit a bottleneck. He meditated daily but showed no signs of advancement. Upon seeing the city gate of Baisha City, they coordinated well, taking down some low-level demon beasts and successfully entering the city. Fat Tiger, I want to buy some spiritual herbs to refine some medicinal powder for sale. Since the storage bag also contained some spirit stones belonging to Fat Tiger, he chose to consult him. Buy? I didn't expect my brother to know medicine. When we get rich in the future, I, Fat Tiger, will enjoy the good life with you. Gu Zitan smiled slightly. To be honest, he was really afraid that Fat Tiger would oppose it, but it seemed he had overthought it. Fat Tiger remained the same, having gone through so much. He was as sincere and kind as when they first met. The two headed to the market of Baisha City, wandering around the stalls. When they saw a stall with a purple essence grass, Gu Zitan hesitated. If he bought the spiritual herbs needed to refine the medicinal powder, he would inevitably miss out on the purple essence grass. But if he chose the purple essence grass, he wouldn't have enough to pay for the teleportation array. The purple essence grass was one of the main ingredients for refining the insect extermination pill, as rare as the insect bone grass. He knew this because it was recorded in the Holy Classic of Alchemy, which contained not only recipes and refining techniques, but also detailed descriptions of the spiritual herbs involved. What's wrong? Fat Tiger asked in a low voice. Gu Zitan directly used his divine sense to transmit. Remember I told you about the insect eggs? The 3rd stall on the left selling spiritual herbs has the main ingredient we need. Fat Tiger casually looked around. I see this stall has a good selection of spiritual herbs. Why not buy from here? I'll take care of the main ingredient. Saying this, he directly pulled Gu Zitan to the stall. Mister, how much do you sell this spiritual herb for? Fat Tiger smiled, displaying a flattering demeanor. The stall owner instantly brightened up. After all, it was the first time someone called him Mister. One 1st-level spiritual herb costs 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a 2nd-level one costs 30 low-grade spirit stones. Mister, if I buy the spiritual herbs needed to refine 10 portions of the soul confusion powder, Can you give me this purple essence grass? Fat Tiger was holding the purple essence grass. Its root and stem were small. If not for a faint trace of spiritual power surrounding it, it would look like any common weed. Only because you have a sweet tongue. It will cost a total of 500 low-grade spirit stones. The stall owner showed a pleased expression, as Guzitan was about to pay with spirit stones. He suddenly heard a delicate voice from behind. Chapter 15. Imprisonment disaster. It's him. He stole my storage bag. Guzitan turned around to see a girl in a luxurious robe, with a red birthmark on her forehead, pointing at the stall with an angry expression. As she glanced at the stall owner, he averted his gaze, clearly showing signs of guilt. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The stall owner suddenly pushed Fat Tiger, quickly tidied up the stall, and fled. Fat Tiger fell face first into the ground, his front teeth hitting the surface with a soft thud, his lips bleeding. He still tightly held onto the purple essence grass, covering it with his sleeve and storing it in his storage bag. Guzitan rushed to help him, only to see Fat Tiger grinning at him, blood dripping from his mouth, looking like a monster that devours people. Capture these two brats and lock them up in the city lord's dungeon for a thorough interrogation, the girl ordered arrogantly to those behind her. Just as Guzitan and Fat Tiger were about to explain, they were forcibly silenced by the guards, who dragged them to the dungeon. The guards, with serious expressions, said, "Hand over your storage bags, packages, and spirit beasts obediently, or you will suffer the consequences." Guzitan displayed a defiant expression, tightly grasping the package behind him without letting go. The guards saw that the two were uncooperative and forcibly imprisoned them. Without further ado, they took away the packages, storage bags, and the young hawk behind them. Soon, a strong wind swept from behind, and he and Fat Tiger rushed toward the dungeon, followed by the sound of the door locking. Guze's face darkened, and seeing his expression, Fat Tiger covered his swollen mouth with both hands to comfort him. "Brother, it doesn't matter where we stay. Look, this place still shields us from the wind and rain, much better than being up in a tree." The other party's mouth moved as he spoke, but without two front teeth to support it, he sounded winded, causing the guards outside to laugh frequently. Guze, however, couldn't laugh at all, only feeling deep heartache. He gestured for Fat Tiger to sit down and drew upon his wooden spirit power from his dantian to perform a healing technique. The originally swollen face was gradually improving, and the bleeding from the gums had stopped. The two of them sat down on the ground, with Fat Tiger looking remorseful. "It's all my fault for trying to take shortcuts. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten caught up in this mess." Guze shook his head, showing a disapproving expression. Even without Fat Tiger's scheming, he would have purchased the Ziyun grass. After all, it was recorded in the sacred text that this kind of spiritual herb was particularly rare, and he had a vague feeling that getting rid of the insect eggs as early as possible was better. Just as the two were talking, a girl accompanied by several guards came over and pushed the tied-up stall owner into the dungeon. "Miss, these two friends have no golden lotus seeds in their storage bags," one of the guards said respectfully to the girl. The girl looked at the three of them and asked, "Where did you hide the golden lotus?" Her gaze swept across the messy items on the table and finally focused on the package containing the wooden box. Guze's heart sank. He remembered the senior's repeated warnings not to open the wooden box. "Don't open it," Guze shouted, gripping the prison door with both hands. But he couldn't stop the movements of the other party's subordinates. The package was forcefully opened, revealing a wooden box surrounded by talismans. The girl began to peel off the talismans one by one, and the wooden box trembled violently. Guze's heart sank further, a bad premonition gripping him. While Fat Tiger paced anxiously, everyone's attention was drawn to this strange wooden box, their minds captivated by the girl's actions. Just as the last talisman was about to be torn off, a deafening roar came from outside the door. "Stop!" Before the person arrived, the voice preceded them. Everyone turned to look and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe, followed by several elders. Without a word, they all cast spells together, and the wooden box slowly floated in midair, gradually calming down. However, the spellcasters looked pale, clearly exhausted. "Miss, being young and ignorant, you guards are also causing trouble. All of you will be sent to the purgatory post." The speaker was the city lord. "Father, you," before she could finish, she was interrupted. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and take your master away." The dungeon was opened, and Guze's gaze was fixed on the wooden box. The city lord personally wrapped the box and said, "It's the young lady's recklessness. I will send two little friends to Tianxuan Sect immediately." Although his expression was calm, Guze caught a hint of urgency, as if the two of them were hot potatoes. "No, It should be said that the hot potato was the thing inside the wooden box. You've broken the seal. Whether it can safely reach Tianxuan Sect is still uncertain. He couldn't understand, but over the past 6 months, he had vaguely suspected that the thing inside was bloodthirsty and would slightly stir at the scent of blood. The current calmness was merely a sign before the storm. The city lord furrowed his brows. I will send 2 golden core elders to accompany you, and additionally lend a Buddhist treasure to the young friend. It will surely help you reach your destination. Gu Zai's heart sank further, while he mentioned reaching the destination. He didn't say how to get there. Arriving with missing limbs could also be considered as arriving. Bringing their corpses could also be considered as arriving. 4 elders will accompany us and arrange outfits for the 2 of us. Elixirs, talismans, and formation plates cannot be lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several elders behind the city lord ready to erupt. Gu Zai did not retreat at all, and Fat Tiger stood tall as well. The city lord waved his hand, saying, "Just do as the little friend says." After preparing their outfits, their defensive attributes were nearly maxed out. Gu Zai's anxious heart finally relaxed a bit. Fat Tiger was dancing with joy, completely unaware of their current situation. Gu Zai couldn't help but admire his good attitude. When he once again strapped the wooden box to his back, he nearly stumbled, weighed down so much that he couldn't straighten his back. The city lord twitched his mouth but pretended not to see it, handing him a jade box. "This is a Buddhist treasure. Young friend, please take good care of it." Gu Zai took it with both hands. I can't pull it." He squinted and pulled hard towards his chest. Just as he grasped it, he saw the city lord's reluctant expression. Gu Zai opened the jade box and saw a round pearl radiating dazzling golden light. Instinctively placing it in his bosom, he felt a lightness all over his body, unsure if it was just his imagination. Boarding the flying spirit boat, Gu Zai and Fat Tiger found a place to sit and cultivate. 1 elder was responsible for piloting the boat, while the other 3 closed their eyes and focused. Several days passed peacefully, and Gu Zai's heart gradually calmed down. Spiritual power surged toward him, wrapping him like a cocoon. His cultivation method operated on its own, and when the spiritual power in his dantian was plentiful, his consciousness led the spiritual power to crash against the barrier of the 7th layer of qi refining. Once, 10 times, 100 times, he lost count of how many times it hit until he heard a light sound of bang. The barrier broke, and the acupoints opened, successfully reaching the 7th layer of qi refining. The dantian expanded slightly, and Gu Zai performed a cleansing technique, instantly dissipating impurities. When he opened his eyes, he noticed something was off with Fat Tiger. Chapter 16. Finding the demon sealing cloth, he saw Fat Tiger with blank eyes, holding the wooden box and preparing to peel off the last talisman. The 4 golden core elders looked grim, their eyes bloodshot as if they were battling something. Gu Zai shouted loudly, "Fat Tiger, what are you doing?" It was too late to stop him as he tried to use his voice to intervene. Fat Tiger revealed a strange smile in his direction, but his hand moved unusually quickly, and the talisman turned to ashes the moment it was revealed. The wooden box shattered into pieces, and a gigantic sword surrounded by black mist soared into the air, with endless black mist spilling from the sword's body. An infinite sword intent burst forth, staining the sky black. The spirit boat shook violently, and Gu Zai didn't care about anything else. He rushed toward Fat Tiger. Just as his hand was about to touch Fat Tiger, a thunderous roar sounded, and the spirit boat was instantly reduced to ashes. Fat Tiger's body plummeted rapidly, gradually transforming into a white light dot. Gu Zai stepped onto the flying spirit brocade and threw the Buddhist treasure into the sky. The golden light expanded continuously, clashing against the black mist. As the Buddhist treasure was summoned, the golden core elders gradually regained their awareness. "Little friend, quickly use the demon sealing cloth to wrap the Tianxuan sword." Gu Zai's heart sank. If the cloth that had previously wrapped the wooden box was indeed the demon sealing cloth, then this treasure had already fallen with Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger had a defensive treasure protecting him, so he shouldn't die from the fall. But the urgent matter was how to subdue the Tianxuan sword. Seeing the situation, the elders immediately understood the key point. One elder shouted, "We will all cast the blood sealing technique together." As soon as he finished speaking, the elders used their blood as a guide, casting spells together to draw sealing runes. The Tianxuan Sect gradually returned to calm, but the golden core elders looked pale, their once black hair turning white in an instant, and blood trickled from their mouths, clearly suffering severe vitality loss. One elder solemnly handed the Tianxuan sword to him, saying, "You 2 young friends are fated to be together. You will surely send it to the exorcism pool. We four are severely injured, so we will escort you here. The blood sealing technique will dissipate in 7 days. So please ensure to find the demon sealing cloth to wrap it and escort it together with another young friend. Guze showed a heavy expression, wanting to speak to keep him, but seeing a few white-haired, aged individuals, he couldn't help but reveal a look of reluctance. He solemnly took the Tianxuan sword and hung it at his waist, bowing in salute before controlling the flying spirit brocade to swiftly descend. Searching for the trace of Fat Tiger. Guided by the insect egg, Fat Tiger's figure soon appeared in his sea of consciousness. What shocked him was that the other party was completely unclothed, bound to a huge rock, surrounded by roaring flames. Guze's heart sank, and he quickly inserted spirit stones into the flying spirit brocade, rushing towards Fat Tiger's direction. Noticing Fat Tiger was breathing out more than he was breathing in, Guze quickly condensed the water technique, drawing fire's spiritual power from his dantian, and then formed it into earth's spiritual power, followed by gold's spiritual power. Since he did not have water spiritual power, the transformation process of fire generating earth, earth generating gold, and gold generating water had to be completed within his body. As the final hand gesture fell, a black water ball gradually condensed at his fingertips. Guze used his divine sense to throw the water ball at the flames. After several pulls back, a crack was torn open in the flames. Seizing this opportunity, Guze jumped down and slashed at the rope. Dragging Fat Tiger's body to a safe place, he quickly set up a defensive formation. Fat Tiger, wake up! Guze tried to awaken his consciousness. Fat Tiger opened his confused eyes, and when he saw the surrounding environment and his own condition, he instinctively exclaimed, "Wasn't I meditating and cultivating? How did I end up like this?" While saying this, he covered himself, his face turning from pale to a deep red. Guze quickly took out a robe and draped it over him. "Don't you remember?" Fat Tiger looked at him in confusion. "What do I need to remember?" Guze sighed lightly and recounted everything from beginning to end. At this moment, Fat Tiger also reacted. He must have been robbed by someone. His face instantly turned extremely awkward. "Say, brother, let's go find the demon sealing cloth." His gaze turned towards a nearby village. As they walked a short distance, they saw 3 figures, familiar robes, accessories, and magical tools igniting the anger of both men. It was clear that these 3 were the ones who had robbed Fat Tiger, and they were currently discussing how to sell the pills from the storage bags on the array. Looking at the cultivators, they were all in the mid-stage of chi refining, which made Guze feel more confident. Without waiting for the 3 to react, Guze quickly threw out several talismans. With a loud boom, an explosion occurred, and taking advantage of the 3's unpreparedness, he quickly summoned a 3rd-tier array disc for the 10,000 swords formation. As soon as it was summoned, the spiritual power in his dantian was completely exhausted. Guze quickly took out several pills from his storage bag and barely managed to control the array flags. Waves of sword shadows emitted a fierce momentum, launching attacks towards the 3. One of the cultivator's belts emitted a dazzling light, raising a barrier for the 3. Fat Tiger's eyes turned red with anger, wishing he could skin the 3 alive, as they were using his treasure to protect themselves. Just thinking about it made him want to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Guze took a deep breath, quickly consumed a handful of pills, and waved the array flag, making the sword momentum even more fierce. With a loud bang, the belt instantly turned to ashes. The 3 figures were wounded by the sword energy, spitting out large amounts of blood. "Big brother, throw the talismans to break the array." Guze's heart sank, as Fat Tiger had not reached the 3rd level of chi refining and could not use attacking magical tools. The city lord had given him many talismans. Since the spiritual power required to activate talismans was relatively small, the violent phoenix cry was the sound of sword energy colliding with the talismans, and the formation was on the verge of collapse. Guze hurriedly summoned a drop of blood, and a giant sword phantom appeared out of thin air within the formation, slashing towards the 3 with a crushing momentum. At the same time, the formation instantly shattered, making a crashing sound, and he spat out blood frantically. Clearly due to the forced consumption, the 3 were already unconscious at this point. Fat Tiger retrieved the storage bag and looked at the broken magical robe and belt with a pained expression. Guze summoned a short knife, wanting to interrogate the 3, when a voice came from behind. "Say, brother, there's no demon sealing cloth in their storage bags." The tone grew smaller, and the expression worsened. Guze's heart sank, and he quickly put away the short knife and stripped the 3 completely, hanging them on a tree. He forcefully awakened them, asking, "Where have you hidden the cloth from around your waist?" While inquiring, he struck them. "Ah, ah." It hurts. We didn't see any cloth. The three cried out like pigs being slaughtered. We found this fat kid by the river. You should go look by the river. Go look by the river. Chapter 17. Villagers stealing the sword. As soon as the words fell, Guze wielded the short knife, leaped, and swept horizontally, and the three were dead. Fat Tiger stared at him in shock, and when Guze realized what he had done, he dropped the short knife to the ground with a thud. Fat Tiger didn't understand why he had so decisively killed the three. Perhaps it was because there was a clue about the demon sealing cloth. Or perhaps seeing Fat Tiger harmed again made him feel a hint of fear. Fat Tiger snapped back to reality. Say, brother, I just wasn't used to it for a moment. You did the right thing. They indeed deserve to die. The firmness in his tone seemed to give him endless energy. Guze rarely showed a smile and quickly burned the corpses to eliminate the traces before heading to the riverbank. Upon arrival, they saw several children playing by the shore and a few village women washing clothes by the river. None of them had reached the third level of chi refining. Looking at the vast river, Guze felt troubled. This river was the Tianxuan River, and it flowed rapidly downstream. If the demon sealing cloth had truly fallen here, it was uncertain where it had been washed away to. Fat Tiger pondered. Say, brother, why don't we ask the villagers? They live around here often and might have seen something. Guze felt what he said made sense and was about to speak when he saw the village women hurriedly retreating, quickly gathering their clothes and holding their children as they left, as if they were the wicked cultivators. Fat Tiger explained repeatedly, but the effect was getting worse, and instead, the children looked at them with curious eyes. Guze's mind raced, and he suddenly thought of the village chief. Fat Tiger, let's go find the village chief. Based on his experience, the village chief was not only respected but also a bit wealthier than the average family. When they saw a two-story bamboo house, the two of them unhesitatingly explained their intentions. The village chief tested them for a moment, confirmed they posed no threat, and treated them with courtesy, saying, "Little friend, I will call the villagers to gather." After the village chief left, Guze quietly asked, Fat Tiger, did you feel the village chief linger a moment longer on the Tianxuan sword? Fat Tiger sat down on a stone bench. Did he? I didn't notice. After saying that, he lifted the teacup and refilled it twice. Guze shook his head, thinking maybe he was overthinking it. A quarter of an hour later, the villagers arrived one after another at the village chief's house. Guze cleared his throat. Uncles, aunties, grandfathers, grandmothers, we passed through here and lost a piece of cloth. If anyone knows its whereabouts, we hope you can inform us. We will be extremely grateful. The village chief inquired one by one, and when he asked a one-eyed cultivator, the description instantly attracted their attention. Little friend, is it a long cloth that's black on the outside and covered with golden patterns on the inside? The two nodded eagerly. The one-eyed cultivator sighed and said, that piece of cloth was taken by a giant turtle in the river. Seeing their confusion, the one-eyed cultivator stepped forward to explain, the giant turtle has lived in the river for hundreds of years and surfaces for a few days every 3 months. That day, a giant piece of cloth fell from the sky and landed on its back. I happened to see this scene while casting my net when it was already late. The village chief saw there was a clue and called the villagers to leave. Guze and Fat Tiger bowed and said their farewells, thanking the village chief for his assistance, and they were about to go search for cloth. As soon as the words left their mouths, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. When they woke up again, they found themselves tightly bound and thrown into a river, their storage bags, spirit beast bags, the Tianxuan sword, and even their relics had been looted. What came into view was a giant turtle, staring at the two of them with round, bulging eyes. Guze's heart sank at once, and just then, he heard a voice that sounded like a dragon's roar. Little children, tell me how you came to possess a strand of the old man's divine sense from Jiuxiao. Guze was filled with fear, not expecting that it was a demon cultivator capable of human speech. You speak. With that, a claw struck Fat Tiger's face. Fat Tiger showed a look of resignation, and without any concealment, he recounted everything. Oh no, the giant turtle shouted, its voice ringing in their ears and making them dizzy, stars dancing before their eyes. The giant turtle transformed into human form, lifting the two of them out of the water. The entire village was shrouded in black mist. The village chief was in a frenzied state, his eyes bloodthirsty, wielding the Tianxuan sword and rampaging through the village, the thick smell of blood making one nauseous. The cries of children and the screams of women echoed endlessly. The giant turtle, in a solemn manner, offered a drop of essence blood, quickly forming a hand seal, and a giant cloth flew toward the village chief, while the relic burst forth from the ground, radiating endless light. When everything came to an end, out of the original hundreds of villagers, only a few dozen remained. The sound of weeping filled the air. A woman cried out heart-wrenchingly, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't come, our village wouldn't have suffered this calamity." She then lunged at the two of them. "Little Bao, my little Bao. You two are the ones who caused his death." Fat Tiger kept retreating, his face filled with panic. The woman's words echoed in his ears, and he couldn't help but ask himself, "Is it really my fault?" You two are innocent. The fault lies in the desires and prejudices within people's hearts. The giant turtle released a faint pressure, its voice resonating like a giant hammer in his heart. Yes, they were not at fault. The fault lay in the greed of humanity. Guze stepped heavily, wrapping the Tianxuan sword in a sealing cloth and carrying it on his back. Once the demonic energy was purified by the relic, Guze held it close to his chest. Guze retrieved the storage bag and spirit beast bag from the village chief's waist and bowed to the giant turtle, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior. We will leave immediately." Perhaps sensing his low spirits, the young eagle poked its head out from the spirit beast bag and rubbed against his waist. The silent comfort warmed his heart, and he quickly collected his thoughts, only to see Fat Tiger moving like a zombie, his eyes filled with fear, self-blame, and guilt. Guze patted his shoulder. The woman understood the sequence of events, but felt her faith had collapsed and was eager to find an outlet for her frustration. Clearly, the two of them were that outlet, and she directed her anger toward them. Fat Tiger hesitantly asked, "Brother Zay, is it really not my fault?" His head hung low. The whole person appeared dejected, a stark contrast to his previous state. Guze nodded seriously, "You are not at fault. The fault lies with those who harbor greedy thoughts." Fat Tiger's emotions came quickly and left just as fast. He hugged the young eagle tightly, gently smoothing its feathers, and pulled out some jerky that was wrapped in multiple layers of oil paper from under his feet. This jerky was made by Fat Tiger's father, the shopkeeper Bai, and he had kept it under his feet for fear of losing it, saying it was a keepsake. Today he unexpectedly took it out, shocking him. Chapter 18. Buying a Dan furnace. The smell of meat mixed with the odor of his stinky feet was surprisingly enticing. Fat Tiger kept rambling about the jerky, while secretly wiping away tears. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, and 6 months later, they successfully entered the territory of Tianxuan Sect. During this time, their robes had become tattered from battling demon beasts, and their pills, talismans, and spirit fruits were all exhausted, leaving them with very few spirit stones after using them to activate the flying spirit silk. In contrast, the low-level demon beasts and spirit herbs in their storage bags kept piling up. Seeing their shabby and tattered appearance, one could easily mistake them for beggars. "Brother Zay, why aren't we moving?" Fat Tiger looked back at him. Guze showed a difficult-to-speak expression. "Fat Tiger, don't you think our attire is a bit inappropriate?" Fat Tiger realized and agreed. They had been wandering through the forest and had not paid attention to such details. Now they were going to meet a leader of the Tianxuan Sect, and their outfits could easily be mistaken for those of beggars rather than sword-bearers. The Tianxuan Sect market should be ahead. Let's sell the demon beasts at Duobao Pavilion and get some decent clothes, Fat Tiger suggested with his mouth wide open, missing 2 front teeth. Guze was scared from previous experiences and dared not take Fat Tiger to crowded places, fearing that one misstep would cause trouble again. "Let us make it quick, and we can explore the market another day," Guze replied earnestly. Fat Tiger nodded, and the two of them quickly reached an agreement. Upon arriving at the market, they were swept up by the lively atmosphere. Fat Tiger even broke through the barrier of the 3rd level of chi refining. Guze also felt a hint of enlightenment, but it was fleeting. After Fat Tiger stabilized his cultivation, the two of them entered Duobao Pavilion together. A young and pretty maid approached them, asking, "What do the two little friends need?" She didn't show any disdain for their clothing. Guze cleared his throat. "We want to sell demon beasts." Upon hearing this, the maid led them to the inner hall, saying, "Please wait a moment. The appraiser will be here shortly." Guze acknowledged, and 3 breaths later, an elderly man arrived, his cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. "Little friends, just place the demon beasts on the table." Guze complied, and soon the table was piled high with various demon beasts. The old man used his divine sense to inspect them and then handed him a list, saying, "Please confirm if there are any omissions." Guze checked one by one and replied, "Senior, there are no omissions." Although there were many demon beasts, their ranks were not high, and they could be sold for 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. "If there are no doubts, we can proceed with the imprinting." Guze attached a strand of divine sense to the list, and after the transaction was completed, the old man smiled and handed him the spirit stones. When the two of them returned to the front hall, they looked at the pills, talismans, and array plates with eager eyes, but with their pockets empty. They could only satisfy their cravings by looking. Fat Tiger excitedly pointed at a delicate alchemy furnace and said, "Brother Zay, buy it. If you buy it, you can refine pills." But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "But what? We can spend 2 low-grade spirit stones to get some ordinary robes to make do with. Don't forget that Senior Jiuxiao promised to provide us with a place to settle down. I bet he will take us as disciples. And we will certainly get disciple robes then." Fat Tiger's words left him speechless. He did indeed want to learn alchemy, but Fat Tiger's selfless actions, always putting him first, deeply moved him. His heart felt heavy, and all his thoughts boiled down to one sentence. "Fat Tiger, I remember this. When I become successful in the future, I will take you to eat meat." Fat Tiger patted his shoulder. "I'm waiting for that." He then turned around and asked the maid with a smile, "Miss, how much is this alchemy furnace?" The maid replied with a bright smile, "This alchemy furnace is priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones." Now they were in a dilemma. Fat Tiger bowed slightly. "Miss, could you give us a discount? We are really short on funds." The maid shook her head, then suggested, "This is a top-grade, law-level alchemy furnace, and the price is already the lowest. The ranks of weapons and other items are magical tools, magical treasures, and spirit treasures. Each rank has divisions of quality, low-grade, mid-grade, and top-grade." Fat Tiger used his killer move, "Sister Fairy, please be lenient and give me a discount." The maid smiled even more brightly. "Considering your sweet talk, I'll give you a 0 discount of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Can't be any less. Sister Fairy, could you give me 2 sets of common robes?" His voice got lower, and his face turned slightly red, clearly realizing it was a bit too much to ask. "The shop doesn't allow it, but I have 2 men's robes here. If you don't mind, I can give them to you." "I don't mind," Fat Tiger replied seriously. Guze showed a dumbfounded expression. "This is possible?" He mimicked Fat Tiger's tone in his mind, making him shiver with surprise. Stepping out of the treasure pavilion, the two found a secluded spot to change into the robes. The formation on the robes was already broken, but they were clean and tidy, much more durable than common robes. As they walked on, they finally arrived at the Tianxuan Sect before nightfall. Before them stood a stone door reaching up to the sky. On either side of the stone door were towering pillars, with a 5-clawed green dragon carved on the left and a majestic white tiger on the right. Getting closer, they seemed to hear the roars of the green dragon and the growls of the white tiger. 8 cultivators stood guard on either side of the pillars, all at the golden core stage. This was indeed the main entrance of the Tianxuan Sect. "Who goes there? What is the purpose of your visit?" the guard inquired firmly. Guze suppressed the bitterness in his heart and replied loudly, "My surname is Gu, my name is Zay, and this is my companion, named White Fat Tiger. We were entrusted to bring this item to the current head of the Tianxuan Sect." After saying that, he solemnly handed the token to the guard. The guard showed shocked expressions and then said, "Please wait here for a moment." After saying that, one of them made a hand gesture, and a streak of golden light flew into the archway, reaching the highest peak. A quarter of an hour later, a figure appeared at the archway. "I am Luo Sheng, the personal disciple of the sect master. Please follow me." Guze looked over and saw that the newcomer was wearing a white robe, holding a long sword, looking handsome, with a faint smile, and behaving humbly and politely. This made him recall the saying about a person as beautiful as jade and a gentleman unmatched in the world. Guze cupped his fists in salute and followed closely behind Fat Tiger. Considering their shorter strides, Luo Sheng intentionally slowed down his pace. "Gu Daoyu, if your bundle is heavy, you can let me help carry it." He seemed to have noticed Guze's slightly bent posture, which prompted him to say this. Guze shook his head. "No need to trouble you, Luo Daoyu, I can manage." He straightened his back, trying to ignore the weight on his back. But the sinking ground betrayed him. It wasn't until he was sweating profusely and his steps were unsteady that the three finally arrived at the sect's teleportation array. Chapter 19. Becoming an outer sect disciple, a wave of dizziness hit them as they arrived at Wanfa Peak, and following Luo Sheng's footsteps, they stepped into the teleportation array again. When they opened their eyes, they saw a majestic palace, with a plaque in the center that read Wanfa Hall in large characters. Guze tightened his sleeves and walked steadily. "Master, I have brought the person here." Luo Sheng first bowed, then stepped aside to introduce. Guze looked up and saw several high-ranking cultivators already sitting in the hall, their cultivation levels beyond his comprehension. Junior Guze greets all the seniors. Junior White Fat Tiger greets all the seniors. After receiving a signal, the two stood up straight. Guze solemnly raised the bundle above his head, slightly bowing. Junior was entrusted to bring this important item to the current sect master of the Tianxuan Sect. Guze felt a strong wind rush in, and a shadow stood just a step away from him. The sect master of the Tianxuan Sect solemnly took the bundle from his hand and sat down in the main seat. Thank you, young friends, for delivering this item. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up. I want to join the sect and become a disciple of the Tianxuan Sect. Guze answered without hesitation. I also want to become a disciple of the Tianxuan Sect. Fat Tiger's voice had a slight tremor, not sure if it was from nervousness or excitement. The sect master showed a troubled expression. To become a disciple of our sect, one must climb the immortal ladder, test their aptitude, and evaluate their comprehension. The immortal ladder is currently closed. Guze's heart sank, constantly reassuring himself that this was the #1 sect in the central region, and choosing disciples must go through strict tests. After calming down, he managed to suppress his emotions. Just as Guze was about to bow and take his leave, he heard a clear voice. Why not place them in the outer sect? If they can stand out in the outer sect competition, it will prove that their temperament meets the standards for admission. I agree with Elder Fusang's opinion. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. Guze expressed gratitude as he looked at the various peak masters. He knew their identities thanks to Luo Shang's explanations on the way. The sect master sighed and said, All right, do you two wish to cultivate in the outer sect? Junior is willing. Junior is willing. They didn't dare to hope for being personal disciples, so becoming outer sect disciples was already good enough. Luo Shang, you take them to complete the registration. The sect master ordered. Yes, master. After finishing the registration, the two stayed at the second peak of the outer sect, with Fat Tiger residing in the cave next door. The steward was also perceptive, seeing that they were personally led by the sect master's first disciple, so he chose a place rich in spiritual energy for them. Back in the cave, Guze couldn't wait to refine the storage bag issued by the sect. Inside the storage bag, there was a long sword, 2 sets of clothing, 2 jade slips, 2 bottles of elixirs, and 30 low-grade spirit stones. Guze's consciousness entered one of the jade slips, and the words Tianxuan Sect Disciple Regulations appeared in his mind, giving him a general understanding of the sect. The sect mainly consisted of 12 peaks in the outer sect, 7 peaks in the inner sect, and 4 pavilions. The 7 peaks in the inner sect are Wanfa Peak, Danyuan Peak, Fuyuan Peak, Shiyuan Peak, Chiyuan Peak, Jinyuan Peak, and Jinyuan Peak. The 4 pavilions are the Library Pavilion, Exchange Pavilion, Task Pavilion, and Law Pavilion. After reading the jade slip, Guze finally relaxed, feeling a sense of belonging to a home. Having been in the cultivation world for more than a year, he had gone through a lot, not only gaining a young eagle, but also making friends with Fat Tiger, and successfully joining the sect. From then on, he bid farewell to a life of wandering and stepped onto the right track, falling asleep with beautiful dreams. The next morning, Fat Tiger, I want to attend the alchemy class. Although Guze could recite the sacred texts backward, he never had the chance to practice. He heard that attending a class taught by the elder of Dan Peak only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, which made his interest spark. Brother Zay, I want to apply to work in the dining hall and learn to cook. Then Fat Tiger mysteriously leaned in and whispered, in the cultivation world, there are sword cultivators, alchemists, talisman masters, etc., but there are no food cultivators. As expected of Fat Tiger, his ideas were quite extraordinary. However, he didn't know what his path was. Learning alchemy was just a way to make a living, and it was also a shortcut for him. Guze patted him on the back. Good luck. After saying that, the two went their separate ways, one heading east and the other west. It was their first time apart, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. After paying the spirit stones, Guze entered the classroom. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that everyone's eyes were on him, simply because his age was too different from theirs. Guze suddenly remembered that new disciples with good aptitude were taken in by the inner sect elders, while those with poor aptitude, like Fat Tiger, were barely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. With the 5 elemental techniques still not fully understood, how could there be time to learn alchemy? Guze found a seat and tried to appear less nervous, but the slight redness in his ears betrayed him. The female cultivator sitting next to him smiled sweetly. Little junior brother, my surname is Bai with the single character meow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The ending tone was slightly lifted, teasingly tight. while he was replaced by nervousness and failed to notice it. My name is Guze. I hope senior sister Bai will take care of me during our first meeting. After saying this, he stood up straight and performed a formal bow, which made the female cultivators smile repeatedly. Just as he was caught in a dilemma of whether to sit or stand, an old man rushed in. Hey, you brat. Do you want to teach the old man a lesson? The crowd's gaze shifted back to him, and Guze's face instantly turned red. I dare not, disciple. He quickly sat down. Don't be nervous. The elder is always like this. You'll get used to it. Bai Miao whispered. Just as her voice fell, they heard the old man's quirky voice. As per the usual, the new disciples should introduce themselves. Bai Miao gave him an encouraging look and signaled him to stand on the platform. Guze bravely walked onto the platform, clasped his fists, and bowed. My surname is Gu. My name is Zhe. I am 10 years old this year. I greet the elder, senior brothers, and senior sisters. The people below stifled their laughter as they returned the greeting. They had never seen someone so formal before, and they weren't quite used to it. The elder's face turned bright red, and after signaling him to return, he dashed out of the classroom, laughing heartily, startling the birds in the trees into flying away. Guze looked confusedly at senior sister Bai. Bai Miao cleared her throat. You will get used to it in the future. The elder returned to the classroom, resuming his serious demeanor. Now we will begin today's lesson, learning to refine the spirit recovery pill. Guze, you talk about the refining methods and techniques for the spirit recovery pill. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Not sure if he wanted to probe his background or see him make a fool of himself. If he spoke eloquently and explained the contents of the sacred canon of alchemy, how would he explain how he knew this knowledge? According to his current situation, he shouldn't know this knowledge at all. After all, he had suffered quite a bit earlier due to his lack of caution. Thinking of this, Guze pretended to be nervous and replied, Elder, this disciple is here for the first time. Before he could finish, he saw Bai Miao quickly writing the refining methods for the spirit recovery pill on paper and signaling him to look. As Guze read the recipe and refining methods, his heart sank. Fortunately, he hadn't copied the contents of the sacred canon of alchemy because the recipes, refining methods, and techniques of the two were slightly different. In just a few breaths, Guze shifted his words and said, the spirit recovery pill requires 8 types of spiritual herbs. Reciting the contents of the paper without missing a word, the elder nodded, signaling him to sit down. It seemed that all the disciples had already memorized the basic knowledge, and the formal learning of refining the spirit recovery pill began. The elder took out a dazzling alchemy furnace, gathered a wisp of alchemy fire at his fingertips, and placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace one by one. While refining the pills, he also narrated the key points of alchemy, saying that one must have a clear mind, and every technique must be executed perfectly. Guze showed an admiring expression. The elder's ability to multitask was unmatched. After all, very few alchemists could refine pills while discussing their insights and key points. Guze unknowingly immersed himself in the process, and when he noticed the third technique differed from the sacred canon of alchemy, 2 voices emerged in his mind. The elder's alchemy skills are superb. Discard the content from the canon. Discard it. Discard it. The 2 voices excitedly battled in his mind, and he fell into deep thought, his expression gradually pained. The 2 voices fought in his consciousness, determined to determine a winner, and he could vaguely hear Bai Miao calling out to him. Guze clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, trying to break free from the constraints of thought in this manner, but found it futile. Just as his consciousness began to scatter and he was about to give in, the 2 voices seemed to merge into one, producing a strange spark in his mind. His expression gradually calmed, and a brand new refining method appeared in his mind. As his consciousness returned, he saw Bai Miao's worried expression, and above, the elder had already opened the alchemy furnace, revealing 10 round pills for everyone to see. Seeing that he was fine, Bai Miao's worried expression gradually dissipated. The elder handed the pills to the disciples, who passed them around to carefully observe the quality and patterns of the pills. The pills were divided into 9 ranks, and each rank could be further categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade pills. Each first-rank pill had 1 pattern, while the second rank had 2, with the colors of the patterns being white, red, and purple, corresponding to the quality of the pills. After all the disciples had carefully examined them, the elder smiled, causing the wrinkles on his face to bunch together. As per the usual, today's alchemy demonstration will be performed by the new disciple. Guze realized too late that it was him who had to refine pills in front of everyone. What if he embarrassed himself? Guze looked at Bai Miao. and saw that she had already prepared a pen and ink, giving him an encouraging look. The other disciples also looked at him eagerly, even counting his breaths on paper. Guze stood on the platform, looking at the spiritual herbs on the table, his thoughts racing. He finally decided to refine them using the conventional method. With his left hand forming a technique, he concentrated a wisp of alchemy fire at his fingertips, and when the temperature was just right, he tossed the spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one. He operated his consciousness to control the size of the alchemy fire, and soon the spiritual herbs in the furnace gradually turned into liquid. Guze quickly struck the splitting technique, and the medicinal liquid began to swirl in the furnace at a visible speed, gradually forming into pills. Halfway through the technique, he sensed something was wrong and quickly tried to salvage it, but with a loud bang, the furnace exploded. Guze stared blankly, nervously looking down, only to see the disciples still writing intently, completely ignoring his blunder. At the elder's signal, Guze quickly put the alchemy furnace into his storage bag, swiftly performed a cleaning technique, and walked back to his seat. Bai Miao, can you tell us why Guze's furnace exploded? The elder asked. Bai Miao stood up, looking at the paper to explain. Firstly, he was too vigorous with the fire, and secondly, his technique was incorrect. That's correct, but these are just the surface reasons. The most important reason is that his mind was not calm. Refining pills is like refining oneself. If your thoughts are restless, can you calmly sit and cultivate? The elder used a technique to collect the disciples' answer sheets, and then left with the wind, leaving the disciples in deep thought. After Guze bid farewell to Bai Miao, he didn't care about his hunger and returned to his cave to ponder the mysteries of alchemy. Instinctively, he took out 10 spiritual herbs from his storage bag, arranging them on the table. When the process of transforming the herbs into liquid and then into pills began, Guze quickly executed the pill-forming technique. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted over, instantly washing away his spirit and alleviating his fatigue. Guze cautiously opened the alchemy furnace and fished out the pills, discovering they were all low-grade pills. While meditating to recover his spiritual energy, he summarized his experience, missing no detail. He attended alchemy class during the day and meditated at night, and it wasn't until a month later that he grasped the secret of refining pills as a means of self-cultivation. Guze tightly held on to this insight, summoned the alchemy furnace, and focused his consciousness on the spiritual herbs. It was as if he were the herbs in the furnace, being scorched by the alchemy fire, completing a magnificent transformation. He forgot the surrounding environment, immersing his mind in himself, until the fragrance of the medicine enveloped him, at which point his consciousness fully returned. When he probed into the alchemy furnace, he found that the quality of the pills had improved from low-grade to mid-grade, and Guze revealed a long-lost smile. As dawn broke, sounds of Fat Tiger echoed outside the cave. Say brother, say brother. Guze opened the barrier and saw Fat Tiger's nimble figure. Feeling puzzled in his heart, brothers, let's quickly go to the task hall to receive tasks. The manager told me that a batch of high contribution point tasks will be released today. Upon hearing this, Guze didn't hesitate, as suitable tasks for them were few and far between. If they wanted good spells, contribution points were essential. The two quickly arrived at the task hall and saw that disciples were already lining up to take tasks. At that moment, a pretty little girl approached. Fat Tiger, go. Are you here to take a task too? Linger, this is my good brother Guze. Fat Tiger nodded seriously, revealing a shy smile as he introduced them. This is Song Linger, the manager's granddaughter. Guze and Song Linger greeted each other, and the three of them turned their attention to the task board. When they saw one of the tasks, Guze's eyes lit up. Chapter 21. Taking tasks. This task was to collect the third-tier spiritual herb, Yulon grass. Yulon grass was the main ingredient for refining the second-tier pill, Tianxuan Dan. Since the insect extermination pill still lacked one main ingredient, they had to settle for the Tianxuan Dan to suppress the insect eggs and keep the sea of consciousness clear. Fat Tiger, let's take the task for Yulon grass, Guze suggested. Fat Tiger furrowed his brows, but the contribution points for Yulon grass aren't high, and the guardian spirit beast has decent combat power. In my opinion, we should take the task for collecting honey. The two had their first disagreement, neither willing to back down. Guze couldn't speak openly here, as the presence of many people could lead to his thoughts being intercepted, just as he was figuring out how to persuade Fat Tiger. Song Linger looked at him, and then at Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger, go. How about I join you? We can take 2 tasks together. Guze glanced at Song Linger's cultivation level, now at the 5th layer of chi refining, but he didn't know how strong she really was. Fat Tiger showed a suspicious expression. and both their gazes turned to him, clearly seeking his opinion. Guze looked at Song Linger's bulging storage bag. With her belt and hair accessories all being of the highest quality, evidently not lacking in spirit stones, so protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. Guze nodded, indicating his agreement, and at that moment, it was also their turn. The manager asked seriously, "How many are in your team, and what task will you take?" Guze bowed slightly, answering neither too humble nor too proud. 3. We will take the tasks for collecting second-tier Yulan grass and second-tier spiritual honey. The manager looked the three of them over. With your cultivation, you can take one more task on the way. Saying this, he pointed to several tasks on the board. Guze turned to look at Song Linger and Fat Tiger, hoping to hear their opinions. Brothers, Linger, and I think we should take the task of killing the first-tier monster, by Yuan Xiong. Guze silently added, Foodie. This task was standard, if all went smoothly. The three of them could handle one without a problem. After informing the manager, the three of them signed the contract and hurried off to the market. He exchanged some replenishing pills in his storage bag for spirit stones. And the three of them also stocked up on supplies in the market before boarding a flying spirit carriage heading north towards the Tianxuan mountain range. Upon arrival, the sky was getting dark. Song Linger suggested, Tiger go, Zay go, let's find a place to rest. This idea coincided with the other two's thoughts, as nighttime visibility was impaired and could lead to many inconveniences. If they accidentally wandered into the territory of group-dwelling monsters, they might not die, but they would certainly be skinned. The three found a quiet spot, and Song Linger set up a second-tier defensive array. Brothers, you two recover your spiritual energy first. I'll keep watch, Fat Tiger said, covering his head and grinning foolishly. Guze nodded, taking a replenishing pill and activating the chi gathering technique to refine the medicinal power. Just at that critical moment, rustling sounds came from the grass. Using his spiritual sense to probe, he discovered 3 figures approaching their direction. Guze stood up and saw that Song Linger was already standing next to Fat Tiger, one holding a talisman, ready to activate it at any moment, and the other holding a large pot, prepared to crack open the enemy's head. Guze made a gesture, quietly using an invisibility talisman to stealthily climb to the treetops. Song Linger understood his signal and summoned her talisman, hiding behind a large rock. The opponents were of higher cultivation than them, so if a fight broke out, they needed to catch the opponents off guard. As they approached, the voice of the leading cultivator reached them first. Aren't there supposed to be 3 little brats? Why are there only 2 left? Looking at this poor appearance, they're not wealthy. What do you know, this is low profile. Look at that chubby boy. His storage bag must be full of spirit stones. The leading cultivator slapped one of his companions. Idiot, you don't even know how they died. Guze's heart raced. They might have already been exposed. Just then, he saw the leading cultivator raise his spiritual bow and shoot an arrow in his direction. Just as he was about to be revealed, the young hawk in his spirit beast bag quickly snatched the spiritual arrow in its beak and soared into the sky. The 3 of them were distracted by the young hawk, and during this moment, Guze quickly activated an acceleration talisman, his figure darting like lightning as he struck the 3 with several sword strikes. Song Linger frantically threw talismans, catching the 3 off guard. Fat Tiger seized the opportunity, charging forward with his large pot, swinging it at the leading cultivator. The 3 reacted quickly, raising their long swords and rushing in. Guze shouted, I'll deal with the leading cultivator. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guze unhesitatingly summoned a golden spike talisman, and several golden arrows shot toward the opponent. The opponent reacted quickly and dodged, but Guze took this chance to cast the binding technique, causing vines to sprout from the ground and bind the opponent's legs. With his long sword in hand, Guze dashed toward the opponent's throat like a bolt of lightning. Just at that critical moment, the opponent broke free from the vines and threw out dozens of talismans. With a thunderous bang, the formations on his robe shattered one after another, and his figure continued to retreat before suddenly crashing to the ground. The opponent was filled with killing intent, raising his spiritual bow. He quickly gathered several spiritual arrows, and Guze's heart leaped to his throat. Coincidentally, Fat Tiger's body fell to the ground in a parabolic arc, stirring up clouds of dust. Just at that moment, Song Linger quickly summoned the defensive array, enveloping both of them within it. At the same time, the young hawk swooped down from the sky, quick, precise, and fierce. It pecked one of the leading cultivator's eyes out, blood flowing down in pain, and the opponent let out a cry of anguish. Guze continuously cast fireball technique, buying time for Linger, while Fat Tiger concealed himself and approached from behind. With a bang, the opponent's head was suddenly cracked open, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Guze quickly turned around. Taking advantage of the leading cultivator's pill consumption, he darted toward him like a flash of lightning, injecting spiritual energy into his sword and striking fiercely. The head rolled to the ground, and blood gushed forth instantly. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger and Linger were also about to finish their battle. Just as he prepared to burn the corpses, a white goo worm crawled out from the opponent's body. At a visible speed, it burrowed into his heart, intending to devour the egg. A bad feeling surged in Guze's heart, and he quickly used his spiritual energy to weave two nets, wrapping the two within. Brothers, are you okay? Fat Tiger rubbed his thumbs together, clearly having seen the scene of the goo worm entering the body. Guze shook his head, his gaze turning to the other two corpses, silently inquiring. Fat Tiger nodded, then shook his head, finally looking at the young hawk. Song Linger was puzzled and wisely refrained from asking. It turned out that the young hawk had eaten the two goo worms. No wonder it fell into a deep sleep. Encountering the cultivators from the Holy Luo Palace again was something he hadn't anticipated. Probing into the opponent's storage bag with his spiritual sense, a jade slip caught his attention. Chapter 22, Golden Stinger Bee. The Jade Slip, named Record of Sacred Insects, is a book on the art of controlling insect puppets, divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The higher the level of the insect puppet, the more cultivators it can control. After looking at the introduction in the Jade Slip, Guze realized why. Despite his use of talismans, the other party could still accurately know his location. As they moved forward, after finding a cave, the 3 of them set up a formation and began to consume pills to restore their depleted spiritual energy. Once they recovered, just as dawn broke, the 3 packed up the formation, and Linger took out a map to finally determine the general direction of the beehive. The 3 of them readied themselves to set off. But the further they walked, the more uneasy Guze felt. Linger, Fat Tiger, do you smell a faint fragrance mixed with a sweet aroma in the air? Guze asked, sniffing hard and inquiring with certainty. That sweet smell, isn't that spirit honey? It means we're in the right place. He swallowed hard after saying that. Brother Zay, there is indeed a faint aroma mixed with the scent of spirit honey, Linger said, casting a reproachful glance at Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger also realized he had misspoken, retracting his neck with a look that seemed to say, what should we do now? Let's be careful and try to obtain the spirit honey without alarming the golden stinger bees. This faint aroma is too subtle for me to identify, Guze said. As they continued, the fragrance became increasingly intense, even affecting them. Guze instinctively cast a cleaning spell, but the effect was minimal. Guze felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Just then, they saw swarms of golden stinger bees rushing towards them with blood-red eyes. Run! As soon as he shouted, the golden stinger bees swarmed in, encircling the 3 of them and launching attacks without hesitation. The buzzing sound made their scalps tingle, and streams of poisonous blades shot out, corroding the formations on their robes. Linger was the first to throw out a talisman, which exploded with a loud bang, while Fat Tiger fired water arrows in response. Taking advantage of this moment, Guze quickly cast several fireballs, and the flames crackled as they collided with the golden stinger bees. A wave of meaty aroma hit him, and the spirit beast pouch shook a couple of times before settling down. Seeing wave after wave of golden stinger bees, Guze's scalp felt numb. Before the 3 could retreat several meters, they were surrounded. Guze's mind raced as he thought of a countermeasure. Just then Fat Tiger shouted, you 2 hold my hand. I'll use Earth Escape technique. Upon hearing this, the 2 followed suit, and a brown aura surrounded the 3 of them as their bodies sank visibly into the ground. Guze saw the few talismans left and felt his heart sink rapidly. If they were to leave just like this, he would be very unwilling. Looking up at Fat Tiger and Linger, who had pale faces from excessive energy consumption but determined eyes, he knew they had no intention of leaving. Thinking of this, Guze suggested, Linger, Fat Tiger, you 2 attract the fire while I go gather the spirit honey. Brother Zay, why don't I go? I've practiced a movement technique. Speed shouldn't be a problem. Linger volunteered. Guze shook his head in denial. The spirit honey is guarded by the Bee King. It's not that easy to take. Besides, we can't trust you to go alone. Upon hearing this, Linger complied with Guze's suggestion. Linger and Fat Tiger moved ahead, and he used a shrinking talisman to rush directly to where the beehive was, waiting for the right moment. Upon arriving at the beehive, he saw the Bee King expose its head, directing its minions to surround the area in 3 rings. It would not be easy to take the honey. When he saw the cultivation level of the Bee King, His heart sank. He expected it to be a second-tier spirit bee, and if things went wrong, all three of them could end up here. Just then, the entire body of the bee king came into view. Its belly was swollen, and Guze felt a surge of joy. It seemed the bee king was about to lay eggs, and his opportunity had come. In just a few breaths, the bee king leaped down and stayed in the flower room that had been prepared in advance, letting out a painful wail. Guze arrived at the location of the bee king, wielding his sword, and broke through the ground. A piercing sound echoed, and he infused spiritual energy into the sword, constantly stirring up a storm in the bee king's abdomen. At the same time, another large golden stinger bee appeared inside the hive, directing the minions to attack. Countless poisonous blades surged toward him. Just as Guze wanted to use an earth escape talisman, he found that his feet were entangled by a vine, rendering him immobile. The poisonous blades collided with his robe, and the formations on it shattered one after another. In an instant, the poisonous blades flowed through his meridians like a stream. His feet felt numb, and his consciousness gradually blurred, vaguely hearing a worried voice. Guze fiercely slashed his arm with the sword, and his awareness gradually cleared. He saw that the vine binding him had vanished, and he was enveloped in a protective light shield. "Brother Zay, hurry, take the detoxification pill," Linger urged from behind him. Guze was shocked. It was a second-tier detoxification pill, which was expensive and far beyond what he could currently afford. Despite his shock, he quickly took the pill and swallowed it. After all, the venom of the golden stinger bees was not to be underestimated. The poison in his meridians was devoured by the pill's potency. He cast a grateful glance at Linger, then went underground, heading straight for the hive. When he broke through the ground again, only a few scattered golden stinger bees remained. Guze rushed towards the beehive, and without even looking, he stored it in his storage pouch. "Linger, Fat Tiger, I've got it, let us run." The three of them dashed away rapidly. But the golden stinger bees pursued them relentlessly. Guze felt something was off. According to the behavior of golden stinger bees, they generally wouldn't venture more than 100 miles from the flowers. "Linger, Fat Tiger, let us split up," he shouted as they approached the Qingtong forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the three ran off in the east, south, and north directions. Guze initially thought he could shake off the relentless pursuit of the golden stinger bees, but unexpectedly, they split into three groups and chased after them. Something was wrong. The only variable on the way was the unintentionally encountered strange fragrance. Could it be that this was why the golden stinger bees had lost their intelligence? Thinking of this, Guze remembered a lake from his memory and jumped in without hesitation. The golden stinger bees dove towards the lake surface, flailing about in the water before gradually sinking to the lake bottom. The strange fragrance completely dissipated, and the golden stinger bees rapidly regained their intelligence, swirling around twice before scattering in all directions. Guze quickly used a messenger paper crane to notify Linger and Fat Tiger, changing the gathering point to the lake. After receiving their reply, his worried heart finally calmed down. Thinking of the corpses of the golden stinger bees, Guze felt eager. After all, while they might not be worth much in spirit stones, their quantity was considerable. Chapter 23. Soul Essence Grass. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Guze leaped down and used his spiritual energy to form a giant net to catch the corpses of the golden stinger bees. Once he brought them to the lake bottom, the eaglet in the spirit beast pouch became restless, urging him to venture deeper into the lake. Guze felt puzzled but followed the eaglet's guidance. As he proceeded, he saw a cave about half a person high at the bottom of the lake. The cave was blocked by an invisible barrier, and Guze cautiously approached with his sword in hand. He noticed that black liquid dripped from the top of the cave. As soon as he caught a whiff, he felt his spirit shake, and all fatigue vanished completely. Once he regained his senses, he was overjoyed. It turned out to be soul essence grass. If refined into a pill and consumed, it could directly elevate his soul strength by a major realm. Reaching the 7th layer of foundation establishment, Guze summoned a hoe, bent down to avoid the root part, and carefully began to excavate. The roots gradually expanded, and more of the liquid dripped down. The young eagle carefully poured the contents of the jade bottle into it, while Guze infused spiritual energy through the roots, creating a protective shield around the entire spiritual herb. Without hesitation, he yanked it, revealing half of its body. Just as he was gathering his strength, a furious roar erupted as a beast broke through the barrier. It relentlessly attacked the formation, causing the runes to dissipate one after another without a trace. Guze focused and realized it was a second-tier beast, the giant crocodile shark. His heart sank. This beast was at the 2nd tier, and it could easily crush him. Guzei's mind raced. Most spiritual herbs had guardian beasts, and this one was no exception. With this thought, he gripped the soul element grass by its half-exposed body, gathered his strength, and quickly placed it into his storage bag. He then took the jade bottle and lifted the young eagle into his arms. At that moment, a loud rumble echoed as the cave began to collapse, stones cascading down. As a giant foot appeared, Guzei swiftly withdrew the formation plate and flicked a drop of soul liquid onto the giant crocodile shark. Simultaneously, he summoned 2 thunder talismans, placed them inside the cave, and covered them with stones. Taking advantage of the giant crocodile shark's momentary daze, he activated a speed talisman and quickly distanced himself from the battlefield. Not far away, an 8-foot-tall diamond ape entered the cave, its blood-red eyes glaring as it swung its fists toward the giant crocodile shark. Spiritual energy rampaged within the cave, and Guzei smirked, counting down 3, 2, 1. A loud explosion followed, and the already shaky cave collapsed instantly, washed away by the lake's water, creating ripples. The giant crocodile shark was dead, while the diamond ape lay unconscious, blood pouring from its mouth, clearly injured. Seizing the opportunity, Guzei drew his sword and fiercely stabbed toward the diamond ape's heart. Blood gushed out, and the creature suddenly opened its eyes, quickly striking back with a palm. Guzei staggered backward, the sound of cracking bones making him cry out in pain. His expression twisted in agony as he quickly swallowed a pill. He unleashed a fireball spell, but it was extinguished by the lake water as soon as it appeared. Seeing this, he glanced at the last thunder talisman in his storage bag, hesitating. If the diamond ape didn't have a demon core, using 3 thunder talismans would be a significant loss. However, if a demon core were to be born, he could refine it and easily advance a tier in cultivation. With this in mind, Guzei decisively summoned it. A loud bang erupted as purple lightning spread across the lake. The already weakened diamond ape was completely finished off, and Guzei quickly sent out a probing spiritual energy, only to be met with disappointment. Looking at the giant crocodile shark's body, he had little hope. After all, the diamond ape, at full 2nd tier, didn't have a demon core, and the chances of the 2nd tier beast having one were particularly low. Yet, he still sent out a probing spiritual energy along with a thread of consciousness. When he spotted a water-blue orb, about the size of an eyeball, his heart raced with excitement. He hurriedly summoned a short knife to extract the core, placed it into a jade box, and stored it in his bag, planning to skin the crocodile for armor later. After handling everything, Guzei chose to break through the earth. Just as he stepped out, he noticed a cave not far away, and 3 groups of people were already heading in that direction. Guzei activated another speed talisman, his figure darting like lightning toward the cave. Before him was a stone altar carved from rock, with a fragrant wine aroma wafting from it. Seeing the monkey wine, memories of his father drinking strong liquor flooded his mind. How he wished his father were still alive. He stored it in his bag, and as the 3 groups approached, Guzei glanced at the place where the soul element grass had grown, now irrigated by lake water, leaving only a small pool. Guzei desperately wanted to find a safe place to consume the demon core and soul element grass, although refining them into a pill would yield better results. It would take longer. For safety's sake, swallowing them was more practical. He had initially planned to do this inside the diamond ape's cave, but he hadn't expected it to attract so many cultivators. His mind quickly made a decision to head to the bottom of the lake, but first, he needed to deal with the pool to prevent others from tracing him. With this in mind, Guzei added a massive stone to the pool, using fire to evaporate the overflowing lake water, then covering the stone with a thick layer of dirt. He quickly scattered seeds of weeds and used with spiritual energy to accelerate their growth. Once it blended in with the surroundings, he tore open a soil escape talisman and returned to the lake's bottom. Finding a concealed spot, he swiftly consumed both the demon core and soul element grass. The former transformed into a pure stream of energy, flowing into his dantian, while the latter became a wave of medicinal power entering his sea of consciousness, nourishing his spirit. The chi gathering technique operated automatically, cycling through 1, 10, 100 rounds. With a soft bang, the barrier of the 8th layer of chi gathering shattered, the acupoints opening wide, and the dantian gradually expanding. At the same time, his consciousness felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, warming him and making him feel incredibly light, as if all his limbs were being released. The medicinal power gradually transformed into threads of soul power, and his spirit gradually became more solid. Time passed without him noticing, and when he came to his senses, the strength of his spirit was comparable to that of the fourth layer of Foundation establishment. Guze felt a sense of melancholy, realizing how much energy he had lost by consuming them directly, but he had no regrets. Just then, a disturbance in spiritual energy came from the lake's bottom. Using his consciousness to probe, he discovered two figures appearing in the area, causing his heart to leap. When he saw who it was, his heart relaxed. It was Fat Tiger and Ling Er. "I'm over here, Zego. I told you. You're lucky and have a great destiny. You'd be fine," Fat Tiger said, his tone a mix of excitement and playful reproach. Fat Tiger scratched his head. "I'm not flustered. You know me," he said, looking shyly at Ling Er. Ling Er turned her gaze toward him, surprised. "Zego, it seems your cultivation has improved." She quickly covered her mouth, realizing that in the cultivation world, prying into others' fortunes was highly taboo, even among close kin. Guze shifted his gaze to Fat Tiger, who, though surprised, still had clear eyes. He smirked. After falling to the lake bottom and seeing the body of the golden spike bee, he had sensed something and successfully ascended upon waking. Although their eyes showed no greed, he still chose to keep it a secret. The three broke through the water, and as they dried their robes, both turned their gazes toward him. Guze understood. There was an unexpected gain from this trip. He then took out the beehive from his storage bag, revealing it covered in spiritual honey, with a blood-colored golden spike bee on top. "Brother Zay, could this be a mutated variety?" Fat Tiger looked eagerly at the blood bee. Guze nodded, discreetly glancing at Ling Er, and noticed her curiosity was nowhere near Fat Tiger's enthusiasm. Fat Tiger scratched his head, stammering, "Ling Er, Brother Zay, I." He didn't finish his sentence before his face turned beet red, and he began pacing back and forth. Ling Er looked at Fat Tiger and asked, "Tiger brother, do you want to contract him as a spirit pet?" Fat Tiger nodded, and Guze furrowed his brow, reminding him, "Fat Tiger, a cultivator's first spirit pet is crucial. Are you sure you want to contract a spirit bee whose attributes you don't even know?" Guze asked this because cultivators below the golden core stage could only contract one spirit pet, just like he had contracted the young eagle. If he wanted to contract another spirit beast, he would have to break through the golden core barrier first. Fat Tiger nodded seriously. "I want to contract the spirit bee. I want to share the contributions this time." After speaking, he looked at him and Linger with an expectant expression. Guze nodded in agreement, and Linger had no objections either. Guze handed the sleeping blood bee to Fat Tiger, who quickly extracted a drop of essence blood while muttering incantations. A golden rune split into two and descended from the sky, merging into the bodies of Fat Tiger and the blood bee. Fat Tiger cherished it greatly, keeping it close to his chest and occasionally taking it out to admire, his face blooming with a bright smile. The three of them continued on their journey, and after 3 days, they noticed a commotion of magical spells not far away. Guze used his spiritual sense to investigate and found 2 groups of people engaged in fierce combat. One group wore uniform clothing and had a token hanging at their waists. Upon seeing the word mercenary engraved on the token, Guze immediately thought of the mercenary group. The other group, although dressed differently, had the character Lu embroidered on their left chest, indicating they were from the Lu family in the central domain. Guze frowned. Their goal was to kill the white yuan bear, and if they took a detour, it would delay them for several days. If they did not take a detour, they might run into them. After hesitating for a moment, Guze shared his concerns with Linger and Fat Tiger. After hearing this, Linger suggested, "Zay go, Tiger go. With night approaching, why don't we rest here?" Guze nodded in agreement. The three had been traveling continuously, and their spiritual energy was running low. So avoiding the fierce battle was indeed the best strategy. Just as they set up a formation, Guze noticed something was off. He saw that the leader of the mercenary group had issued an order, and his subordinates were rushing in their direction. Behind them were the Lu family disciples in hot pursuit. Guze said urgently, "Linger, Fat Tiger, we need to retreat." The two looked at him in confusion. And Guze explained, "Those 2 groups are heading our way." His words came out very quickly, and it would have been hard to understand if they weren't familiar with each other. Linger quickly took out a map, saying, "Tiger go, Zay go. Let's retreat to the southeast." Guze pulled Fat Tiger and ran quickly, not forgetting to use his spiritual sense to scout. The more he probed, the more familiar it felt, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Just then, he saw a golden giant python coiling outside a cave about 100 meters away, flicking its tongue and basking in the sunlight. After noticing the commotion here, Fat Tiger's face turned pale as he urged, "Run." He also activated an acceleration talisman. Guze narrowed his eyes. The location where the giant python resided was the cave of the diamond ape, with a second-tier demon beast. The golden giant python in front and unknown cultivators behind them. His mind raced. He quickly grabbed Fat Tiger and Linger, saying, "Fat Tiger, you take us both to use the earth escape technique." Looking down at the grass beneath their feet, he held Fat Tiger with one hand and Linger with the other. Fat Tiger complied without asking too many questions, raised his hand to form a seal, and chanted an incantation. A yellow glow enveloped the three of them, and their bodies quickly sank into the ground. They barely traveled far before being washed away by the dense lake water. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the same lake they had encountered before. Linger looked shocked. Fat Tiger looked at the two with a serious expression, saying, "Brother Zay, the people behind us clearly have ill intentions. It's better to." Before he could finish, both he and Linger understood each other's meaning. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. They would be that fisherman. After thinking for a few moments, Guze found this plan feasible. After all, if the people behind them fought with the golden giant python, they could benefit regardless of who won. Guze used his spiritual sense to penetrate through layers of barriers and saw the golden giant python swing its tail, sending a group flying several meters. They happened to collide with the incoming Lu family disciples. Long Yi, hand over the ghost yuan grass, or you will be swallowed alive by the giant python and end up with no bones left. The speaker was the leader of the Lu family, and their group stood in a special formation at the center of the array, chanting incantations. In the middle of the formation, a phantom of a white tiger gradually condensed. Guze's heart sank rapidly. It turned out to be the White Tiger Strike Mountain Formation. Indeed, the descendants of prominent families should not be underestimated. His attention was focused on the phrase ghost yuan grass, as this grass was the last main ingredient for refining the insect extermination pill. Aside from refining this pill, the grass had no other use, and it was likely that both groups had some connection to the Holy Law Palace. Fat Tiger and Linger looked at him with confusion, and Guze shook his head, his mind racing. At that moment, he saw the giant python charging towards them, opening its massive mouth, ready to swallow the people on the ground. In a critical moment, the cultivator named Long Yi threatened, "Help me kill the golden python, or I will set this grass ablaze." Holding the ghost yuan grass in one hand and forming a seal with the other, he ignited a flicker of bright yellow flame at his fingertips. The cultivators in the formation dared not express their anger and stood silently. The cultivator at the front raised his hand to form a seal, and the white tiger phantom broke free from the constraints of the formation, extending its claws to attack the golden python. The golden python's body was pierced, blood flowing freely, and its painful wails echoed through the sky. Before it could react, it was met with a violent barrage of spells. Chapter 25. The giant egg. The golden python, enraged, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the white tiger phantom. Its abdomen bulged slightly. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the Lu family disciples in the formation looked anxious. Guze was shocked. He never expected the golden python would forcibly refine it, triggering the golden core thunder tribulation. The two groups locked in the thunder tribulation were truly suffering, and Guze felt immensely grateful that the three of them had not recklessly revealed themselves. The booming sounds resounded one after another, and the number of cultivators on the ground gradually diminished as the golden python floated in midair, undergoing the thunder tribulation. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly descended, and the golden python was instantly torn apart, its breath extinguished. Following the signal, Fat Tiger raised his hand to form a seal, and the three of them swiftly burrowed through the moist soil, surfacing in just 3 breaths. Looking at the charred bodies, they chose to loot the corpses. Guze bent down to collect Long Yi's storage bag and quickly sealed the ghost yuan grass in a jade box. "Ah!" Linger let out a terrified scream as she saw a charred hand tightly gripping her legs. Guze and Fat Tiger quickly turned around, and upon seeing this scene, they were equally shocked. When the three of them emerged from the ground, they had confirmed that no one had survived, and they were taken aback by the sudden movement. Fat Tiger forcibly pried open the person's hands and softly reassured Linger. The three exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Should they kill him to eliminate future troubles or save a life? Guze said seriously, "We have no enmity between us. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fate. But Brother Zay, this is a life. What if he is unfortunate enough to be eaten by a demon beast? What should we do then?" Fat Tiger glanced at the man, revealing a look of reluctance. Guze was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Linger looked at the two and said, "What's so difficult about this? We can place a defensive array disc for him." Fat Tiger's eyes lit up, turning his gaze toward her with eager anticipation. Guze sighed and nodded, secretly hoping that the man would not pursue the whereabouts of the ghost yuan grass after waking up. After arranging him, the three shifted their attention to the golden python. Linger blinked and asked, "Tiger Gu, Zhe Gu, can I have the python skin?" The python skin has excellent defensive properties, and after being tempered by the thunder tribulation, it would be even more effective, making it a good choice for refining robes or armor. Guze scanned the golden python's abdomen repeatedly, but regrettably, he did not see any traces of a demon core. Fat Tiger was drooling, saying, "I want to make delicacies from the golden python's meat." Guze couldn't bear to look. He originally thought he would only give them the beast bones, internal organs, and blood. But now it seemed he would just be benefiting Fat Tiger. If his observations were correct, the beast bone could be properly used to refine a fire attribute spirit tool. It's strange, the golden python skin is of the metal attribute, while the beast bone is of the fire attribute. It's known that fire restrains metal. So how can both be balanced at the same time, unless there's an earth attribute to mediate? I'm afraid the two of them are unaware of the peculiarity. Guze paused and said, "The python bone is of the fire attribute and is of much higher quality than the python skin. I want this item. That's not acceptable. Zhe Gu, the beast bone, blood, and internal organs all belong to you." Ling Er was initially surprised, then showed a disapproving expression. Fat Tiger chimed in, "Brother Zhe, don't refuse. If it weren't for you discovering the oddities of this place and the lake, how could we split these treasures?" After saying this, he shook the storage bag hanging at his waist. The two groups had a total of 12 people, with each person having 4 storage bags. Ling Er and Fat Tiger chose the ones with lower cultivation levels, leaving the higher ones for him, if there were no unexpected circumstances. Higher cultivation would mean the items in the storage bags, including spirit stones, would be more plentiful. Guze couldn't refuse the two and nodded in agreement. The three quickly divided the golden python, and both turned their gazes towards him. "Let's go look for treasures." The treasures naturally referred to items that could balance the chaotic spiritual energy within the golden python. The three arrived at the cave occupied by the golden python, which was the same cave as that of the earlier King Kong ape. They carefully scanned with their spiritual senses, but found no gains. Could it be in the cave of the golden python? With this thought, Guze spoke, "This doesn't seem like the golden python's lair. Follow me." Guze sniffed the bloody scent in the air and cautiously proceeded based on the slime left by the golden python, until they reached a bottomless cave. Outside the cave were some fragments of python skin, which should have been shed by the golden python. Guze used his spiritual sense to investigate. It was fine not to look, but once he did, his scalp tingled. In the middle of the cave was a pool of water, and in the center of the pool was a large brown python, which was currently emitting painful sounds. We guessed wrong. It should be this earth python and the golden python cultivating together that achieved balance. There are no treasures. Guze communicated through his spiritual sense. When he saw the earth python's cultivation level, his heart sank. It had actually broken through to the golden core stage. "We must retreat," Fat Tiger urged anxiously, clearly having realized the key point. Just as Guze turned around, the scene from earlier flashed in his mind, and confusion gradually arose. It was indeed strange. The earth python's scales were smooth, radiating a dazzling brown light. Observing its surroundings, there were no other wounds, and its expression of pain was indeed suspicious. "Zhe Gu, what's wrong? Why are you blocking us?" Ling Er asked with a puzzled expression. Fat Tiger had already formed a hand sign and used a light body technique, suddenly bending his legs and almost falling flat on his face. It was only Ling Er's quick reflexes that supported him, preventing the fall. Guze shared his thoughts with the two, and they were also puzzled. The three quickly agreed to investigate further. It would be unfortunate if they missed out on any treasures. They concealed their presence and cautiously approached. When they reached near the pool, they saw a giant egg slowly emerging from the tail of the giant python. The eggshell was covered in red runes, resembling a fireball, and the earth python's tail was covered in blood, emitting a painful wail. Meanwhile, the giant eagle in its arms continued to cry out incessantly, showing an anxious expression. Guze tried to soothe it, but the effect was minimal. Once the giant egg fully emerged, the earth python showed a weak expression, its breath gradually fading, and its eyes seemed to struggle to open. Guze extended his spiritual sense to examine the giant egg, finding its vitality weak. It would likely become a dead egg soon. Just as he was feeling emotional about this, the earth python suddenly opened its vertical pupils. Upon seeing the three of them, it revealed a wary expression. Guzei's heart tightened, and he gripped the sword hilt tightly. Before the three could act, the earth python lowered its head and began to hum softly. An invisible barrier enveloped its body, and the three of them gradually felt their vision blur, their consciousness starting to dissipate. A cry of the eagle pulled his consciousness back. He saw the giant python transform into countless light points that entered the giant egg, causing the egg to flicker with light. Guzei displayed an incredulous expression, not expecting the giant python to be doing this at that moment. He noticed a beam of light, seemingly with consciousness, rushing towards him. Chapter 26 Oath. He quickly dodged to the side, but the beam of light circled around the spot where he landed. More and more light points surrounded him, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Time seemed to stretch. A weak voice appeared in his sea of consciousness. Human cultivator. Who is speaking? Guzei felt as if he were in a dream, surrounded by darkness, evoking a sense of fear and unease. You cannot see me. You are currently in the realm of my innate divine sense. The voice was still weak, but carried a hint of helplessness. The four characters' realm of consciousness seemed to trigger something, and his memories flooded back like a tide. It turned out to be the Earth Python Elder. He wondered why it had pulled him into this realm. Guzei had a vague guess in his heart, but wasn't entirely sure. Therefore, he chose to ask directly, as records in various tales indicated that the longer one stayed in another's consciousness, the greater the toll on their spirit. I see you possess dual fire and wood spiritual roots. If you carefully nurture my child to hatch without causing harm, I can tell you the whereabouts of the cleansing spirit grass. Upon hearing the words cleansing spirit grass, Guzei's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. But then he thought, even if what the other said was false, he wouldn't lose anything. The junior, promise. Please inform me of the location of the spirit grass. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark scene was replaced by a mountain peak, which resembled two giant pythons entwined together. At the 7-inch mark of the giant python, there was a spirit grass swaying in the wind, its roots and stems surrounded by strange patterns, instantly giving an extraordinary impression. Just as he was immersed in this sight, a voice pulled him back to reality. Head southeast to the Tianxuan Secret Realm. The giant python peak has fallen here. The weak voice of the other faded away, replaced by a tone that was both fierce and severe, as if daring him to make any move would bring about catastrophe. I swear here as a junior that I will carefully nurture the elder's child to assist it in hatching. If I break this oath, I shall die and be obliterated. A golden pattern appeared in his sea of consciousness, clearly the power of the oath. The giant python's consciousness completely retreated, and he awoke from his stupor, finding himself staring at Fat Tiger's enlarged face. Great. Brother Zay, you finally woke up. Fat Tiger excitedly grasped his wrist. Fat Tiger, where's Ling Air? Guzei looked around, but didn't see Ling Air or the giant python egg. Ling Air went to gather firewood. It's strange, this cave is too cold at night. Upon hearing this, Guzei realized he was wrapped up in layers. Fat Tiger, what about that giant python egg? What giant python egg? Brother Zay, are you still affected by the snake venom in your body? Fat Tiger said, wanting to circulate his spiritual energy to check. Cough, cough, I'm fine. I just woke up and my consciousness is a bit fuzzy. Can you tell me about our journey so far? Fat Tiger immediately began to recount. In the still of the night, the three of us saw this cave and decided to rest here. Who knew that as soon as we stepped in, you were bitten by a bamboo leaf green? He pointed to the ground where the already deceased bamboo leaf green lay. Guzei frowned tightly. Could it be that everything he just experienced was just his imagination? He quickly withdrew his consciousness back to his sea of consciousness. The power of the oath was still there. It wasn't his imagination. He just didn't know where to find the giant python egg. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a young eagle poked its head out of the spirit beast bag, calling out twice. Upon seeing the giant egg in the spirit beast bag, Guzei's eyes widened. Little guy, what's going on? How did the giant python egg end up here? Guzei rubbed the little eagle's head and inquired within his consciousness. Master. It was wrapped in light spots and entered the spirit beast bag by itself. The little eagle's voice sounded a bit confused, and if listened to carefully, there was a hint of grievance. Guzei gently reassured, you can't eat it. I made a vow. I'll find you other food in the future. As soon as the little guy entered this place, it fixated on the giant python egg, eager to swallow it whole. Now it could only look but not eat. So it's no wonder it felt wronged. Guzei withdrew his consciousness and stood up to check on the bamboo leaf snake. When he saw that it had collapsed and died in the sea of consciousness, he had a vague suspicion. It must be the doing of the Earth Python Senior. I didn't expect its consciousness realm to be so strong that it could fabricate someone else's memories out of thin air. Zegu, you're awake. Ling Er's eyes sparkled like a crescent moon as she quickly placed dry wood on the ground and cast a fireball technique. The flames clashed with the dry wood, making crackling sounds. Gu Zhe bowed, clasping his fists, and sincerely thanked Ling Er and Fat Tiger for their care during this trip. Brother Zhe, you're too polite. Fat Tiger pulled him to sit by the fire, took out an iron pot, fetched water from the pool, and added the cleaned python meat into it. Hey, since we're just sitting around, I'll make soup for you guys. Gu Zhe took a bowl, and as soon as he tasted it, the delicious python meat combined with the fragrance of spiritual herbs left him wanting more. A warm current flowed down his throat to his dantian, causing the qi refining technique to operate automatically, rapidly refining the energy within his dantian. Just one bowl's worth of spiritual energy had almost been replenished completely. But Gu Zhe frowned. The effect of the python meat combined with low-grade spiritual herbs shouldn't be this fast. Brother Zhe, did you notice something unusual? Ling Er's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at him with her apricot eyes. Gu Zhe nodded and filled another bowl. Fat Tiger paused his chewing. What are you two mumbling about? Besides the cold, what else could be unusual here? He instinctively shrank his neck. Didn't you notice that besides the cold, there is something else unusual? Ling Er reproached. Fat Tiger scratched the back of his head and shook it. Sister Ling Er, can you tell me? After saying that, he took a big piece of python meat and scooped it into Ling Er's bowl, clearly trying to please her. Ling Er raised an eyebrow. The abnormality is in this python soup. Didn't you notice that the recovery effect is much better than the last 2 days? Same ingredients, same recipe. How could that be? Fat Tiger instinctively replied. Though he had doubts, Fat Tiger still operated the qi refining technique to refine the spiritual energy in his dantian. Brother Zhe, Ling Er is right. The recovery effect is more than doubled. After saying that, he looked toward the pool, excitement evident on his face. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Gu Zhe suggested, Ling Er, you keep watch while Fat Tiger and I explore the pool. Brother Zhe, Brother Fat Tiger, you can count on me. Ling Er patted her chest to assure them. Gu Zhe nodded and, pulling Fat Tiger, jumped down. The bone-chilling cold made his mind shudder, and Fat Tiger's eyebrows were covered in ice crystals. Chapter 27. Ling Er in danger. Fortunately, he was of the fire spirit root, so his situation was better than Fat Tiger's, but not by much. Brother Zhe, this is too cold. Fat Tiger shivered. If I hadn't been charging up to bring you along, you would have turned into an ice sculpture by now. Gu Zhe wasn't feeling great either. He raised his hand to cast a flame shield over the two of them, but it was extinguished by the lake water in less than 3 breaths. The closer they got to the bottom of the pool, the colder it became. Gu Zhe's hair was covered in ice crystals, and Fat Tiger's lips turned pale. His consciousness fading, unsure of the time. Gu Zhe glanced at the only second-tier talisman, the Sunfire Talisman, in his storage bag, gritted his teeth, and performed the incantation to summon it. A warm aura enveloped the two of them, making it feel like they were in a hot spring. Fat Tiger regained his senses, lamenting, it's my lack of strength that wasted a talisman. The Sunfire Talisman was a top-tier second-tier item, and when activated, it would unleash hundreds of fire blades that could kill a foundation-building beast if utilized properly. Using it for warmth was indeed a waste. It's not a waste. Though talismans are precious, your life is more important. Gu Zhe felt pained by the talisman, but compared to the bond between him and Fat Tiger, this talisman seemed trivial. Fat Tiger's voice choked as he wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express it. Gu Zhe patted him on the shoulder. Let's go look for treasures. Fat Tiger nodded seriously, his eyes growing more determined. Gu Zhe couldn't understand, nor did he delve deeper. After a quarter of an hour, they saw the bottom of the pool covered in mud. Beneath the mud, a white root stem caught their eye, severed in half and oozing white juice. Gu Zhe's eyes widened. It was actually the 3rd-tier spiritual plant, the Ice Flame Mysterious Lotus. Putting all the pieces together, he finally understood the situation. The Ice Flame Mysterious Lotus was a spiritual plant that combined fire and ice. No wonder the giant python egg was of the fire attribute. It was because it consumed the lotus seeds. The earth python's partner, the golden python, appearing near the Vajra ape's cave abode, was likely to obtain the soul origin grass to aid the earth python in giving birth smoothly. Brother Zhe, you read a lot of books. Can you tell me what kind of spiritual plant this is? Fat Tiger looked at him with a puzzled expression. Guze didn't keep him in suspense. It's the ice flame mysterious lotus, a third-tier spiritual plant. Fat Tiger's eyes widened in surprise as he pulled on his sleeve, excitedly asking, Brother Zay, is this the top-ranked spiritual plant? Guze confidently replied, That's right, it is. We struck gold. We struck gold. That's worth 10,000 contribution points. Fat Tiger's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he held onto Guze's wrist tightly. Guze was also excited. The two exchanged glances and began to use iron shovels to clear the mud at the bottom. After another quarter of an hour, a third-tier lotus root, pure white like jade, came into view. Guze quickly sealed it in a jade box, ensuring the root stem was intact, though the lotus seeds were lost. This spiritual plant was worth at least 6,000 contribution points. After putting it away in the storage bag, the cold feeling gradually faded, and the two of them swam upstream. The more they swam up, the stronger the smell of blood became, and Guze's heart tightened. Just as they broke the surface, they saw Ling Er spitting out a mouthful of blood, being sent flying. The sound of her body colliding with the stone wall and the cracking of bones was impossible to ignore. Ling Er. Fat Tiger's eyes turned bloodshot as he rushed towards her without a second thought. Guze looked at the two figures, one fat and one thin, as if he were watching a dead person. He quickly summoned a sword and struck at the two to buy time for Fat Tiger. Who dares to ambush me? Are you tired of living? The fat cultivator quickly turned around and, upon seeing him and Fat Tiger, laughed heartily. Skinny monkey, here come two more little brats to die. After saying that, he raised the giant axe in his hand and charged at Guze. The cultivator named Skinny Monkey leaped forward, trying to block Fat Tiger's path. Little guy, go help Fat Tiger. Guze tossed the little eagle out while swiftly dodging the fat cultivator's attack. TSK, kid's got some skills. Let me show you my thunder axe. Though he shouted at Guze, his gaze greedily followed the little eagle. Guze snorted coldly, ignoring him. Both their cultivation levels were at the 8th layer of chi refining, so Guze naturally wasn't afraid. The fat cultivator formed a hand seal with his left hand, channeling spiritual energy into the giant axe, which crackled with sounds as silver-white lightning flickered. Guze narrowed his eyes and quickly cast the binding technique to restrain the cultivator's legs. Taking this opportunity, he swiftly threw the talisman he had on him toward the giant axe. With a loud boom, the cultivator's hair stood on end, and his face turned blackened. I will kill you for damaging my magic weapon. Seizing the opportunity of the cultivator's anger, Guze channeled spiritual energy into his legs and kicked out fiercely, sending the cultivator plummeting downwards. The cultivator snapped back to his senses and hurriedly landed on his feet to stabilize himself. The other party's eyes emitted a cold light, and before he could react, two pitch-black nails appeared near his brow. Guze, in a state of panic, hurriedly dodged, but the black nails followed like shadows. At the critical moment, Guze quickly cast a lightness technique and flipped in midair. His feet landed accurately beside the thin monkey cultivator. Immediately, he kicked fiercely at the opponent's knee joint, causing the opponent's legs to bend instinctively. With a thud, the opponent knelt on the ground, and the black nails swiftly pierced into his brow. The thin monkey let out a painful howl. Big brother, you haven't finished speaking, and lost consciousness. Thin monkey. The fat cultivator let out a voice filled with desperation and then looked at Guze with fierce eyes, saying, I will kill you all to avenge my brother. Fat Tiger fed Linger a pill, placed her within the formation, and stood beside her holding a giant pot. Guze infused spiritual power into his sword and leaped fiercely, striking at the opponent, while Fat Tiger also did not hold back and attacked from behind with the giant pot. The opponent quickly summoned several talismans, creating a halo that enveloped them, negating both of their attacks. Guze's mind raced to devise a strategy. Seeing a bag of medicinal powder in his storage bag, he telepathically communicated with Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger, keep attacking the weak points. The two gathered their strength again, and when a gap was torn in the halo, Guze quickly threw out the spirit-absorbing powder, holding his breath. Fat Tiger followed suit. In just 3 breaths, the spiritual halo completely retreated, leaving the opponent without spiritual power, like a mortal at their mercy. You little brat, don't be so ruthless. It was my folly to have the thought of killing and robbing. Let me go, and I'll give you my storage bag. Guze ignored him, saying, the killer must be killed. If it weren't for the timely arrival of me and Fat Tiger, Linger would likely have perished by now. Thinking of this, a surge of rage ignited in his heart. He wielded his sword and stabbed it into the opponent's heart, blood instantly gushing out and staining his white robe. Fat Tiger, wielding the iron pot, wildly attacked the opponent. Guze glanced at the bloodied Linger in the formation and let it be. At that moment, there was a disturbance in the formation. Linger's body trembled. Letting out a painful howl, Guze leaped into the formation, and what met his eyes was the scene of Linger spitting out black blood. His heart sank, and he quickly used a strand of wood's spiritual power to probe. He saw a cloud of gray mist overflowing from her dantian, spreading towards the 8 extraordinary meridians, causing the meridians to rot gradually. His heart sank even further. Fat Tiger quickly searched their bodies for an antidote. Guze shouted, his right hand trembling slightly. Fat Tiger fumbled around, frantically searching the opponent's storage bags, stripping them of their robes, and checking every possible hiding place. Brother Zay, I found the items. Which one is the antidote? Fat Tiger asked urgently, with a hint of fear in his tone. Guze used his divine sense to inspect the bottles and jars, as well as the medicinal powders and some inconspicuous spiritual herbs. After checking everything, he said with disappointment, there's no antidote. I'll seal their acupoints first, and we'll discuss this later. Without waiting for Fat Tiger to respond, he raised his hand to form a seal, casting the acupoint sealing technique. Several strands of spiritual power intertwined to form a strange pattern and entered Linger's body. After several repetitions, he managed to control the poison, and Guze carefully performed a healing technique to treat Linger's external injuries. Brother Zay, what is wrong with you? Fat Tiger asked anxiously, showing a worried expression as he supported him. It's nothing. I just consumed too much divine sense and spiritual power. Guze forced a smile, took a recovery pill from his storage bag, and drank a bottle of soul liquid, feeling his fatigue completely disappear. Linger had multiple fractures that required a bone-repairing pill to heal, and the most critical issue was that she had been poisoned by the broken meridian powder. If they couldn't find the antidote, Guze seriously explained Linger's condition, but he couldn't bring himself to say the worst part. Brother Zay, what should we do to save Linger? Just tell me, and I'll listen to you. Fat Tiger had lost his ability to think. We'll return to the sect in exchange for the bone-repairing pill, then check the market for signs of the 100-leaf grass. The main ingredient of the broken meridian powder is the withered stem grass, and its nemesis is the 100-leaf grass, which not only detoxifies but also expands the meridians after consumption. Even so, cultivators generally chose to avoid this item, as it often grew in swamps. The swamp was filled with poisonous creatures, making this grass extremely rare and exorbitantly priced. Fat Tiger nodded vigorously. Brother Zay, I'll listen to you. Let us head back to the sect immediately. Guze took out a map, found the nearest route, and led the way forward. Fat Tiger carefully carried Linger on his back, afraid that any misstep would cause her further harm. As they moved forward, Guze felt increasingly uneasy. Fat Tiger muttered, why does this feel so much like White Yuan Bear's territory? After hearing this, Guze felt a sense of unease. Upon carefully examining the map in his hand and comparing it with Fat Tiger's, he realized it was indeed the location of their second task. The closer they got, the more anxious he became. Fat Tiger, looking slightly uneasy, suggested, Brother Zay, should we bypass this area? I feel inexplicably anxious. Guze forced a smile. Fat Tiger, I'm afraid it's too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, they heard rustling sounds coming from all directions, approaching them. Guze released the young eagle from the spirit beast bag. Little guy, you will escort Linger back to the sect for us. He then placed a talisman in the young eagle's storage bag for emergencies. Fat Tiger gritted his teeth to prevent tears from falling. Brother Eagle, once you reach the sect, extinguish this jade slip and wait for an elder to appear to hand Linger over. After forming a silhouette, Fat Tiger only released the seal when the eagle nodded and chirped. Guze placed Linger on the eagle's back, rubbed the young eagle's head, and said, be careful on this journey. The young eagle nodded, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. Guze held his sword in his left hand and tightly gripped the talisman in his right. Just as he was on high alert, Fat Tiger summoned a formation plate, and a mist spread out from around them. It turned out to be a second-tier mist formation. While Guze was puzzled, Fat Tiger's voice suddenly rang out. Finally, it's coming in handy, as expected of a noble family disciple. Guze smacked his forehead. He had been so focused on finding treasures that he forgot to check the 4 storage bags he hadn't looked at yet. Using his divine sense, Guze quickly inspected the contents of each bag, swiftly putting talismans, pills, and magical artifacts into his own storage bag, leaving other items unattended. Just then, a puzzled female voice broke the calm. What time is it? Why is there so much mist? Guze turned his gaze to the speaker, then scanned the others, noting a group of 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. All had reached the peak of qi refinement, their faces concealed by flower-patterned masks, making it impossible to discern their true appearances. Each of the 6 had a mark of a flying insect on their left wrist, symbolizing that they had successfully activated the insect egg and become official disciples of the Holy Luo Temple. Only by operating the Holy Insect Record technique would the mark be revealed. "Kid, you betrayed the Holy Master. Come out and die." The voice was cold, filled with intense disdain. Fat Tiger's legs trembled, while Guze's gaze was calming. They both knew this calamity would come after their escape, but they didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Guze remained still, as they were within the formation, unless the others stepped into it. Both sides could only stalemate. "The 2 of you, Bloom and Brocade, lead the charge." The male cultivator marked by the green bug directly issued the command. The colors of the goo worms would transform from gray, white, green, black, purple, to gold, exerting an absolute level suppression effect, no matter how high your cultivation. It would be of no use. As Bloom and Brocade stepped into the formation, Guze felt a tingling sensation in his heart, only to see 2 goo worms wrapped in a spiritual net showing signs of movement, seemingly trying to break free from the net. Fat Tiger looked even more dazed, and Guze decided not to sit idly by any longer, throwing out the talisman in his hand first. With a loud bang, several runes on the formation dissipated, and the mist became slightly thinner, allowing him to vaguely see the figures of others. "Kid, you can't hide now." A disdainful female voice reached his ears. It was the female cultivator named Bloom. Immediately after, a sharp sword light appeared, and Guze quickly dodged, while the opponent seemed to anticipate his thoughts and threw several explosive talismans at his landing spot. Guze swiftly summoned the Golden Yuan Bell. Upon collision, the bell emitted a dazzling light and instantly shattered a corner. Guze's mind raced. The opponent's goo worms were of a higher level and suppressed him, and they had seemingly predicted his attack methods, putting him in a very dire situation. Suddenly, a dangerously risky thought popped into his mind. If he could break the constraints of the spiritual net and let the 2 goo worms merge into one, perhaps he could escape the current predicament. He just didn't know if the insect extinction pill would still work on the goo worms. Now he could only approach it with a gambler's mindset. After all, there were 6 cultivators at the peak of qi refinement, and the opponent's attacks were fierce and deadly, clearly not comparable to the earlier ones who were just holding wine bags. With this in mind, Guze detonated the Golden Yuan Bell, throwing it toward the 2, buying himself some time, and quickly withdrew the 2 spiritual nets from his heart area. The insect eggs broke free from their shells, and the white goo worms began to devour the eggs, visibly expanding at an observable speed. The color of their wings transformed into a light blue, and a red silk thread pierced through the back armor of the goo worms from head to tail. This red silk thread was the mark of the elder from the sacred Luo Hall, used to imprint the second goo with the mother worm, and was also known as the mark of a traitorous disciple, referred to as the red armored bug. Guze was shocked. He had originally thought the white goo worm would devour the red armored bug, but reality gave him a slap in the face. Utilizing the sacred insect record technique, a phantom of a goo worm appeared in his sea of consciousness, with 7 threads of varying lengths and thicknesses appearing in front of the goo worm. Following the guidance of the technique, Guze cast spells on 2 of the threads, causing Bloom and Brocade to show a hint of daze in their eyes. Guze quickly detonated 2 magical artifacts and threw them at the 2. With a loud bang, the 2 were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. And at the same time, the mist formation shattered. "I really underestimated you." The speaker was, surprisingly, the green bug cultivator. Just as the words fell, the person beside the green bug cultivator had a fierce look in their eyes and launched an attack with a long sword. Fat Tiger seized this opportunity to throw talismans at the group, and the explosions were endless. Guze glanced at Bloom and Brocade, who without hesitation began to extract goo from their hearts. However, the female cultivator named Brocade looked at him with deep meaning, her mouth moving as if she had something to say to him. He was solely focused on extracting the goo, subconsciously ignoring her strange behavior. He saw 2 white goo worms enter his heart area, being devoured by the red armored bug, whose wings then shifted from light blue to blue. Fat Tiger displayed an incredulous expression. "Je brother, you." Guze felt a complex mix of emotions. He couldn't explain why he could devour others' goo worms to strengthen the red armored bug. He had previously only sensed the other's desire, having always thought it was just his illusion, he subconsciously overlooked it. He didn't know how to explain to Fat Tiger. He just wanted to escape the current predicament. No need to explain. No matter what, you are still my brother. Fat Tiger still showed a trusting expression. He continued to control the companions of the other green bug cultivators to deal with them. Perhaps it was because the spirit was stronger than the flesh. Or perhaps it was due to the red armored bug's advancement. He found himself adept at manipulating the sacred insect technique, as if he had practiced this technique since he was in the womb. He shook his head, feeling it was absurd. After all, both his mother and father were mortals. While his thoughts were racing, he saw the green bug cultivator unable to withstand the pressure and wanting to flee. Guze couldn't allow that. He raised his hand to cast a spell, and the red armored bug within him shone brightly. The eyes of the five turned blood red, resembling human-shaped puppets, devoid of their own thoughts, with only one thought in their minds: to kill the person in front of them. Wake up! Wake up! The green bug cultivator looked anxious, raising his hand to cast several finger techniques, all to no avail. Guze had already simulated the opponent's methods in his mind dozens of times. After all, he could do what they could. With nothing else to do, he studied the sacred insect record, hoping to discover flaws. He didn't find any flaws, but instead memorized it backward, which ultimately benefited him. Taking advantage of the green bug cultivator's unpreparedness, Guze signaled to Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger understood immediately, raising the giant pod in his hand and directly cracking open the green bug cultivator's head. Without a target, the other three were left in a daze. Guze quickly consumed a bottle of soul liquid to replenish his consumed soul power, repeating the process to control two cultivators to deal with another. Guze only wanted to hint at the opponent's self-awareness, just as he issued the command. They showed signs of waking up. He could only retreat and let them fight to the death. After the three corpses had completely lost their vitality, he felt a sudden pain in his sea of consciousness, clearly due to overexertion. Just as he took a step, he felt dizzy and nearly fell to the ground, fortunately being supported by Fat Tiger. "Brother, rest here for a moment. I'll handle the rest." Fat Tiger gestured for him to sit cross-legged. Guze looked at his current self, realizing that going would only complicate things, so he simply sat down on the ground. In contrast, Fat Tiger stepped forward with heavy steps, quickly extracting goo from the hearts of the fallen. Guze furrowed his brows, thinking Fat Tiger would extinguish them. To his surprise, Fat Tiger sealed them one by one into 4 jade bottles before starting to loot the corpses, not even sparing their masks. When Guze saw one familiar figure among them, he felt as if struck by 5 thunders. It was none other than his senior sister by Meow Meow, who had studied alchemy with him. How could it be her? Guze repeated this phrase several times, unable to believe his eyes. He remembered her caring words. "Little junior brother, if you ever need anything in the future, you can use this paper crane to find me." After saying that, she even winked at him, showing a charming smile. He took out the paper crane from his storage bag. The strand of spiritual consciousness on it had completely dissipated, and the paper crane turned into countless light spots and vanished. The sister who taught him alchemy, helped him procure spiritual herbs, and introduced him to connections had met her end at his hands, and he couldn't accept it for a moment. No wonder every time he was caught off guard by Bloom's attacks, she could always cleverly find opportunities to help him avoid critical hits. It turned out she knew. She knew everything. He finally understood why her gaze contained deep meaning when he was extracting the goo. Brother, what's wrong with you?" Fat Tiger hurriedly approached, his tone tinged with a bit of choking emotion. From his fragmented words, Fat Tiger guessed the situation, glancing at by Meow Meow with a serious expression. "Brother, she still has a trace of breath. I was just about to deal the finishing blow when I noticed your abnormality." "Really? She's really not dead?" he exclaimed, quickly standing up, wanting to check further. Fat Tiger hurriedly supported him, and Guze quickly consumed several bottles of soul liquid, concentrating his energy to investigate, discovering that there was actually a medicinal force within by Meow Meow that was helping her heal her injuries. Guze quickly cast a spell to pick up one of the still beating hearts, rapidly using spiritual power to clean off the dirt, and employing with spirit power to create spiritual needles and threads. Based on the meridian patterns, he stitched it up. By the time everything was done, his robes were drenched in sweat, but fortunately, the person was completely saved. Chapter 30. By Meow Meow awakens, he collapsed onto the ground, and Fat Tiger handed him a storage bag from a jade bottle, saying, "Brother Zay, take this. We need to find a place to rest quickly." Fat Tiger glanced at the two of them and then at the sky. Though he said nothing more, he understood. Guze looked at him and said, "Fat Tiger, I'll take the jade bottle. You pick 2 storage bags. Besides Bai Miao Miao's belongings, they had gathered a total of 5 storage bags on this trip. Although Gu Zhe had done most of the work, Fat Tiger had not been idle either. Fat Tiger declined. Brother Zhe, I can't take this. He didn't finish his sentence. But both of them understood what he meant. Gu Zhe insisted, tossing 2 storage bags to him. You take them. We don't know what dangers we might encounter later. And the items inside can help replenish our supplies. Hearing this, Fat Tiger no longer declined, and he put away the storage bags and jade bottle. After a brief rest, they quickly carried Bai Miao Miao to a small cave. Brother Zhe, I found Bai Yuanxiong's body in my storage bag. Fat Tiger's voice broke the silence. Gu Zhe opened his eyes wide. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. They had originally given up on this task, but he and Fat Tiger, along with Linger, would suffer a deduction of contribution points because of it. Unexpectedly, there was a twist. He hurriedly checked the items in the storage bag and saw that the sealed jade boxes contained numerous Yulan herbs, estimated to be several hundred. Gu Zhe's heart sank. After all, the task they had accepted was not confidential, but it was not something that disciples of the Holy Luo Palace should be privy to, unless... He didn't dare to think further, as if even their sect had been infiltrated by disciples of the Holy Luo Palace. It would be a disastrous situation for them. Clearly, Fat Tiger had also thought of this. If their speculation was correct, Linger might be involved because of them. Thinking of Linger, it made him feel a wave of melancholy, and he wondered if the Tianying could bring her back to the sect, just as the two of them were feeling down. Bai Miao Miao coughed lightly and slowly opened her eyes, saying, Am I dreaming? Did I actually see the silly goose before I die? Silly Goose was a nickname Bai Miao Miao had given him because he often had a stern expression and acted too formally. Senior Sister Bai, you're not dreaming. He quickly moved forward to check Bai Miao Miao's injuries. Though her injuries had mostly healed, she would need heart-nourishing pills to recover properly, or else the pain would be unbearable unless she could break through to the Golden Core Realm. But the Golden Core Realm was a distant goal for them. Senior Sister, it's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone through this ordeal. Gu Zhe felt deeply guilty and didn't dare look Bai Miao Miao in the eyes. Silly junior brother. I knew from the first time I saw you that we would end up in this situation, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for knowing you, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to confront the Holy Luo Palace. Even if you hadn't taken the goo, I would have dug out my heart to get rid of the goo. Bai Miao Miao's expression shifted from gentle to resolute. Gu Zhe showed a puzzled expression, while Fat Tiger was even more confused and could only listen quietly. Seeing their state, Bai Miao Miao didn't keep them guessing. Before the master issues commands, I have already taken the healing holy medicine to prepare to remove the goo, but it was still a step too late. I can only seal the medicinal power for now. Once Bai Miao Miao glanced at him. Though she didn't finish speaking, he understood. Fat Tiger instinctively asked, Senior Sister Bai, who is the master you mentioned? How does he know about the task we took on? Gu Zhe was also puzzled and shifted his gaze to Bai Miao Miao. She shook her head. I don't know. He has never appeared. All orders are given to us through the goo. Then how did Senior Sister? Fat Tiger asked again, but was interrupted. Fat Tiger, don't be rude. His tone was slightly angry. He wanted to know too, but this was Bai Miao Miao's secret. Fat Tiger looked at him with a hint of dissatisfaction, and Bai Miao Miao coughed lightly. Don't you know that every disciple who enters the Holy Luo Palace must undergo layers of assessment? Those who pass the assessment are assigned different identities and finally enter various factions as spies, and I am one of them. Neither Fat Tiger nor Gu Zhe asked what would happen to those who failed the assessment. They figured their previous experiences were just the tip of the iceberg. Senior Sister, you should take care of your injuries. As long as I'm alive, I will find a way to gather heart-protecting pills, Gu Zhe said firmly, no matter what. It was through his actions that Bai Miao Miao ended up in this situation, and he didn't want to shirk responsibility. Bai Miao Miao shook her head and sighed. You're really adorably silly. The three of them each had their own thoughts, pondering in the dark cave. Gu Zhe began to organize the items in the storage bags. They had gained a lot from this trip, but he still couldn't bring himself to smile. The next morning, the three of them rushed on their journey without stopping. By the time they reached the outskirts of the Tianxuan mountain range, more than half a month had passed. Do the two junior brothers have something urgent? Why the rush? Feel free to tell me. If I can help, I won't stand by and watch. Bai Miao Miao asked seriously. Fat Tiger and Gu Zhe exchanged glances. And in the end, they chose to inform her. After all, Bai Miao Miao had been in the sect for years and had more information than they did. But I have something I want to ask you, Gu Zhe said politely. Oh, go ahead. Bai Miao Miao raised an eyebrow, her expression becoming more serious. I have a partner who has been poisoned by a strange toxin and needs Bai Yi grass in order to detoxify. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Miao Miao exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the poison from the broken pulse powder?" Both he and Fat Tiger nodded in unison, eagerly looking at Bai Miao Miao, hoping to learn the whereabouts of the herb from her. Bai Miao Miao hesitated, her lips moved, but she ultimately chose to remain silent. Guze frowned upon seeing this. "Senior sister, please don't hesitate to speak," he said earnestly, bowing respectfully. Bai Miao Miao sighed lightly and said truthfully, "A month ago, a friend of mine obtained this herb after a life-and-death struggle. I'm afraid he has already sold it." Guze and Fat Tiger were overjoyed to hear this. After all, having a lead was better than having nothing, and every day they waited brought Linger closer to death. "Junior brothers, I sincerely ask you to connect us." Both Guze and Fat Tiger replied in unison, placing all their hopes on her. Bai Miao Miao summoned a flying artifact. "You two junior brothers don't need to stand on ceremony. We will return to the sect immediately." Guze was almost moved to tears. This confirmed that Bai Miao Miao agreed to help. The books often say that cultivators are cold-hearted, but it seems that is not entirely the case. "Rest assured, I will definitely help you get Bai Yi grass to save your partner." Bai Miao Miao reassured them while maneuvering the flying artifact. "Senior sister, I apologize for my earlier offenses. I hope you won't hold it against me." Fat Tiger stepped forward and bowed seriously. Chapter 31. Inquiring about the situation. Junior brother Fat Tiger, don't be too formal. Senior sister didn't think much of it. Besides, knowing you two is a fortunate thing for me. Bai Miao Miao smiled brightly. Guze nodded at Fat Tiger. Bai Miao Miao's sincerity was evident. If they hadn't been dragged into the Holy Luo Palace, they wouldn't have incurred more killing deaths. The flying boat traveled for 7 days, and just as it landed, they saw Tianying descending rapidly, flying on his shoulder with his neck held high. "Thank you for your hard work, little guy." Guze rubbed his head, while Fat Tiger looked anxious. "Fat Tiger, you go check on Linger first. I will go with senior sister." As soon as the words fell, Fat Tiger quickly bowed and turned to run southeast, the whole action taking no more than 3 breaths. The southeast was the South Shen Gate, relatively close to the dining hall, where Linger and her grandfather happened to reside. By the time he and senior sister Bai reacted, they only saw the departing figure of the other party. Bai Miao Miao patted him. "Let's go in." Guze nodded, and Bai Miao Miao led the way, with him closely following. Upon reaching a pavilion, Bai Miao Miao made a hand gesture, and the formation of the pavilion retreated one after another. A rough male voice came from inside. It turned out to be senior sister Bai, a rare visitor indeed. The two stepped in and saw that the pavilion was exquisitely arranged, while its owner was unkempt with a sharp robe, leaving Guze quite stunned. In contrast, Bai Miao Miao was unfazed. Seeing the other party slumped in a chair, she sighed. "Tianxuan, with Yenner gone, why must you do this?" The other party raised his eyes slightly, glanced at the two of them, and then continued drinking by himself. Guze looked at Bai Miao Miao helplessly, and she gave him a reassuring expression. "May I ask why senior sister has come today?" Tianxuan finished the last drop of wine, adjusted his robe, and inquired. "I came today at the request of this junior brother to inquire about the whereabouts of the 100-leaf grass," Bai Miao Miao said directly, looking at the other party with a complex gaze. "Guze, I pay my respects to senior brother. I sincerely hope you can inform me." He bowed respectfully, his expression firm. The other party's eyebrows twitched. "Oh, I thought it was something worth entrusting to Sister Bai. That thing was sold by me. Could senior brother inform me?" He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the other party. "You and I are strangers. Why should I tell you?" After hearing this, Guze felt both anxious and angry, ultimately deflated like a punctured balloon. Yes, why should the other party tell him? Just as he was about to bow and take his leave, Bai Miao Miao shot an unhappy glance at Tianxuan and said, "Human lives are at stake. Stop playing coy." This brought about a turning point, and Guze looked at Bai Miao Miao with gratitude. "That thing was sold by me to Duobao Pavilion. I don't know anything else." Tianxuan shouted to Bai Miao Miao. Guze handed over a jar of monkey wine. "Thank you, senior brother, for the information. This is a token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it." As soon as the wine jar was taken out, the aroma of the wine wafted over, making one reminisce. "This is indeed good wine." Tianxuan sniffed the wine jar. Bai Miao Miao shook her head, took the lead to leave, and Guze followed closely after bowing. "Senior sister, junior brother is extremely grateful. We will take our leave first, and I will thank senior sister later." After stepping out of the pavilion, Guze expressed his intention to take leave to buy Meow Meow. He contacted Fat Tiger through a communication paper crane, and they agreed to meet at Duobao Pavilion. An hour later, he and Fat Tiger entered Duobao Pavilion. And as soon as they entered, they heard a familiar voice. "Little Taoist friends, it's you." The speaker was the maid who had previously given them common clothes. He had properly stored this robe in his storage bag. "Sister Fairy, it's us. We should have come earlier to thank you for the gift of clothing." Fat Tiger bowed, forcing a smile. "No worries. What are you here to buy today? I can introduce some things for you." Fat Tiger's voice choked. "I couldn't say anything for a long time." Guze stepped forward and bowed. "We would like to inquire about the whereabouts of the 100-leaf grass. Please inform us, sister." The maid furrowed her brows, looked at the two of them, and said, "There are many people and eyes here. Follow me." Guze followed her to the back hall, where the maid spoke seriously. "The 100-leaf grass is rather precious and has been identified by the medicine elder as an auction item, and it has now been sent to Wanning City." Fat Tiger quickly bowed and pulled him to leave, but was interrupted by the maid. "Wait. Even if you go to Wanning City without an entry ticket, you can't participate in the auction." Guze held on to Fat Tiger and asked, "Sister Fairy, do you have a way to enter the auction?" The maid smiled faintly. "Don't call me Sister Fairy. My surname is Huang. My name is Yeching. Just call me Sister Huang privately." Guze and Fat Tiger replied in unison, "Yes, Sister Huang. Although I don't have an entry ticket, I know that Wanning City will hold a small competition for chi refining." Saying this, she handed a token to Fat Tiger from her storage bag. Fat Tiger hesitated, unsure whether to accept it, and couldn't help but look at him. "Sister Huang, may I ask what this token is for?" "You may not know, but my family is the Huang family in Wanning City, and this competition is crucial for the family. If you two can achieve a ranking in the small competition, I assure you that you will be able to obtain an entry ticket." Fat Tiger wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Guze. "Entry tickets are hard to come by. We must seize this opportunity. Sister Huang, we will participate in the competition." After saying this, he solemnly took the token. "Sister Huang, I still have some items to sell here." "I have some too." Fat Tiger patted his head, almost forgetting how to go to the auction without spirit stones. Huang Yeching brought the two to the inner hall and called for an appraiser. "Which of you little friends will go first?" The appraiser stroked his beard and asked. "I'll go first." The sound of clattering continued as Fat Tiger presented his recent findings, aside from the essential supplies for this trip and the corpse of the white bear. He sold everything he could. The appraiser scanned through the items. Although there were many, their levels were low, and they could be sold for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. "Do you need to purchase other items in this pavilion?" Seeing Fat Tiger shake his head quickly, the appraiser chuckled lightly and took out 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to him, then shifted his gaze to Guze. Guze instantly understood. Aside from the spirit herbs needed for refining the insect exterminating pill, these were items that could be exchanged for contribution points at the sect. Like Fat Tiger, he placed everything he could sell on the counting table. The appraiser raised an eyebrow, used his divine sense to check, and after a few breaths, adjusted his beard and said, "The items are mixed, but there are some noteworthy ones, totaling 12,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Chapter 32 Registration. He instinctively looked at Sister Huang, who nodded at him. "I trouble the senior to count. I will not purchase other items." His tone was exceptionally firm, and the appraiser did not ask further. Guze quickly took the spirit stones, placed them in his storage bag, and after signaling to Huang Yeching, he pulled Fat Tiger to leave quickly. It was only after they exited the influence of the market that they summoned their flying spiritual silk, with Fat Tiger panting as he stepped onto the silk, while he controlled its direction and speed. 7 days later, the two arrived at Wanning City, where they saw a bustling crowd of cultivators surrounding the Huang family's residence, discussing in hushed tones. TSK, I didn't expect the Huang family to have fallen to the point of recruiting cultivators from outside for their competition. Who would dare sign up? The Qian family and the Ma family are so strong, and their families have produced quite a few promising juniors. Guze and Fat Tiger exchanged glances, leveraging their agile bodies to squeeze to the front, where they saw a notice posted to the left of the gate. The notice detailed the recruitment conditions and the rewards for achieving rankings, and he shifted his gaze to the last piece of information, stating that all registrants must sign a life and death contract with the Huang family. Fat Tiger tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Say, brother, it can't be what I'm thinking, right?" Guze's heart was heavy as well. He didn't expect this small competition to actually be a life and death arena. The two left the crowd, and Guze said seriously, "Fat Tiger, You go to the tea house to find out if there's any news about the auction, and I will gather more information here. Fat Tiger nodded without further thought and turned to leave toward the southeast. After the figures of the others disappeared, Guze quickly arrived at the registration location. Unlike the lively atmosphere of the mansion, this place appeared cold and desolate, with only a few poor loose cultivators participating in the registration. Senior, I am here to register for the competition. Guze took out the token in his hand and handed it over. The other party initially wanted to drive him away, as his cultivation did not meet the recruitment requirements, but upon seeing the token, the words of dismissal were forcibly suppressed. So it's a friend introduced by Qingya. Fine. Let's see how you fare. The old man glanced at him and the token, letting out a light sigh. Little friend, please sign this life and death contract. The old man held a brush and lightly sketched a few strokes, and a contract document came into view. After confirming its accuracy, Guze summoned a strand of spiritual consciousness, and a complex pattern merged into the document. Before he could react, the old man handed him a storage bag and said, "Come to the martial arts arena tomorrow at the time of Chun to participate in the competition. You can go down with the guards now." "Yes, senior." Guze used his spiritual consciousness to check the storage bag and found 3 bottles of pills, 100 talismans, a formation plate, and 2 jade slips. One jade slip recorded the competition rules, while the other contained a competition strategy. As he was carefully reviewing, a voice from a messenger paper crane rang out. "Zay, where are you? I can't find you. Fat Tiger, come to the Flying Sound Tower to find me." An hour later, Guze opened the door to see Fat Tiger with a face full of disappointment. "Zay, I have been inquiring for several hours, and still Haven Tea obtained a ticket for entry." Guze had already anticipated this outcome. "Fat Tiger, since your cultivation is low, you shouldn't go on stage." Fat Tiger rebutted. "Zay, how can I let you go alone to face death?" After saying that, as if realizing something, he exclaimed in a hoarse voice, "Have you already registered for the competition?" Guze nodded. He had deliberately sent Fat Tiger away. Originally, he felt a hint of regret. But upon seeing that the participants from the Ma family and Qian family were all high-level Qi refiners, that regret vanished. Seeing Fat Tiger's agitated emotions, Guze handed over the jade slip with the competition strategy. "Look at this jade slip, and you'll understand." After a few breaths, Fat Tiger slumped onto the chair. "So it's really because my cultivation is too low." He then quickly changed the subject. "Zay, take these pills and talismans." Guze initially wanted to refuse. With his cultivation, he could only use about 50 talismans during a battle, and the Huang family had provided over 100, which was already sufficient. However, he thought that if he refused, Fat Tiger would feel bad, so he solemnly accepted them into the storage bag. Guze sat down to recover his consumed spiritual energy, while Fat Tiger took out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, not knowing what he was writing. 3 hours later, when Guze opened his eyes, he saw Fat Tiger studying at the desk. "Fat Tiger, what are you researching? You seem so focused." Guze approached to take a look. "Zay, I've carefully transcribed the contents of the jade slip. You need to pay special attention to these few people." Guze reviewed them one by one. He was not surprised by Ma Huai, the body cultivator, Tianxuan, the sound cultivator, and Ma Gang, the sword cultivator. However, one cultivator named Qian Baiyuan caught his attention, and he looked at Fat Tiger in confusion, as the other party's cultivation was not much different from his own, and he truly didn't understand why Fat Tiger had singled him out. Fat Tiger noticed his confusion and handed him a piece of paper, which contained the life story of Qian Baiyuan. The more Guze read, the more uneasy he felt. The other party had been abducted by a poison cultivator at the age of 10 and became a medicinal person. When he was 13, the poison cultivator Wan Xiao was killed on the spot, and Qian Baiyuan was then brought back to his family for cultivation. What puzzled him the most was that the other party had a mixed spiritual root qualification. "Zay, do you still remember when we discussed where the inheritance of the poison cultivator Wan Xiao went?" "Fat Tiger, are you saying he very likely obtained the poison cultivator's inheritance?" Guze asked with a furrowed brow. "It's 8 or 9 out of 10, Fat Tiger replied. "Otherwise, how can we explain that his 4 spiritual roots advanced to the peak of Qi refining in 3 years? Moreover, as a man, it's quite strange to always wear a cloak." The more they talked, the heavier Guze's heart felt. He had already entered the realm of alchemy, but he knew well the dangers of poison. Guze flipped through the sacred alchemy classic in his sea of consciousness, and an inconspicuous pill caught his attention. The pill was called the Poison Essence Pill, and it was quite special. It was made by nurturing a living being that could consume poison using a special method. then refining it in the Dantian. Once the living being was eroded by the poison to the point of becoming transparent, it meant that the pill had been successfully refined. With only 1 hour left until the competition began, there probably wouldn't be enough time to purchase anything else. As he anxiously paced back and forth, he involuntarily focused his spiritual consciousness on the heart of the closed-eyed poison worm. Sooner or later, I must use the insect extermination pill to eliminate it. Rather than wait until it dies, I might as well help it before that. With this in mind, Guze followed the incantation of the sacred insect record, drawing the poison worm to his Dantian, and then used the technique to refine the poison essence pill. He cast out one golden rune after another, which visibly sank into the Dantian, wrapping the red-armored worm in a layer of golden armor. Until the last instruction was completed, Guze hurriedly took out the itching powder from his storage bag and sprinkled it into the air. Chapter 33. On the arena, the powder turned into a wisp of gray gas that entered the Dantian, and before it could spread through the meridians, it was devoured by the red-armored worm. Guze used his spiritual consciousness to check and found that the red-armored worm briefly opened its eyes before closing them again. The sacred alchemy classic was indeed peculiar. Such a unique method of alchemy probably only had this one example throughout history. When his consciousness returned, he saw Fat Tiger in a sharp robe, scratching incessantly, his entire face gradually twisting. Oh no! I was so focused on the experiment that I forgot Fat Tiger was still in the room. Guze felt immense regret and quickly took out the antidote for the itching powder and sprinkled it into the air. A faint fragrance spread, and Fat Tiger's expression gradually calmed down. Zay, you really made me suffer terribly. After saying that, he took out a bronze mirror and vigorously looked at his face. Fortunately, I only scratched my skin. Otherwise, when Linger recovers and sees me like this, she'll definitely make fun of me. Perhaps recalling something, his voice grew softer. Guze patted his shoulder and said, Fat Tiger, believe me, I will definitely achieve a ranking. Fat Tiger nodded and said, Zay, I believe in you. With some time left, Guze sat at the desk, reviewing the notes Fat Tiger had made. He had to admit that today's Fat Tiger impressed him greatly. Even the details he hadn't noticed were picked up by Fat Tiger. He gave Fat Tiger a thumbs up and then began to study seriously. If he were to face them, how could he win? He simulated it back and forth in his mind several times before stopping. It wasn't until the last cultivator finished simulating that he stopped. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Gu, please follow us to meet the clan leader. Guze adjusted his robe, opened the door, exchanged a glance with Fat Tiger, and then followed the guards out. After about a quarter of an hour, he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe. Behind the middle-aged man were two groups. On the left were the Huang family children, about 12 years old, with varying levels of cultivation. On the right were cultivators like him who had been recruited, all aged between 15 and 18, with cultivation at the peak of qi refining. Are you the cultivator introduced by Qingye's niece? The Huang family clan leader asked with a serious expression. Yes, thanks to Sister Huang's care, I have this opportunity. Guze replied, neither servile nor overbearing. Return to your ranks. Guze clasped his fists and replied, yes, and stood in the right side group. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, they saw that the surroundings were already crowded. A huge arena, with the referee already on high alert. On the high platform sat 3 people, the city lord of Wanning City, the heads of the Ma and Qin families. Only the far right position was empty, and Guze guessed that it was probably the seat for the Huang family head. Sure enough, he saw the Huang family head using a body technique, appearing on the high platform like a flash. After a few breaths, the city lord stood up with a serious expression and said, this match concerns the family rankings of Wanning City. I won't say much. Let's proceed directly to the next step. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a token into the air, and the 3 family heads raised their hands to channel their spiritual power into it. This simple action revealed a tense atmosphere to Guze. He couldn't tell if it was just his illusion, but he felt that the 3 were secretly competing against each other. The token shone brightly, gradually condensing into a character for Huang in the air, followed closely by the characters for Qian and Ma. The city lord put away the token and said, this match will be defended by the Huang family first, while the Qian and Ma families will send people to attack in turn. The Huang family must successfully defend for 5 rounds to be able to switch to the attacking side. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators outside the arena were in an uproar, while the Huang family disciples looked extremely grim. The Huang family had to successfully defend for 5 rounds to switch to the attacking side, which was truly an unprecedented start. I see that the Huang family might as well admit defeat. With this lineup, thinking of turning the tide is simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Guze felt even more despondent. He initially thought it would be a one-on-one match, but he didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder the rewards were so generous, yet no one came to sign up. This was practically akin to sending oneself to death. Moreover, the three families were already rivals. And once they stepped onto the arena, it would be a scene of no mercy. At this moment, two elders from the Huang family who had come with them exchanged glances and focused on their team. Finally, they locked their gaze on the cultivator in front of them. Friend Sun, you have the highest cultivation and rich combat experience. Would you be willing to lead the charge? Although it was a question, the tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Guze also turned his gaze to Friend Sun, who was tall and thin, with a dark complexion, dressed in dark robes, clasping his fists and saying, I will do my utmost. After saying that, he leapt onto the arena. Below, the disciples discussed in a few words and were not very optimistic about Friend Sunday. Just then, a disciple from the Qian family jumped onto the high platform after receiving a signal from the elder. With the referee's command, Friend Sun raised his hand to form a seal, and several fire arrows shot towards the opponent's face. The opponent quickly gathered a wall made of yellow sand. And with a flick of his fingers, the wall transformed into countless grains of sand, rushing towards the fire arrows. The fire arrows were extinguished visibly, and Friend Sun's expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he summoned a sword with his left hand, aiming directly at the opponent's dantian. With his right hand, he threw several talismans at the opponent's landing spot. There was a loud explosion, and the formation on the opponent's robe shattered one after another. One foot missed its step, almost causing him to fall off the arena, and the hearts of the onlookers instantly tightened. Friend Sun was quick-witted and injected spiritual power into his legs, gathering strength as he charged towards the opponent's dantian. A sharp blade suddenly appeared at the sole of Friend Sun's shoe, piercing through the opponent's dantian. The opponent's spiritual power instantly dissipated, and their cultivation gradually fell. Friend Sun expressionlessly withdrew his feet, and the opponent's body continued to plummet. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. The Huang family has successfully defended for 1 round, earning 1 point. The eliminated cultivator fell from the high platform, bloodied and lifeless. The life and death arena was truly terrifying, and the spectators were unfazed, their indifference chilling. Only the two cultivators tasked with collecting the body couldn't help shedding tears. Though they said nothing, the sorrow in their eyes deeply pierced him. Guze's expression grew graver. If he had any lingering hope at first, now there was none. This match was like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing his fantasies. He wanted to survive. He wanted to obtain the auction entry ticket. He wanted to save Linger. Even if the person he fought had no grudges against him, simply because they belonged to opposing factions, he had to do his utmost to eliminate them. At this moment, the Huang family elder turned to them and said, the life and death arena can only end when one side is dead. Otherwise, it will be an endless struggle. The expressions of the Huang family disciples remained unchanged, clearly reminding their group of this. Chapter 34. In the arena. Elders, rest assured, we will fight until the last moment. The voices were uneven, but they represented their determination. Guze focused even more intently on the match, only to see that Friend Sun had exhausted his strength by the 3rd round and was killed on the spot by a music cultivator from the Qian family. On the arena, the referee said expressionlessly, the Huang family has failed to defend. Please send the next defender to the stage. The elder scanned the area and finally set his sights on him. Guze bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant, and activated his body technique to jump onto the arena. Looking at the opponent, Guze's mind raced, thinking of strategies. At that moment, he heard the referee's command, begin. Opposite him was a music cultivator whose cultivation was higher than his, so he needed to end the fight quickly to avoid being affected by the music. With this in mind, Guze took the lead, summoning a fire arrow to attack the opponent's face. The opponent quickly plucked the strings of his zither to raise a barrier for defense. Without hesitation, Guze threw several talismans, and with a loud bang, an explosion erupted. Taking this opportunity, he quickly summoned a defensive talisman, his figure like lightning, appearing behind the opponent, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, the opponent endured the intense pain and continued to pluck the zither strings, producing melodious sounds that penetrated deep into the soul. His movements faltered, and as his consciousness returned, he saw 3 spiritual needles aimed at his face. Guze quickly sidestepped to avoid them, but the spiritual needles seemed to have eyes, following him closely. Seeing this, he hurriedly summoned several swords to slash at the spiritual needles. The needles dissipated, and the opponent accelerated the plucking of the zither strings, surrounding him with spiritual needles as the music eroded his consciousness, causing him to falter in his hand seals. Unexpectedly, the opponent's methods were even more fierce than he had anticipated. Just the shadow-like spiritual needles were giving him a headache. While dodging, he observed the opponent, seeking to find a flaw. At this moment, he saw the fat tiger below looking anxious, his fingers gesturing incessantly. Others couldn't understand, but he did. He quickly gathered several binding techniques, and soon the opponent's legs were firmly restrained. Vines gradually spread along the legs, forcing the opponent to separate from the long zither in hand. The long zither was lifted high by the vines, and Guze infused spiritual power into his sword, striking down fiercely at the long zither. The formations on the zither shattered one after another, its luster gradually fading. He hadn't even gathered strength, and the opponent suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guze continued to swing his long sword. With a loud bang, the long zither turned to ashes, and the opponent, having been backlashed by their own contract, was unable to fight any longer. To avoid a counterattack, Guze unhesitatingly unleashed a series of kicks, eliminating the opponent from the match. However, the opponent revealed a strange smile towards him. Quickly throwing a talisman to imprison him, they then tightly grasped his legs, chanting incantations. A bad thought struck him. Could the opponent be planning to self-destruct and perish with him? In a critical moment, he saw a heavenly eagle poking its head out from the spirit beast bag, a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the opponent's face. Taking this opportunity, he channeled his spiritual power to break free from the talisman's binding, then wielded his long sword, striking fiercely at the opponent's head. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his robes. And the referee announced, "The Huang family has successfully defended for 1 round. Please send a disciple from the Ma family to attack." Meanwhile, Guze quickly swallowed the elixir and activated the Qi induction technique to refine it. A figure dressed in a black robe, with a sturdy build and bronze skin, moved with a powerful force that created gusts of wind with every action. The referee issued a command, and the opponent rushed at him with a pair of iron hammers without even performing a formal greeting. Guze hurriedly dodged to the side, but the opponent seemed to have anticipated this and had already set a binding talisman at his landing spot. Vines erupted from the ground, pinning his limbs firmly to the arena. At the same time, the opponent raised the iron hammers and attacked him like a bolt of lightning. Guze's heart raced. He quickly channeled spiritual energy through his meridians, and with a loud bang, the vines on his legs shattered. He swiftly dodged again, but the opponent immediately changed tactics and delivered a powerful kick. Guze staggered back, his robe's formations shattering one after another, breaking free from the restraints on his hands. Guze unleashed dozens of talismans. With a thunderous roar, the smoke cleared, revealing the opponent unscathed, though his robe was slightly disheveled. Seeing this, Guze threw out a binding talisman and, during this moment, infused 3 layers of spiritual energy into his sword, striking decisively at the opponent's neck. The sword collided with the opponent's bronze skin, producing a shower of sparks accompanied by crackling sounds. Guze's heart sank. The opponent was impervious to blades, and his speed was at least equal to his own. What could he do? He glanced at the mesmerizing powder in his storage bag. Although it was not a bright option, he did not want to die yet. As the opponent's palm wind approached, he endured the immense pain and did not evade. Just as the opponent was about to gather strength again, he scattered the powder in front of the opponent's eyes. The powder transformed into an invisible mist that entered the opponent's body, leaving their eyes vacant and momentarily disoriented. Guze wiped the blood from his mouth, quickly swallowed another elixir, and squinted at the opponent's pupils. The eyes were the opponent's weakest point, and he had not found the right moment until now. He could not miss this opportunity. With this thought, he formed a seal with his left hand, and 2 fire arrows gradually appeared in the air. He covered them with his consciousness and fiercely shot them towards the opponent's pupils. A painful wail echoed through the air. Just as he intended to launch another attack while the opponent's muscles were relaxed, the opponent quickly summoned an array disc. A wave of dizziness struck him, and the scene changed in an instant, revealing thousands of sword shadows rushing towards him. The sword shadows ruthlessly cut through his skin, exposing deep bones. He swung repeatedly, shattering the sword shadows, but it barely made a difference. More and more wounds appeared, blood staining his robe red, and his consciousness began to fade. The image of Linger flashed in his mind, and suddenly he became clear-headed, shouting, "I cannot die. Linger is still waiting for me to save her." The Qi induction technique activated on its own, and the spiritual energy within the formation surged into his dantian. He did not know how much time had passed. But with a soft bang, the barrier of the 9th level of Qi refining shattered. The spiritual energy seemed to respond to a call and rush towards him. While the formation could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into countless fragments that fell onto the arena. Guze opened his eyes to see the array flags in the opponent's hand turn to ash, and the opponent coughed up blood, clearly affected by the backlash of the formation. Chapter 35. The arena battle below. Looking at the opponent, Guze summoned his long sword again, injecting 70% of his spiritual energy into the blade, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into the opponent's heart. The sharp blade mercilessly cut through skin, and Guze gathered strength once more, blood gushing forth as he twisted the sword handle until the opponent finally fell silent. The Huang family successfully defended the arena for 2 rounds. Please send disciples from the Ma family to challenge. The referee spoke quickly, and before Guze could refine the elixir's effects, he sensed 3 sharp blades rushing towards his face. Guze quickly dodged to the side, but at that moment, the blades exploded into smoke, and a strange aura spread across the arena. The smoke coursed through his body's meridians and organs, causing his complexion to turn pale and his steps to falter as dozens of afterimages danced before his eyes. Guze shook his head at that moment. The smoke inside him seemed to respond to a call and gathered in his dantian. He saw the red-shelled insect open its large mouth and devour it all. His consciousness gradually cleared, and as he attempted to form a seal to attack, he noticed the red-shelled insect in his dantian licking its tongue, continuously absorbing the smoke. The body of the red-shelled insect began to grow larger, and this sudden change shattered his original plan. Looking at the approaching cultivator, Guze called out to the heavenly eagle in his sea of consciousness, "Little guy, please lend me a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, bolts of lightning struck towards the opponent, while he activated the holy insect record to attempt to sever the opponent's supply. However, the red-shelled insect, which had been keeping its eyes shut, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, and the toxins in the dantian were consumed at a visible speed. Once the opponent was full, a black vein appeared on the abdomen of the red-shelled insect, merging with the inner wall of the dantian. Guze felt a surge of fear. All his focus was on this vein as it extended, crossing through layers of muscle barriers until it reached his left arm. He tried every method, but still failed. At that moment, a piercing cry startled him awake. He saw a boy wearing a straw hat attacking the heavenly eagle alongside an ice wolf. The originally glossy black fur was stained with blood, and the figure fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Guze disregarded everything else and quickly summoned several talismans towards the opponent, then leaped to embrace the heavenly eagle. A faint voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, "Master, I am useless." Guze's voice choked. "No, you are amazing. Little guy, you must hold on." He quickly fed the heavenly eagle a healing elixir and stored it in the spirit beast bag. Looking at the boy and the wolf, an endless rage surged within Guze, and without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest attack, forcing the opponent and his spirit beast to retreat. Seeing this, Guze narrowed his eyes and used the fire arrow technique, sending scorching arrows towards them. The opponent tried to evade, but Guze directly cast the binding technique, pinning both the boy and the wolf to the arena. The fire arrows struck the opponent, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. In this moment, Guze summoned his sword again, aiming to take down the boy in the straw hat. Just as it seemed critical, the opponent's spirit beast protected him from behind. The beast's head fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing forth, followed by an enraged roar, "I will kill you." The opponent scattered several bags of poison powder into the air, transforming into hundreds of wisps of smoke that spread across the arena. As Guze prepared for the worst, the holy insect record activated on its own, and the smoke seemed to respond to a call, each wisp merging into the black vein. Meanwhile, the red-shelled insect in the dantian comfortably squinted its eyes, its blood-red pupils appearing playful and cute. Guze's right hand formed a seal, redirecting the spiritual energy in his dantian, condensing 2 fire arrows, which shot into the opponent's dantian one after another. The opponent's pupils widened, emitting a shrill sound as they looked at their abdomen in disbelief. Seeing this, Guze infused spiritual energy into his long sword and struck towards the opponent's head. The head fell, and blood gushed forth instantly. The surrounding cultivators erupted in astonishment, exclaiming in awe, "This boy is not very old, yet his methods are so ruthless." Did the opponent consume a detoxifying holy artifact in advance? How could they remain unharmed amidst 100 types of poisons mixed together? Guze ignored the gazes of the crowd and took the healing pill again. A female disciple, about the same age as him, entered for the 4th round. "I am Tianxuan, 9 years old this year, and at the 9th level of Qi refining." The other party looked at her with a curious expression. The 3 characters of Tianxuan were completely unfamiliar to him, as battle strategy did not record this character. Guze glanced at her, feeling vigilant. But his expression did not show it as he bowed slightly and cupped his fists in salute, saying, "My name is Gumingza, a disciple of the outer sect of the Tianxuan Sect." Just as he was on high alert, he saw the other party break into a sweet smile, a dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth, and she said firmly, "Judge, I voluntarily concede and withdraw from the competition." The crowd below was instantly in an uproar, and Guze was bewildered. He knew this was a life-and-death arena, and it would only end with one side dead. Could it be that she wanted to lower his guard for a surprise attack? Just then, a roar came from the high platform. "This is outrageous." Tianxuan was not afraid at all. Her smile immediately faded, and she looked stubbornly at the head of the Qian family, jumping off the arena in front of him. The head of the Qian family turned ashen with rage, while the city lord tried to smooth things over, saying, "Miss Qian is indeed charming and lovely." The judge understood immediately and quickly announced the result of the match. "The Huang family has successfully defended for 4 rounds. Please let the Ma family attack." The head of the Ma family had a very bad expression. Originally, the Qian family was supposed to exhaust this kid's combat power, and they could easily send a well-known disciple to gain a point. Now, to their surprise, the Qian family actually conceded, making him feel heartache. Looking at the smug expression on the head of the Huang family, he wished he could slap him twice. Who would have thought that in the end? They ended up digging their own grave and benefiting their opponent? The head of the Ma family glanced over and saw a boy in a white robe who was slightly older than him. Guze narrowed his eyes, feeling that the other party looked very familiar, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This person was Wang Quan, whom he remembered from their plan to escape the Holy Luo Hall when the other party reported them to the leader. He, Fat Tiger, and Ugly Girl were then monitored by Foundation establishment cultivators, which led to their escape plan being shelved for over a month. How did he end up becoming a side branch of the Ma family? He turned his gaze to Fat Tiger, who obviously recognized the other party as well. In contrast, Wang Quan looked at him with a face full of unfamiliarity. After all, it had been more than 2 years since they last met, and his stature had gradually increased, while his features had become more pronounced. Moreover, during the journey of Fat Tiger and him to the sect, their faces had been tanned from the long trek, so it was understandable that the other party did not recognize him. Guze squinted his eyes, not giving the other party a chance to react, and took the initiative to launch an attack. After dozens of exchanges, he forced Wang Quan to the edge of the arena. At that moment, a panicked voice came. "I concede, I voluntarily withdraw from this match." After saying that, he jumped onto the arena, fearing that he would be too late and would bleed on the spot. A quarter of an hour before the time was called, Guze quietly activated the Holy Insect record to manipulate the goo worms inside the other party's body. He repeatedly hinted to the other party that if they encountered a life-threatening danger, they should immediately give up the match. As he saw the right moment, he forced the other party to the edge of the arena and then unleashed his strongest strike. At the same time, he pushed the Holy Insect record to its limits, creating the illusion that the other party did not want to die and thus conceded. He tried to confuse the cultivators outside and the 4 on the high platform. Hearing the other party's voice of concession, Guze quickly sheathed his sword and distanced himself from the other party. The Huang family has successfully defended for 5 rounds. Up to now, the Huang family has gained 7 points, the Qian family has gained 1 point, and the Ma family has gained 0 points. As soon as the announcement was made, the cultivators outside instantly began to discuss. They could not believe that the Huang family, which had been at the bottom, was now leading by a wide margin. Alas, the Ma family's lineup this time cannot be underestimated. Who would have thought they would be in last place? My spirit stones. The head of the Ma family, hearing the endless discussions, had a grim expression and looked at the disciples below with disappointment. At that moment, the judge announced, "There will be a 15-minute intermission. Please prepare the Qian family's defender and the Ma family's attacker. Guze received a signal and jumped down to the arena. Just as he was about to refine the pill, a voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Young friend Gu, as expected of a disciple from a large sect. This time thanks to your assistance. The auction entrance ticket will be personally delivered to you by an elder shortly. The speaker was the head of the Huang family on the high platform, looking calm and composed, exuding an air of a superior being. In just a moment, one of the elders made a gesture of restraint. Taoist friend Gu, here is your entrance ticket. Please keep it safe. A golden paper covered in intricate patterns appeared, with a seal in the lower left corner. It was just as his sister Huang had described, and after confirming it was indeed the entrance ticket, Guze carefully accepted it and stored it in his storage bag. If you have no business, young friend, you can attend the celebration banquet held by the Huang family after the match. The elder's mouth twitched, his wrinkles deepening, his eyes unable to hide their joy. Thank you for your kindness, elder. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't linger here. We can meet again when fate allows, he said respectfully with a bow. Just as Guze stepped out of the arena, he noticed several gazes following him closely. He exchanged glances with Fat Tiger and decisively chose to return. Finding a blind spot to wait for the right moment, he quickly applied a liquid to cover his face. In a moment, a boy covered in black spots was born. He quickly put on a coarse linen robe and blended into the crowd. The other party lost track of their target and seemed as anxious as ants on a hot pan, while Guze swaggered over to Fat Tiger's side. He used a communication paper crane to message, "The entrance ticket is secured. We will head to the auction house immediately." Fat Tiger nodded solemnly, and the two of them left one after the other. After getting away from the crowd, Fat Tiger finally relaxed. "Brother, that was close. I almost thought Guze joked. "Almost thought I would die on the arena?" Fat Tiger's expression was excited. "Pa, pa, pa." Then he looked around and leaned close to his ear, saying, "My dad said that good luck doesn't work, but bad luck does. Some things can only be inferred. They cannot be spoken." Looking at Fat Tiger's serious expression, Guze almost believed him, shaking his head. "We are not from the Word Spirit clan, so we don't have the effect of speaking and having it come true." Fat Tiger looked confused and instinctively asked, "What is the Word Spirit clan? I've never heard of it." How could he answer this? The information about the Word Spirit clan was something he obtained from the alchemy sacred canon. It involved a type of pill called the Word Spirit pill, which, when taken, could temporarily grant the ability to make things happen by speaking. The main ingredient for refining the Word Spirit pill was the Word Spirit grass, which was said to be a spiritual herb associated with the Word Spirit clan. Just as he was pondering how to respond, Fat Tiger suggested, "Brother, that magnificent building ahead is the main auction house." After saying that, he began to introduce it excitedly. It is said to be a spatial treasure house, with 36 spaces inside. The spatial range is comparable to a small city. Guze looked up and saw, under the sunlight, strange patterns faintly flashing in the air. He initially thought it was just a magnificent building, but to his surprise, it was indeed a spatial treasure house. He realized how narrow-minded he was. As they walked forward, upon arriving, they saw two guards standing in front of the building, with dozens of people queuing to check tickets. Among them was Luo Sheng, a senior brother he had met before, followed by several disciples. Observing their cultivation levels, they were all at the foundation establishment stage, and from the patterns on their robes, they were all direct disciples of various peaks. Luo Sheng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. When he turned and saw him with Fat Tiger, he showed a look of surprise. Guze and Pang Hu exchanged glances and said in unison, "Outer disciples Guze and Pang Hu pay their respects to all the esteemed uncles. Fellow cultivators of the same rank address each other as senior brothers and sisters, while those in the foundation establishment stage refer to their seniors as uncles. No need for excessive formalities." Luo Sheng's voice was deep and warm, embodying the image of a graceful young master, which made female cultivators frequently turn their heads. After receiving a nod from the other party, Guze and Pang Hu moved to the back of the line. When it was their turn, the guard expressionlessly said, "Please show your admission ticket." Guze handed over the ticket, and after the guard checked it and found it to be correct, he let them pass. Just as Pang Hu was about to enter, he was stopped by the guard. "No admission ticket, no entry." Guze hurriedly explained, "Senior, we came together," he inquired earlier, "and a single ticket can admit up to 5 people." The guard glanced at him and coldly said, "Your ticket is of the lowest grade and only allows 1 person to enter the pavilion." At that moment, a male cultivator behind Pang who impatiently said, "Kid, if you don't have an admission ticket, hurry up and leave. We are still waiting to check tickets." Pang, who had already stepped out of the line when Luo Sheng interrupted the maid's words, taking a few steps forward. "Sorry, guard. This disciple came with us." After saying that, he allowed the guard to check the admission ticket. The guard took the ticket and, upon finding that it could still admit one more person, let Pang Hu through. The maid took out 3 cloaks, and just as they donned the cloaks, a message appeared in Guzei's consciousness indicating their seating number, row 5. Seat 36. The 3 of them dressed neatly and followed the maid's lead. As they walked a short distance, a small teleportation array came into view. Luo Sheng stepped in first, and Pang Hu followed closely behind. A wave of dizziness hit them, and the scene changed instantly. Chapter 37. At the auction house in the center of the pavilion stood a circular high platform made of white jade, directly in front of which were neatly arranged seats. The seats were arranged in a fan shape, spreading out until they touched the walls of the pavilion. Looking up, the pavilion had 3 levels, with the second and third levels consisting of various compartments. Each compartment housed 2 maidens of decent appearance, all of whom were below the foundation establishment stage. As Guzei was momentarily distracted, Luo Sheng's figure blended into the crowd, and scattered cultivators sat in their seats, their faces obscured by cloaks that blocked divine perception. Only their shapes and voices could be used to discern their genders. Guzei searched for his seat based on the information in his consciousness. But when he found row 5, seat 36, there was already a cultivator seated there. Unable to see the other party's cultivation level, Guzei performed a greeting of peers and said, "Friend, this seat belongs to me. Could you please check the information in your consciousness?" Pang Hu stood behind him. Although he couldn't see the other person's expression, the rising and falling breaths from the side indicated his unease. "You say it's yours, so it's yours? How can you prove that? Why don't you release your consciousness and let me check?" The voice was dismissive and unreasonable, and to Guzei's surprise, the other party was a female cultivator. A cultivator's soul resides in their consciousness, which acts as a protective shield. Even the closest person wouldn't recklessly reveal it, let alone a stranger. Guzei's face turned pale, proving his seat was now an urgent matter. Other cultivators in the seats leaned forward to observe, with some well-meaning cultivators calling for the guard, while most adopted an attitude of indifference. When the guard arrived and looked at the 2, his expression grew more serious. Once the cloak was activated, the seat information was sealed in the consciousness, and it could only be checked by opening the consciousness. Guzei felt as if he had fallen to the bottom of a valley. The information in his consciousness was not that simple. There was also a sacred text on alchemy, not to mention recipes and refining techniques, as well as various odd records that could make people fight over them. Just as he was about to give up and hand over spirit stones to Pang Hu for the spirit grass, a voice advocating for fairness echoed through every corner of the hall. As the saying goes, one who stands upright fears no shadows. Why don't you 2 make a vow to quell your inner demons? Guzei was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of joy. Although the vow against inner demons was crucial for cultivators, he would prefer to swear than to open his consciousness. Just as he was eager to speak, that female voice suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I was careless and misread." Without waiting for anyone, she dashed away and disappeared without a trace. Guzei felt more nauseous than swallowing a fly. After sitting down, he felt as if a lingering gaze was observing him. Pang Hu plopped down beside him and gently brushed the dust off his cloak to comfort him. A quarter of an hour later, a pair of jade feet slowly appeared in midair, the sound of jade bells ringing from her ankles, and a red veil fluttered in the wind, revealing long, straight legs that were enticingly hidden, making one wish to lift the obstructive red veil and peek at the scenery beneath the skirt. With a plump and rounded backside swaying as she walked, a delicate waist that made one reminisce, and a pair of heavy breasts wrapped in red fabric, accentuating a deep cleavage, her hands involuntarily wanting to squeeze them. Her figure was curvaceous and her beauty was alluring yet not vulgar. Her eyes flickered like captivating spirits. The crowd's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the stunning beauty on the high platform, their faces flushed and breathing lightly, fearing their actions would displease her. Guzei swallowed hard, reciting the calming mantra dozens of times in his heart before his restlessness gradually subsided. He hadn't expected the other's allure to be so powerful, even without casting spells. Everyone was involuntarily captivated. Guzei repeatedly warned himself not to gaze improperly, but the effect was minimal, so he simply gave in and openly admired her. feeling that she was indeed a rare beauty. At that moment, the beauty's red lips slightly curled. I am called Hong Yuan, and today I will organize this auction for all of you. The atmosphere instantly peaked, with cultivators below calling out one after another. Fairy Hong Yuan, hurry up and start. I'm already impatient. Fairy, we all understand the auction rules. There's no need for unnecessary formalities. Fairy Hong Yuan smiled lightly, captivating everyone's souls. When the atmosphere seemed just right, her red lips parted. Without rules, there can be no order. Hong Yuan wouldn't dare break the rules. She then shifted the topic. Now, let me introduce the auction rules. First, all items at this auction have been personally appraised by experienced evaluators, so you can bid with confidence. Second, bidders must clearly state their seat number or box number to make a bid. Third, do not act impulsively or blindly bid. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Her voice echoed through the hall via a sound amplification stone, ensuring everyone could hear. Seeing the crowd whispering among themselves, with voices hesitant to easily change the auction rules, Hong Yuan's smile widened, and her voice turned soft and charming. Now, I declare the auction officially begins. Please welcome the first treasure to the stage. As soon as she finished speaking, two attendants appeared, one holding a spirit rod and the other carrying a tray covered with a square red cloth, making it impossible to see what was underneath. The attendants moved in a steady rhythm, and everyone's gaze naturally shifted to the tray, eager to lift the red cloth and see what treasure lay beneath. The attendants stood alongside Hong Yuan, who looked at the red cloth and said, I believe everyone is curious about what the first treasure is, so let me unveil the mysterious veil for you. As soon as the words were spoken, the attendant holding the spiritual staff took a step back, slightly bowed, and raised it high. Hong Yuan took the spiritual staff, lifted the red cloth, and a round, plump elixir appeared in the transparent jade bottle, instantly giving the impression that it was no ordinary item. The cultivators below showed eager eyes towards the jade bottle, especially those who had been stuck at the perfect foundation establishment realm for several years. These three elixirs were indeed the top-grade golden yuan pills, crucial for those friends looking to break through the last barrier of the foundation establishment realm and successfully advance to the golden core realm. It was unexpected that the auction would be so extravagant, actually featuring the golden yuan pills to heat up the atmosphere, considering that these pills were scarce even within the sect. After all, the spiritual herb used to refine this pill, the Dan Yuan grass, could only be found in secret realms. It could be said that each pill was precious, and even the favored children of the sect would need to earn enough contribution points to obtain one. Seeing the atmosphere lively, Hong Yuan raised her voice and said, without further ado, the starting bid for the golden yuan pills is 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 500 medium-grade spirit stones.